All right, guys. Today we got a real special guest in the house. This man is an underground legend and doesn't get his props enough. I'm talking about the one and only Necro.
What's good? What's good? What up?
Necro, bro, what's good with you today, man?
I'm chilling, man.
But I'm glad to have you here today, man.
No doubt, man. That's what's up. Glad to be on your show. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I was surprised, man. I was surprised that you agreed to do it, you know?
How's everything looking? It's good? It's gonna come out good? Am I framed correctly?
Yeah, you good, man. You good.
All right, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, your show is, one of the that feature people talking shit, so I enjoy it. Whenever I see, a clip from somebody. A lot of Cuban Link stuff, and
Right.
I started seeing more other people you put on there, but I definitely saw a lot of the Cuban Link videos, and not sure who else,
Those
but
are the ones that get more of the traffic because Cuban is, I think he's a lot like you in the way that you guys don't care what people think and you'll say however you feel, no matter what it is. You know what I
true,
mean? You
true,
guys keep it
true.
real.
Why a lot of people are PC, they don't like to they're scared of beef. That's what it is. A lot of people are shook. They don't want to say nothing about nobody because you know what it is. They can't handle having to punch people in the face in person. So, it makes sense. If you're not willing to punch someone dead in the face in person, you probably shouldn't say anything about them. You should have that energy to, if approached, to be able to represent for yourself if you're going to say something. Same thing about me. If you're going to talk about me, you better be prepared that I'm going to see you someday, and I'm gonna. There'll always be a day where I'll catch you. You know what I mean? And some people I won't fucking give a fuck about. If they said something because of who they are or whatever. But there's certain people that I'll never forget the shit that I might have seen them say, and I'm gonna set it on you when I see you. And it'll be for you to be prepared for that. And if you're not prepared for that, you're going to take a loss. You know what I mean? So,
Well, I think that a lot of people are used to kind of like those radio style interviews where they're like all on your jock and then they don't really ask you like the difficult questions, you know. But with me, like I really try to dig into those questions that people, the fans really want to know, but people never really ask. You know what I'm saying? That's why like podcasts are so dope because we got a lot more freedom and more uncut with shit like that.
you know what the thing is with me that I noticed, the thing with Necro that's interesting is I believe everybody knows who I am. Like, not every fan or whatever, certain people that they're new fans or whatever, but anybody that's, considered legendary, a lot of them know who I am. They just don't want to acknowledge me. So even if I talk shit about them, which I'm not a shit talker, but let's say you asked me something and it came off as if I was dissing them, they wouldn't try to not acknowledge me. I would be someone they wouldn't address. But like if Jim Jones said something about that person, it'll end up being a controversy. Oh, did you hear Jim Jones was talking about, blah, blah, blah.
Right, right.
I don't get put in that category. I'm going to get ignored. Like, who the fuck is that white kid anyway? He doesn't have no fans. Even though my Spotify might be bigger than the motherfucker I'm talking about, his ego, because he was on a major label and because he probably shits on white people and he ain't popping now, he's just going to
We
dismiss
gonna
me.
get into all that, okay, Necro? You going too far in advance right now. We gonna get into all that.
Motherfuckers are
But
going to dismiss me because I'm seen different.
right,
Because of my brutality, they try to label it, oh, he's just doing horrorcore. When my shit is more like a Wu-Tang or a Nas, I just might be rapping about subjects that are a little bit more extreme, but the beats are still boom bap. I'm still from Brooklyn, New York. I'm from the five boroughs, so I'm not some weird horrorcore shit. But these people who are haters, they don't like to give white kids dap, especially if you're hard. Like if you're somebody that could punch that person in the face in person, they don't want to get dap you up because they only like white kids that they could play. If they could play you out and herb you, they love that because you're not a threat. So if you're somebody that they could be like, shut up, bitch, that kind of like white boy, they love that. You know what I'm saying? But if it's
But you
somebody
know,
who,
even if they do give you props, right? Like behind the scenes, a lot of these people won't give you props publicly.
exactly, or it's done kind of sideways. Like for example, like when West Side Gun mentioned me, right? And he said that Necro, oh, I used to listen to, Necro's beats and da da da. He a couple of things. He didn't really give me dap as a rapper. It was kind of like as if like I don't have a rap career. Like the reason that I got 500,000 listeners is not just because I make beats. You know what I'm saying? I'm obviously a solo MC, but I didn't get any dap when he mentioned me as a solo rapper. It was just I used to listen to his beats, and then he kind of said, "Yeah, but people in the hood where I'm from, Buffalo, didn't really listen to that. I'm just a unique person for listening to this special white backpack shit." But like that ain't true though. People in the hood don't listen to Necro. I think you're bugging when you say that. You understand? Like that's just a fucking whack generalization because first of all, let's say all my fans were white. Nobody white is from the hood. Now, in this day and age, now you're gonna think that if a neighborhood, like, bro, people are hood despite what the color they are. It's, first of all, do they get down in the street? Yes or no? You know what I'm saying? Like just because you're a black dude doesn't mean you're hood and you get down. You could make it look like you're that with fakeness, but the realness is what really happens in real day in life when people step to you or talk out of line. And me being a white kid, I know that there's white kids that represent and keep it gully, because I grew up with tons of kids. I grew up with Asian kids that'll punch you in your face. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you're from Brooklyn, New York, it ain't strictly about one race or color. My projects was half black, half black, half white. You understand? It wasn't just the whole black projects. Glenwood projects in Brooklyn, you had white kids and black kids. You know what I'm saying? And whoever was ill was based on your illness, whether or not you was tough. It wasn't a color-based thing. You understand what I'm saying? There was pussies that was black kids that would get fucked up because they were whack, and there was white kids that would get fucked up. But if you was ill, like me and my brother, we were mad ill with the heart, with having heart. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't really like, and this is no spite to West Side Gun because he bigged me up, but I'm just saying certain rappers, when they big you up, they're not really doing it, in my opinion, properly. And then, like, for instance, I was brought up by West Side Gun on one of those shows with that douchebag Rory and that other clown Joe Budden, and they didn't even give me any dap. I'm being brought up as somebody who influenced this dude who's on their show, and they didn't even say, "Oh, Necro, no doubt." I don't get any dap. Like, why are you fronting on me for? First of all, Joe Budden's the worst rapper ever. You remember that piece of trash that he came out with? Pump it up. Like, bro, how you gonna front and act like I don't exist when you're the worst rapper ever? But
Necro, can you back up a little bit because your head's getting
sure,
cut off? Pause.
yeah.
Yeah.
How's that?
All right,
Better?
it's a little better.
So like Joe Budden fucking sucks, right? And I'm being mentioned on his show and he's not even giving me, I don't even get a nod. Like, oh, Necro, yeah. Oh, like you're mentioning Necro and giving him dap. So we're gonna elaborate on that. It got ignored, like as if I don't exist.
Yo, Necro, wait a minute.
How the fuck I don't exist? You know what I'm saying?
Wait. Okay. The pump it up thing, I can totally understand where you're coming from. But what about his stuff with like Slaughterhouse?
I didn't like Slaughterhouse. And whatever. But I'm not going to diss Slaughterhouse because there's 4 members in there. But Joe Budden was not somebody I was checking for. But when I think of Joe Budden, I think of the time that Prodigy shit on him. Remember when Prodigy was like, I don't listen to mood music. He was like, I make murder music. And I was like, yeah, I related with Prodigy when he said that because I was like, of course, that dude is crap. But the reason I didn't like Pump It Up was because he stole the beat from Scenario Remix, which featured that dude Hood who died. He got killed, and to me that was legendary. Why would you fuck with a track and redo it and make a commercial piece of shit out of it from a track that's legendary with a dude that died?
Wait, but isn't that just Blaze's fault though? Because he's the producer.
I don't give a fuck whose fault it is. I'm just saying the shit was corny.
all right.
The shit was cornball shit. I thought it sucked. You know what I mean? And not only that, I didn't like the fact when I was on Rock the Bells that Joe Budden gets punched in his face by one of Raekwon's crew, and then he goes on live with a black eye like he's proud. He got punched in his face because he dissed Method Man, said he would cut Method Man's head off, then gets punched in the face for that and goes on live. Like you're trying to like build your brand off of being a bitch. Shit is corny in my opinion. But listen, I'm not bringing him up because I'm trying to attack him. I was just making a point that we were talking about me not getting acknowledged. You got a lot of these fuckheads who try to act like I don't exist because they just happen to be luckier than me with platforms. You understand what I'm saying? But like a Joe Budden ain't no iller than a Necro. I could be doing a podcast too. I just don't have the opportunity. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and musically, I destroy a guy like that. But
what do you mean you don't have the opportunity? You could start one. I mean, he started his, and when he first started his, it didn't look that good.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind, I have a YouTube channel that has almost 300,000 subs on it, but I'm fucking shadow banned because of all the brutal, hardcore Necro music I dropped over the years. I got the channel since 2007. So when I try to do shit like that on my channel, they fuck me and don't let me monetize it. So I would have to start.
Couldn't you start a new channel though?
I did try, but do you know how hard it is to start a channel from scratch? Especially if you're an underground dude. Like, it's very difficult, man, and very slow.
Well, YouTube's a lot different now from the time that you first started.
I already got my fucking YouTube. Hold on one second. I already got my fucking thing on the channel I have now. So could you imagine how many years? It took like 12 years to get this fucking plaque. So you say start a new channel, bro, that's fucking not easy.
Yeah, you started early too with YouTube.
Listen, maybe it's easy for a lot of these cornballs. Like if you're somebody who's from a younger base. Remember, I'm dealing with the base of underground hip hop. A guy like Budden, he has a commercial fan base. The Necro fan base, I deal with very elite underground fans who put their nose up in the air. They think they're doing you a favor if they buy merchandise. It's a very different kind of fan base. I have the most elite fan base because of the way that they think of hip hop. If you think about it, if you're somebody who loves underground, that means you really are very skeptical about what you listen to.
Mm-hmm.
So you think you're a cooler fan. Especially the ones that love me, they're like, oh, excuse me, I'm up on Necro. You know what I'm saying? So I know that Necro is awesome, but at the same time, they feel that they're even more elite than other fucking fan bases. So, man, for an underground rapper to start a channel from scratch, remember a guy like Budden. I don't want to be sitting here talking about him all day, but he was on those fucking Love and Hip Hop shows. Could you imagine if a Necro was on a Love and Hip Hop show, getting to be my crazy self, getting into beef with all these fuckheads, banging these bitches? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, my brand would be fucking 10 times bigger.
Right.
The fact that I'm as big as I am without any help from any of these fuckheads shows you how dope I must be, because I'm not getting any cosigns from anybody.
Got you. Yeah.
I'm not getting no help from nobody. Everything I do myself is by myself. And you know what I'm saying? So
We're going to get into all this, but
yeah,
let's start at the beginning, though. All right. Let's start at the beginning. So you said that you're from Brooklyn originally, right? You're
yeah,
born in the 70s, but really coming up in the 80s.
yeah. Grew up in Glenwood Projects in Brooklyn, 5714 Farragut Road, apartment 2C. Anybody who knows.
You moved there like around 5, right?
Yeah, something like 5 years old, yeah. So when I moved into the projects, I had to deal with very angry black kids who are very angry already because they had to deal with the older Italian Irish kids that were older than them when they moved into the projects. Because what people don't realize or know is all projects in New York were first white projects. How crazy is that? That's mind-boggling when you think about it. Every project, I'm talking everything, Queensbridge, whatever, started out with Jews, Italians, and Irish living there.
Mm.
And then what happened is blacks started moving in, and people have always heard about when blacks move in, whites move out because they get scared.
Right.
Because they're like, oh, because of racism. So that's what happened even in my projects. And what happened is when the whites started moving out, all the blacks started moving in the 80s. So I'm moving into the projects as a little kid, and I have to deal with the angry older black kids who had to deal with the angry older white kids. You understand? So that's the kind of upbringing I had to deal with. A lot of racism and a lot of, you honky, you cracker, a lot of that shit. And that's the stuff that, and then coming up through hip hop and heavy metal in the 80s, and a channel called U68 that would play like a Run DMC song, then an Anthrax song, then a Beastie song, then a Rush song. So I'm being brainwashed by this channel U68, which we got in the projects, even before I probably got heavily into Video Music Box, which was like the next level. Right after U68, then you got into Video Music Box. Because Video Music Box was only hip hop.
But like the first or second day that you moved into Glenwood, you already had to fight like 15 Decepticons, right? Like they ripped up your
Well,
comics and shit like that, you and your brother's comics?
yeah, that's like the first week that we moved into the projects from Canarsie, because we got kicked out of our apartment wherever we lived. And there was this landlord named Benny, and he was a real asshole. And so, my mother had heard that the projects were affordable. And my grandmother lived in the projects too, with Uncle Howie on the other side of the projects. And so we moved in, and I don't think my mother knew where she was moving us. I don't think she understood what projects were. You know what I'm saying? My mother wasn't hip hop related. Like she
Got
was like
you.
a regular white woman, Jewish woman, that went to work and took the L train to Manhattan, and had to be a secretary type person. So she had just heard it was affordable, you know what I'm saying? And then, she ended up finding out later after all the drama we got into and, what kind of place it was, which it was a great place, but, a dramatic place, you know what I mean? Of a lot of drama for kids. But, yeah. What was your question again?
No, we're talking about the incident where the kids, like they stole your guys'
Oh,
comics.
so basically, you had to walk like a block to get to the comic store, and when we came back, I don't remember it as vividly as my brother remembers it, but basically, like 15 black kids surrounded us and took our comics and ripped them up. And it was like a wake-up call. Like, okay, you're in a new neighborhood now. You better get prepared, you know what I'm saying, for that kind of shit. And listen, that kind of made me ill because what happened is 15 kids could run up on you and put you under pressure. But now, if you're the type of person like I am, now when you start catching these motherfuckers one by one, like I would catch dudes in the elevator and they wouldn't be with the crew.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's like, oh, you that motherfucker that thought you was live when all your boys were there. What's up now? Oh, nah, I ain't got no beef with you. Nah. Boom, punch right in the face. You
Wait,
would
you're
take,
talking like at 5 years old you're doing this?
well, not 5, but let's say by the time I'm 8, I'm probably punching people in the face. We're all getting into fights in the projects now. So by the
Right.
time I'm like 8 or 9 is when if I saw like an op, wasn't called ops back then, but I'm using that.
Right.
It was called enemies, your enemy. But if I saw some kid who was trying to be an asshole when he had all his boys there, he would get fucking punched in the face. It might have not been the same kind of punch in the face when I'm 20, but it was definitely like, I'm starting a fight with you. You're getting, listen, you're getting hit like that. Maybe when I learned how to box, it started turning into that more, more effective. But when I'm 8, 9 years old, it's going to be boom. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man. Listen, there was two kind of dudes in the projects, no matter what color you are. Dudes that fought and dudes that were pussy, that would get abused. Me and my brother fought. We were the dudes fought, always. So it was like common, you know what I mean? It was like a common thing. You leave your apartment, like you're going to be fighting somebody today. I don't think there was ever a peaceful day. Like, very rarely there would be a peaceful. And I think that's the kind of upbringing for all people in the projects. There was like Nas, from what I understand, he's not really the brawler. So he's probably the dude that was a little bit more pussy. Where Jungle was probably the dude that did brawl and punch people. You know what I mean? So
Right.
like two different types of personalities. There's the personality that, you get busy, and there's a personality where you don't. You could end up being a great rapper just by being in the projects, but being a great rapper don't mean that you were really a thug, you know?
What do you think that? How do you think that influenced your mentality of things? You know what I mean? Like influenced you as a person to.
It made me very PTSD towards blacks and hip hop. So when I got into the game, I was not kissing nobody's ass and I wasn't taking no shit from nobody. So a lot of white kids, you got to bow down to blacks and hip hop, because if you don't bow down to them, they're kind of going to look at it like you're white. You know what I mean? Like, what place do you have here? It's that whole you're a guest shit. Listen, back then, the terms weren't used, you're a guest, but the energy was like, yeah, you ain't welcome. Remember, I'm talking 1999. I'm in the first Black Moon video.
Right. But
Black Moon, I'm in the Who Got the Props video. The reason I mention that is because that's like 92. That's before Wu-Tang dropped, before Mob dropped, Black Moon actually dropped. So they were cool, but the energy, I would have to go to clubs. If I'm going to a hip hop club, it wasn't all these white kids like you would see now. You might be the only white person in the whole club.
did
So
that make you resentful though, growing up, like towards black people?
I'm not resentful if you don't fuck with me. I'm resentful towards anybody who has beef with me. I was resentful against the white Guidos from Mill Basin that looked at me as white trash when I would have to ride back to the projects. They would look at it like, oh, you going back to the projects? You're white trash. You're living with them. Like, I used to get looked down. I would get looked down by blacks in the projects for being white, and I would get looked down by the rich white kids for being poor and white.
In the
So,
projects.
right. So, it's like like I said, I had so much PTSD from beef in the projects that when I got into hip hop, I already had a chip on my shoulder. Like, that's why I said in that video I made about Serch, when he said, yo, I want to make music that Raekwon likes, I immediately was confrontational and like, nah, man, why are we going to make shit another man likes?
Right. And we're going to get into the whole Serch thing, but I just want to
Well,
make
no,
sure.
the reason I mentioned that is it wasn't like I had a problem with Raekwon. I liked Wu-Tang. But the concept of I'm trying to be like him, I was against that. I thought we were our own shit.
Got you.
Now I would never say that if you brought up Big Daddy Kane, KRS, Rakim, and Kool G Rap. Those are my idols. Those are
Mm-hmm.
people in the time frame that I came up that I'd bow down to. You know what I'm saying? Like there would never be any lip towards, oh, I don't want to be like them. Like if anybody said any, but around the time Wu-Tang came out, I was trying to get a deal. You understand? I had my first demo, won my first demo contest on Bobito and Stretch in 1990. So that's why I said when Serch said what he said, I looked at it like, we don't need to be like nobody.
Right.
We're already dope. I grew up in the projects, same way Raekwon grew up in Park Hill.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm coming from a mentality, I don't think nobody's better than me. I'm not on anybody's dick.
Got you.
Very egotistical. Listen, my brother was also very egotistical. He didn't want to kiss nobody's ass, and I'm his younger brother, so you get influenced by that energy. If my brother might have been the type of person that kissed everybody's ass, like and was like calling everybody and trying to like that kind of energy, maybe I would have seen that and been, oh, then maybe I got to be like that. So my brother wasn't like that, and so I wasn't like that. And my brother got into as much beef as I got. Listen, my brother got into beef with all the dudes that were older, and I got into all beef with all the kids that were around my age, because we're 4 years apart. So so the 4 years, so there's people that are 4 years younger in that realm that are in my bracket, and there's older dudes that are in his bracket. You know what I'm saying? So he had to deal with all them, and I had to deal with whoever, and listen, like, it wasn't just only black kids I fought. I fought dirty white kids, dudes that were grimy in the projects too. But yeah, definitely it gives you PTSD, that drama, But by the time you get into an industry where everything's supposed to be gay and soft and you're supposed to be nice and sweet to everybody, I'm not even used to that shit. And my father was very rugged. So I'm not even coming into hip hop with a friendly kind of attitude, really. It's more of like, don't even try to play me. You know what I mean? I'm not having that.
So you're growing up in the 80s, right? This is the crack era.
Yeah.
You're living in Brooklyn, you're walking down the streets. What are you witnessing as a child at that time then?
Uncle Howie was the crackhead of Glenwood Projects. My Uncle Howie was the famous crackhead. There would be like times where dudes that we were friends with or people we knew, let's say like a Puerto Rican dude who we were cool with, would come up to me or my brother, be like, yo, we beat up this crackhead last night, some dude named Howie. We'd be like, yo, that's our uncle, bro. The fuck you talking about? Then the guy would be, oh, my bad, we didn't know. He was in the park wilding out, So my uncle was crazy in the projects. He was a crackhead, but he also sold all the thugs in the projects weapons. So you remember back in the day, karate mags, you could order all the weapons, Chinese stars, blowguns.
Right,
You
right.
couldn't go to a store usually for that. You had to order it from the back of a Chinese magazine. So my uncle would order all the weapons, blowguns, Chinese stars, nunchucks, and all the thugs would come to his building and buy the fucking weapons. Another thing my uncle used to do was Because a lot of dudes in the projects, they won't leave the projects. They don't know that there's a world outside of the PJs. So my uncle would go to like the Blockbuster and get all the kung fu flicks and make VHS copies of it and sell it to all the thugs in the projects, the kung fu flicks, before Wu-Tang dropped. And you could buy for like $1, or $2, and you would own, the one of those Shaolin movies or whatever, because my uncle would dub it. My uncle had like 3 different VCRs so that he could do mass duplication, and my uncle also. What would happen is if you live in the projects, they would pick a floor on the top where they would put the cable boxes for the whole building. So your apartment could be the destination that cable would put like I don't remember exactly the details, but something like the main cable box that would attach to everybody in the building could be like in your crib, and maybe you would get like a discount. So my uncle, he had like the 6th floor apartment, and I remember. So Jamaicans, drug dealers, took over my uncle's apartment as a stash spot so that my uncle could get free drugs. And my uncle ended up fucking smoking all their shit, and they burnt down his apartment with Uncle Howie in the apartment.
Wow.
And Howie had to jump out onto a tree out the window on the 6th floor, and the fire department had to come get him from a tree or 6 fucking stories up in the air. Like, that's the kind of shit I dealt with. My own uncle was wild as fuck. On some junkie crackhead, but involved with like all the goons and yeah, crazy. I used to get calls from my uncle from Riker. My uncle Howie, the one I'm talking about, he probably went to Rikers like 100 times, in and out of Rikers. So he would call me up when I was like 6 years old, and my mother said, "Don't accept collect calls from Uncle Howie because it costs money, like $30 each call." But I could never front on my uncle.
Right.
So I would accept all the calls, and my uncle would be like, "Yo, what up, kid? I'm here. Yo, I'm here with da da da. He wants to talk to you." And he would put on convicts on the phone to me, and they'd be like, "Yo, I'm gonna fuck your ass when you get up in here, motherfucker. You don't want to be up in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? You better stay out of jail because I'm gonna cut you when I see you." And then he put my uncle back on. Be like, "Yeah, that's da da da. He just want to let you know what you got coming." So by hearing shit like that, it made me not want to go to jail. And I kind of avoided a lot of the shit my uncle was doing. Like I avoided becoming a crackhead and drugs and like that. I never really became a drug guy, and I never became a jail guy because I learned really young that shit was corny.
But you were like exposed to drugs really early at an early age. Like you saw them in person and you saw people using on the streets.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I wasn't a homeless crackhead, so I wasn't around them on that level. But I mean, I'm in the projects. I'm in Brooklyn. My uncle's a crackhead, so you seeing all different kind of junkies around. Of course. I mean, that's just like normal. That shit was almost just like normal shit. You know what I mean? Like
It was normalized in the hood.
wherever I was, it was normal because, like I said, my uncle was a crackhead. So remember, he brings people around. You know what I mean? My random fucking people.
Would he use in front of you when you were a little
Listen,
kid?
my uncle fell through a fucking table, the coffee table, a glass coffee table in the middle of our living room. He fell through the fucking table.
Wow.
and just while people were over or whatever, and broke the whole table in half. Like all my couches in my apartment had holes, cigarette holes from him nodding out. He fucked up all my mother's linen. All my mother's linen had fucking holes in it. So you don't understand. Like I had a fucking crackhead in the family. Listen, there's a dude named Fiend. He was one of Master P's rappers, and he dropped an album called. His name was Fiend, and the name of the album is Every family has one. I don't remember the name of the album, but something like every family has one. So I had one as well.
Right. How would you describe your family household as a kid though? Like, is it traditional Jewish household?
Um, my mother wasn't religious until my grandmother died in 86. So my mother was not religious. And so she used to go to like Studio 54, and my mother would let us play in the projects really late, where my father wouldn't have because they were divorced. Excuse me. So,
Do you
like, if it
spend
was,
most of your time with your mom?
well, yeah, we wouldn't leave our mom. My father would say, "Yo, why you want to live in the projects with these animals?" So my father would say, because my father was a foreigner who came here and started working at Knickerbocker, and he was already a killer from the IDF. So he would deal with a lot of racism of people talking to him like he's a foreigner. And so he, my father wasn't having it. So my father would be like, "What the fuck you want to live in the projects with, these animals?" And we would be like, we're with our mother. We're never leaving our mother. Plus, I liked living with different kinds of people. And I liked being in school with different cultures. I actually appreciated that as a young kid. I had black friends, Spanish friends, and I just thought it was cool. I liked that I didn't want to be around old Jewish kids. You know
So
what I'm
you're the
saying? That was
furthest
never
thing
something
from
I liked.
furthest thing from racist at a young age, even though your father didn't like black people?
Yeah, my father didn't like anyone who disrespected him, so he
Got
dealt
you.
with a lot of. My father was the manager of the warehouse of VIM in Knickerbocker and Bushwick, like back then when I was a little fucking child. So if you know that area, you're dealing with kids that boost, they come into the stores, they try to rob shit. You know what I'm saying? And the clothing business is very Israeli. Like a lot of the clothing companies, VIM was owned by an Israeli, I think. So all those companies in the hood were stores owned by Israelis. So my father said that a lot of them would call him like talk to him like he's an Arab, like the way the Arabs used to get super disrespected. Like, Habibi, and just treated like total no respect. Then it wasn't like now with this pro-Palestine bullshit. Back then, there was no, this is before 9/11. Like there was no respect for Arabs in New York City. Like that was considered the lowest. So blacks would talk down to you, like on some like fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Like if you're in the hood, if you're from that area, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you from the hood? Do you know that kind of? This is the way it was. Anybody who's from Brooklyn, you know what I mean, and knows that time frame, very disrespectful. The kids, would go around and boost and steal shit, and listen, it is what it is. But my father would be cool with blacks or Puerto Ricans if they worked at the stores and they were cool. You know what I mean? But he didn't tolerate that shit from anybody who was being disrespectful. But me as just a little kid, I was cool with whoever was cool. And when you're a little kid, some of my first friends were black kids. Before they turned into thugs and got older and started selling crack, they were young little kids. You have to understand, children are very innocent before parents in the world teaches them how to be racist. Children
Facts.
start out being friends with whoever. You understand? If you're 5 years old, you don't know racism yet until it's. A lot of my friends were Russian kids, and they could even be Russian Jews. But if you were an American in the 80s, the Russians did not like you. 'Cause remember the Cold War and all that shit that went on? So if you were not a Russian that spoke Russian, get that American the fuck out of my house, or we don't let Americans come in the house. So I could never go over my Russian friends' houses. Their parents would not have it. Even if they were Jews, they didn't give a fuck.
Do you feel like your innocence was stolen really young?
Innocence? I mean, I never got, anybody did anything harm to me as far as that goes. So that didn't happen. Like nothing like what happened to Hassan Campbell ever happened to me. So, I
Right,
dealt
but
with
experiencing racism at that young of an age and everything, and seeing what you saw around you,
it.
that
Definitely fucked my head up. I mean, being called cracker, and shit like that, it fucks your head up. I mean, anybody who deals with racism can relate to that on any color. You know what I mean? It's listen, it's whack. It was never dope.
right.
And but yeah, it definitely gave a chip on my shoulder where I wasn't gonna kiss anybody's ass when I got into hip hop. I just wasn't gonna. I felt like, no, you respect me or fuck you.
So one of my favorite songs of yours, right, is "Reflection of Children Coming Up in the Grave." It really
Yeah.
gives insight into your childhood. I know you don't typically, do that style of rap. Some people have asked for it in the past, but you said, like, if you really want to know me, listen to my regular angry stuff, and that anger comes from somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, the concept of reflection of children came from the fact that I sampled Charles Manson and he was saying reflection of children. And so I wanted to use that. I thought that was genius. He actually says reflection of children coming up in the grave. And to me, coming up in the grave is like coming up in the hood. Obviously, a different metaphor, but so I was like, yo, this is great. I can talk about the projects and all that shit. So it gave me a concept. I don't like to just be one of those rappers that tries to like rap concepts without something that makes sense to do it. If it makes sense to do it, and it has to be organic. I don't do shit to try to be because this guy's doing it because he wants to be like Eminem talking about his mother every minute. I never
Right.
made a song dissing my mother because I think that's cornball shit. You know what I mean? But that's my point. Like so reflection of children came organically. It was an organic thing, and it allowed me to talk about certain things. You know, yeah, yeah. To answer that, any other questions you have about that song, I'll answer. Just let me know.
What's what is the most meaningful lyric in that song to you?
There's so many different things I mentioned. I talk about I never got fucked up by a kid my own age ever. That's important because no kid that was my age ever fucked me up. In the projects, it was always dudes that were 3 years older, 4 years older. And if when you're six, a kid that's 10, that's like a whole different adult. You know what I mean? So when somebody's 4 years older, that shit doesn't matter anymore when you're 20, 24, that don't mean nothing. But when you're 12 and a guy's 16, that matters. So that was a point I was trying to display to people. Like I never got punked out by people that were the same level as me, the same weight class and all that. Not because I'm some crazy gangster, just because I had heart. My father told me something early. I remember I got beat up or something, and somebody was bullying me very young. And my father said, "Why do you look sad?" This was outside the projects. He was dropping me off after taking us to Burger King. He used to pick us up for an hour. That was his seeing us at once a week. Pick us up for an hour and take us to Burger King. That's it. Nothing else. He wouldn't do anything else. And then bitch about giving my mother $50. He would call it ransom. That was his child support. And he would drop us off. And I remember, we were saying goodbye to him. He dropped us off at the project. He always said when he would drop us off at the projects, you could come live with me. You don't have to stay here. He lived in some poor place, but it wasn't the projects. But his fucking apartment was all fucked up with a broken leg put together by tape. And he didn't have much money either. But he thought we would want to go live with him. But I loved the projects because we had freedom and all these friends we would play with. It was actually awesome, kind of, living in the projects. It was a big playground. So I didn't want to live with him. He was mad strict. My mother would let us stay out sometimes till like 10 a.m. I mean, 10 p.m. before she would, expect us to come back. But anyway, my father goes, "Why you looking sad?" I said, "Oh, some kids fucking with me, da da da." My father said, "I will give you a tip," in his Israeli accent. "I will give you some pointers to help you, okay?" He goes, "Number one thing, always strike first." I said, that's interesting. Strike first? He goes, "Yes, strike first. If you think it will be a beef, strike first." Huge lesson. So anytime I ever feel spider sense that there's a beef, I strike first. That's been my MO. So I'm always the dude to set it off on people. So, like if somebody, is talking shit in my grill, they get punched in their face before they even know what's going on. I don't tolerate all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't do that. So I learned that from my father. And I think the first time I used it was this Puerto Rican kid tried to play me, and I did that to him, something like that to him, and I got suspended. And I got suspended the first time in second grade.
Wow.
And you know what was crazy? They made me really feel bad about myself. They said, "Oh, I think he has anger issues. He should talk to somebody." And I'm like in second grade, and I'm thinking like, this dude started with me. The kid
Right.
was like, he was rude to me. So I might have pushed him on the floor or something, and they said, they made me feel fucked up. And I didn't like that feeling. I remember thinking, damn, like that's crazy. Like they're against me. And I didn't even start the shit. So yeah, a lot of that affects you as a little kid. So my father told me strike first, and he said when you beat someone up or when you're hitting them, do not stop hitting them until they stop moving. Do not stop your punching and kicks until they don't move anymore. I thought that was just interesting shit. Strike first and don't stop hitting till they can't. Don't let them get up anymore. They're done. And,
Well, because
and
in
I,
the song, you also said that your dad was evil and he was a killer.
well, my father came here at 21 from Israel. He was in the IDF, and he said he was even forced to kill. He said there was times where you might not have been, able to kill, but certain sergeants and, people above might be like, yeah, kill them. And you didn't, and my father said you didn't answer back to your sergeant, because if you did, you'd be in a lot of trouble, So if you were told kill, you had to buck people in the head. He said also that he killed someone with a guillotine on the edge of the knife that's on the front of a rifle because he was in a tunnel and he came face to face with someone, the opposition. My father, you have to understand, my father definitely was not having it when I was very young. Like my father would go into like McDonald's or Burger King and start screaming at the people behind the counter if it wasn't fast enough. Like, yo, is this fast food or what? Fuck is taking so long? Could be like 3 minutes. He'll be like, what the fuck is taking so long? I thought this shit is supposed to be fast food in here.
Wow.
Yo, and we'd be looking at him in shock, like scared, like that he's embarrassing us. Like, what are you doing, Dad? He didn't give a
What
fuck. Like,
what was your relationship like with him?
but we loved him, you know what I mean? But he used to call me an asshole. Didn't matter what I did, I was an asshole. Oh, you fucked up on your report card? You're a fucking asshole. Oh, you want to buy a heavy metal t-shirt that costs $20? Them shits only cost $5 to make. You're an asshole. So we start crying. All right, throws the $20 at us. Go get the fucking shirt. You're an asshole. That was what me and my brother were called by my father our whole childhood. We're assholes. So imagine being called an asshole your whole childhood. You know? I don't think it really helps it. I don't think it helps his self-esteem, that much, but he definitely wasn't a self-esteem builder, my father, but Yeah, he was kind of fucked up, you know? My father wasn't having it though. Like, you know, like one time we're driving down before I moved into the projects in Canarsie. So you imagine I must have been like 4 years old. My brother must have been 8 years old, and some kid down the block screams, "Billy is a fuck." Little kid screams, "Billy is a fuck." As like my father's driving the car down to drop us off from taking us to Burger King. My father goes, "What the fuck?" Stops the car. "What the fuck did that kid say?" My brother, you know, he said, "I'm a fuck." My father backs the car up, gets out the car, smacks the kid in the face, the little kid,
Wow.
smacks him in his face. He runs inside, gets his father. His father comes out. Now remember, my father is Israeli, so he does shit that Israelis do, like headbutt people. Not normal shit, right? Headbutting people was some shit that was like very Middle Eastern fucking shit. Headbutt people, step on their feet, elbow people. Like,
Unexpected stuff for
I would
for a fight.
listen, Dad. Why do you headbutt people? Because their head is the hardest bone in your body. If you headbutt someone, you don't get hurt. So this fucking asshole comes out of his house. You hit my son. He was wearing sandals. My father stomps on his foot. Doesn't even hit the guy. Stomps on his foot. This guy is grabbing his foot. Ah, my foot. Ah. My father leaves, goes back in the car and drops us off like nothing happened. The father didn't do a fucking thing except cry about getting his foot stepped on. Like my father was confident in his ability to fuck people up. That just stepping on the guy's foot was enough. Or headbutting the guy or something like some weird fucking Israeli type shit.
Did the relationship with your dad get better over the years though?
Well, you know, eventually I told him what I think of him and how he was a scumbag, and you know, we'd have fights, and so yeah, obviously, you know, as I got older and all that, you know, eventually telling him what I really think, and he's not as scary anymore, you know, now at 70 fucking 8, you know, you're not that scary, you know, but
Right.
you know, my father was very scary. My father, when we were young kids, he lived in Starrett City. So Starrett City is the edge of East New York. It's almost like its own projects. Huge buildings, way bigger than Glenwood. Pardon me. So the buildings. Are you familiar with Starrett City?
No.
Starrett City, the buildings are like fucking. I don't know how high, 20 or 30 stories, and it's very big. It's maybe even bigger than like a Queensbridge, but it's not considered a projects. I don't know, but it's totally hood. So when I would go see my father in Starrett City, we used to have to deal with ops there too. A whole different ops, different from the projects, because now, you know, Starrett City, we're not from there. So they look at us like we're outsiders, even though my father lives there and I'm coming to see my father, you know, let's say once a week or whatever. I'm being treated like I'm an out of towner.
Mm-hmm.
So we were getting a lot of beef with, you know, kids in the building and like real punks, you know, scumbags. So when we would go over our father's house and stare it, my father could scare us with just a look. Like he looked at you and was like, "Ronnie, Billy, yeah, you didn't want no drama." And my father would come out naked with his dick hanging out in a robe after fucking his wife with his dick hanging out, not like nothing's wrong, and scream at you, and you fucking be shook. You did not want drama. My father was
Wow.
scary. And that was my father, you know. He ruled with fear. And you know, one of those kind of guys. And you know, eventually we get older and you answer back and all that, you know, when you're 20 and you know, and it is what it is. But I'm cool with him now, but you know, he wasn't the greatest supportive father. You know what I mean? So
Right.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie about that. It is what it is. You know.
So around the late 80s, you got into a metal band, right?
Yeah.
How did your love for music initially start?
Well, my love for music probably initially started because of Uncle Hanan, not Uncle Howie, who's my mother's brother, but my father's brother, who
Mm.
Hanan hated my father. They did not talk most of the time, for years or whatever. But Hanan was pretty awesome, and Hanan was into music. So Hanan loved Hall and Oates. So I remember probably through Hanan, Hall and Oates was probably my first love of music as a little kid. Even though I'm hearing things in the projects and I knew how to recite La Di Da Di by like 9, when I was like 9, I could do La Di Da Di. We like the party. We don't cause trouble and we don't bother nobody. We're just some men that's on the mic. And when we rock upon the mic, we rock the mic right or whatever, you know. I used to know it, you know what I mean? It was one of those songs that, you know, you would just know it, man. It was, because I guess the environment or whatever, and the U68 channel. But musically, I remember my first love. So when Method Man came out with METHOD, man, I knew exactly what he took it from. He took it from Hall and Oates. METHODOLLOVE. It's the method of modern love. You never heard that song from Hall and
Yeah,
Oates?
yeah, yeah. No, I know what you're talking
It's a
about. Yeah.
fucking sick song. So I thought that was pretty incredible when Method Man came out with that joint, that he took that. I was like, oh, that's crazy. He took a Hall and Oates hook and turned it into the Method Man joint. So that was kind of original. I got to give him that for that. But yeah, man, I loved Hall and Oates. I loved Hall and Oates so much that I wished Daryl Hall was my actual father. Yeah, I thought he was so cool. I would wish that somehow my mother would, end up with Daryl Hall and he would be my stepfather. So Daryl Hall is, Hall and Oates is my first love for music. And then I started getting into probably the first metal was stuff like Motley Crue, a lot of glam metal. Right before Metallica, I got into like Motley Crue. The debut Motley Crue album, turn me on, I'm alive tonight, out in the streets again. You never heard that song, Live Wire? I'm alive,
Yeah.
Live Wire. That's Motley Crue's first dope shit. They were actually pretty fucking dope back then. They became a little more commercial with, girls, girls, girls. That was kind of that, like when they got whack. Still like them, but not on the level. But I was into Motley Crue from the first album. You never heard Shout, Shout, Shout at the Devil. They actually were devilish. Motley Crue's first shit was Shout at the Devil. She got the looks that kill. Dun, 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 dun. Very satanic imagery and a lot of pentagrams and, so people know, the people that know be like, oh, Necro was a Motley Crue head. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I eventually ended up meeting them, and they were fucking douchebags. Motley Crue could suck a dick. Yeah,
Oh
they were
man.
fucking dickheads.
That's
They were
disappointing.
dickheads. And I was actually on the same festival with them as Necro when they treated me like shit. I was on Download, which played in London in 2007. And they were backstage with their own little rooms, and I was backstage. And I bring Motley Crue a groupie as like a sacrifice to show respect. I had a Necro groupie that was barefoot, dressed.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, I had a Necro groupie with a leash around her neck, dressed in see-through lingerie, barefoot, and I walked her over to Nikki Six to be like, "Hey, what's up? I'm Necro. I'm playing Download. I'm on the tour." They were headliners, and I was an opener. And I was like, "I'm bringing you a human sacrifice to pay respect." And bro, Nikki Six was not cool. He looked at me like I had 12 heads, mad disrespectful. So and he was with his girl, and you would think they would be, oh, that's cool. Yeah, they looked at me like I was whack. This is backstage at Download Festival. So
Did he say anything to you?
not even saying anything. I remember it was like weird. Like he gave me no respect. So across from him, like 15 feet away, Tommy Lee had a trailer. Like it was like not trailers. Yeah, it was like not a trailer like trailer park, but you know those little
No, I know what
backstage.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was like, I guess having sex with girls. He had like two girls going nuts in there, and I bring my girl over. And I was like, yo, get Tommy. I want to, so let me try with Tommy now. And Tommy was a dick too.
Wow.
I don't remember how they were disrespectful, just they didn't give me love. I
You just
remember he
remember the
came out
energy and
and,
the vibe.
no, they were just so egotistical. Like they weren't even trying to even contemplate that I might have been somebody bringing them a female offering. It wasn't even respected. It was like, I don't know, he was a douchebag. Fuck that motherfucker. But, you know, I remember Vince
So
Neil was around, but Vince Neil wasn't really being a dick or anything. But yeah, I guess I got so turned off from Nikki and Tommy being douchebags that I didn't even try with Vince Neil. Maybe he would have been cool about it.
gotcha.
But I think he ended up coming around later. But you know who were super cool? Slayer, Tom Araya, and Kerry King were fucking awesome. They showed me mad love. They were respectful.
So
Slayer.
what was the first instrument you learned how to play?
So what happened was Uncle Hanan, he gives me his Ovation acoustic. Um, it's on the wall here. It's a different one. I have a new
Got
one,
you.
but I had his Ovation acoustic, and I start learning, playing Bach with my fingers, classical, and I'm really enjoying it. And then I'm learning riffs and all that. And that
Wait,
was
is someone teaching you or you learning on
no,
your
I'm
own?
self-taught. So
Wow.
a couple of people in the project, Russian metalheads, like Mike Nabokov, showed me certain techniques or whatever, but everything is self-learned. So this was like around 10. So I become really good by like 11 within like a
So wait,
year.
you didn't learn how to read music? Like you just did it by ear?
Nah, because back then all the dope albums would give you tablatures where it's written down by numbers. So you could
Mm,
play Master of Puppets, dun, 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 and the way it's listed, it'll show you 0 on the E string and 5 and 7, and so you'll know where to put your fingers. So all those classic albums from that time from metal had tablature books. You could get a Ride the Lightning. I have them here. I'll show you one. Look, Metallica tablature book.
wow.
You never saw something like this? This is their best album, Master of Puppets. And it's the guitar tablature. So this is what it looks like, Disposable Heroes. You understand? It's all numbers. It's not
Yeah, yeah.
notes. They have the notes on the top, but the numbers on the bottom. It's almost like Crayon by Colors,
Mm-hmm.
but it's for guitar. So it's not crayon. It's that
Right.
concept, the concept of crayon, by colors, where like, number 5, you do green. That's how
Yeah, yeah.
tablature is. So basically, you could learn everything. Then it just comes down to your skill level. Can you play the riff? So certain riffs would have complexity to it. You might have a riff that's like dun 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 dun. You have to learn how to do triplets and shit. It's not. It takes hand coordination. It's something you learn. It's like black belt. In karate, little by little, you learn techniques and you practice. So I,
Right.
excuse me. So after a year, I became really good. By 11, I was so good, my brother let me into the band because I could write dope riffs and play everything. That
Oh, so it was his band.
First Injustice was his band, yes. And I
Got
got,
you.
they needed a new guitar player. Because back then it was very hard to keep members. Like a lot of members were lazy. They didn't take shit seriously. You know, my brother was always very serious, but other people would get kicked out. So when it became the opportunity for a new guitar player, I actually became so good at 11. Now remember, I'm not even old enough to get into venues. So like I'm going to venues where you got to be 18 to get into, and I'm 11. So I ended up opening up for like a lot of metal legends when I was like 11, 12 years old. Like Sepultura, Obituary, Biohazard, Napalm Death, all these groups, I had opening shows. I was the opening slot in my band. So, yeah, man, even before hip hop, even though I'm from the projects and grew up with blacks and knew how to rap by 9, I was first a metalhead. Like I was like James Hetfield. Do you know who James Hetfield is from Metallica?
Yeah.
So you know how his look is? Back in the 80s, way before, he cut his hair off and all that, you would have long hair down to there, split ends, black MC leather jacket like the bikers wear, tight pants, high top Adidas. That's how I
Right.
dressed. I was literally like a mini James Hetfield as a kid. My first thing. The first time I went to high school, no, junior high school, I didn't become hip hop yet. I fully became hip hop in 9th grade when I went to school and right when Cross Colors came out. I fully transitioned, cut my hair off, and became hip hop because
What made you do that?
I saw that metalheads weren't really being respected by the girls the same way, and everyone loved hip hop, and it was barely
Mm.
anybody white. So I transitioned literally to wearing polo designs in my head, cross colors, and I just became super cool overnight, changing from a metalhead into hip hop. But it wasn't fake because I'm from the projects, you know what I mean? So it wasn't like I
It
was
wasn't like you started faking the slang and doing all this
no,
stuff like that.
I
Like
was doing
you.
it correctly. Remember, there was no white kids rapping now. So just me being white into this black culture, all the blacks were amazed by me. Like,
Mm.
wow, like, yo, you're different. Back then, it wasn't as much, oh, you're trying to be like us, you're fronting. It was like, let's see what you got. And when I would showcase that so I was called in school in 9th grade in the lunchroom with the blacks and Puerto Ricans, I was the white Kool G Rap.
Wow.
Back then, that early. And I did not ask for the nickname. So with the way that I was rapping, they called me because I would drop my raps would be something like this. Meet my little friend. His name is M16. I got the butcher knife to cut your fucking heart out for kicks. So if you notice, I'm referencing Scarface in 9th grade,
Mm-hmm.
which is like 1990. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how I knew that, you know? I don't even remember when I first saw Scarface, but obviously I knew Meet My Little Friend, you know what I mean? And by dropping those kind of lyrics, the dudes at the lunch table who would bang the beats and also rhyme with me, they were kind of amazed by me. You know who didn't like me? The black thugs, like the really, really troublemakers. They were bothered that the more hip hop backpacky nerdy blacks and Puerto Ricans, remember the hip hop nerdy blacks and Puerto Ricans were still from the same neighborhoods that the harder thugs were from.
Right.
They just were less racist. They were more about, oh, you love hip hop, we fuck with you. So the kids that were in the lunch table banging beats and all that, they weren't assholes. They accepted me.
Mm-hmm.
But the kids who were more assholes and were more like, fuck you, white boy, they didn't like that I was getting love. So one key theme in school that I would have to deal with is black kids coming up to me trying to steal my hat. They would try to steal everybody's hat, but obviously white kids are considered back then herbs. So they would come up and try to take your hat. So I would do something special. If you came up to me to try to take my hat, so what they would do is be like, yo, run your shit, run your hat, So I would play stupid and be like, what do you mean run? Run what? Where we going to? Nah, man, run your shit, man. Give me your shit. I would be like, all right, if you could take it from me, you could have it. So they would like try to take my hat, or smack their hand away. But what the fuck you doing? You know, then try to smack it again, boom, punch dude in his face. So I ended up getting kicked out of high school for fighting kids that try to rob me. So the dean tells my father, he should be telling me. So my father goes, you expect my son to snitch on people? He'll be totally hated if he does that. You're like, why are you not doing your job? Why are you letting kids run through the hallways starting shit with people? Well, you know, I need to be notified. You know, if somebody does that, he has to tell me. He can't take it into his own hands. So I got kicked out of high school for punching people in the face that tried to rob me. And then that just made me become a drug dealer. So now I start selling weed to all the kids after school. That became my new job. As I get kicked out of high school, so I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do? And then I somehow get this hookup to sell weed through somebody, and they're giving me like a pound, and now I'm breaking shit down. I took the triple beam balance from science class, so now I have the I stole from the school. You know the triple beam balance?
Right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Now I'm using it to weigh up nickel bags, and I start selling weed to kids. And
right, because you were DoorDash before DoorDash. That was what made you so successful, right? You were delivering.
Yeah, I would deliver because the cool thing is that a lot of people that didn't deliver, they would lose business to me. So you could beat me, and I would even come at 1 a.m. and take my car or bike at the time, and I would go all the way to the projects. If I wasn't, maybe I didn't live in the projects at a certain point. We moved out after like eight years of living there, and we moved back to Canarsie, and I would deliver as far as to the projects, everyone in Canarsie, and all surrounding areas, and
any time too, right?
right, and so you get people that are like, well, I could beat Ronnie. They didn't know me as Necro then. I could beat Ronnie at 1 a.m. and he'll come deliver it. So I was making a lot of money, for somebody that young, making 300 a week, 400 a week. Back then, you might have to work minimum wage, $3.50 an hour to make 300 bucks. Work a whole fucking 40-hour week. So when I started making money like that, that was dope to me. And
So wait, your brother at the time, did he graduate high school or he got kicked out too, like you?
I think he did GED also. He did GED. We both did GED shit. I got kicked out of my GED class. I was such a troublemaker. Like I got kicked out of GED class for making in fun of the teacher, like trying to be a clown and make everyone laugh. And so I got kicked out of the GED class and had to go somewhere else because I was all about just writing rhymes and being funny, and that was my life as a kid back then. You know what I mean? Like. Everything was about getting props. That's why we do it. Why do people do hip hop? Because we want props.
Right.
Which goes back to me being in the first video from Black Moon. Who got the props? Everything was about you do hip hop, you become dope, so that people, your peers, will give you dap. Oh, that's dope. Oh, shit. Oh, those sneakers are dope. Like, I had Columbia rain suits when nobody had them. Did you ever wear Columbia rain suits?
No.
Okay, so one of the illest things in the hood or the street at that time, back then, around cross colors, was Columbia rain suits. They were super baggy, and it was like a fucking mess to wear them. You would get so hot, like they would make you sweat like a fucking pig, but they were super fly. They were so fresh. They had like yellow, light blue, all these different colors. Listen, a lot of the shit that I talked is going to be someone in the comments who are going to be like, I used to rock Columbia rain suits.
I know for a fact that's going to happen. Yeah.
Okay, so that was the shit. You know what I mean? And so, why did I mention that? I forgot.
I don't know, but I wanted to go back a little bit because while you were selling at that time, were you only selling weed or you started to venture off into other things too?
I was selling weed, and then I started hanging out with Rob Weiner. Rob Weiner was a Jewish kid who lived in the projects who was 8 years older than me. So he was never really a kid. He was always my elder in the projects. And Rob Weiner was a white guy, kid, that nobody black fucked with in the projects. They all loved him. He never got into the type of beef that me and my brother did. The
Mm.
reason why is because Rob Weiner was hilarious. He was comedical. He would crack jokes that would make everybody black just love him. He was hilarious. I don't know. He just had this fucking skill. Anywhere he would go, he'd be like, "What?" He would talk like fucking like Eddie Murphy, and like people would just bug out, and they just loved him. So Rob at this time became a coke dealer for some Italian guys in Mill Basin who ran shit and all that. And he was their main delivery. And he was awesome because he would run red lights with Coke and nobody would wait. And he was very fast delivery. And all the people who he delivered to loved him. So I started hanging with him. He became I always knew him as a little kid and never hung with him, but then we got close as I got older. So I kind of became the bodyguard because what would happen was he wasn't really like a fighter type of guy. And
Right.
I became more of a thug, as I got older. So him being a coke dealer, there would be coke people, and they would come to the fucking car, maybe try to talk shit. Why'd you take so long? No, no, no. So I would be around and be like, yo, watch your fucking mouth. And you could see when I talk to you, I'm gonna punch you in your face. Don't make me get out the car. So I kind of became Rob's homie. And Rob, remember, this is a long time ago. So Rob was making like 10 G's a week.
Wow.
When you make 10 G's a week, then that was a lot of money. So Rob would buy we would go to restaurants and he would buy like every dish. Like, and like it was, and I'd never seen anybody like it was the first time I hung with someone who quote unquote was a baller, who had money like that. And so I was never per se the coke dealer. I was more like the muscle for Rob when he would ride around. And Rob would pay for everything. So Rob paid for my first movies in college. When I did my two movies, 187 Reasons Why and The Devil Made Me Do It, that was funded through drug money from Rob. And Rob took me to my first hibachi restaurant. Like, he opened up my eyes to a lot of shit because I used to be like, yo, let's get pizza. All I knew was pizza and burgers. I never knew what hibachi was. What the fuck is that? Japanese food? He's like, come with me, you're gonna love it. This guy orders like 20 dishes. I'm like, bro, you can't even eat it. He goes, I like to order 20 dishes so I can take a little bit from each one and enjoy. He would go to a restaurant and create his own buffet on the table. Because listen, if you're making 10 G's, what is a $500 meal? Nothing.
Right. Right.
So that's how, I dealt with that. But I was mainly for my own business with my own business cards. I had 30 customers being a weed dealer. I would get pounds, and the pounds would be commercial weed. It wouldn't be the good weed. See, Rob would have the good weed, hydroponics, the shit that'll crush you with a joint. I would get the weed that's called commercial. So it would be all the shake and all the leftover. And then it would be a cheaper pound because you would get a fat pound and I could make nickels that were huge. So I would have nickels that would be like this big. And so all the hood people, when I say hood people, I'm talking even white people. All the people that were hood, white girls, white guys, blacks, anybody who's in the street that hangs out on corners and in parks that listens to hip hop, they loved me because you could make like 4 blunts with one of my nickels. They didn't want to get like a better quality and just have like a little tiny little blunt or a little joint. They weren't trying to pay $20 for,
Right.
the skunk. They were like, oh, I can make 4 blunts with your nickel. So that gave me a market. So I was able to have like 30 customers that I delivered to. And listen, I'm talking like I'm only like 15, 16 now. So that was pretty dope. So my first hustling before hip hop was actually drug dealing.
Mm-hmm.
But I never made it to like the levels of like the Jay-Z's and, with that type of shit,
Right.
but I dabbled in it. I listen. I had to deal with the kind of shit where if you owed me $5, I would literally feel like I had beef with you and had to threaten your life. Back then, if you owed me, because there'd be people that'd be like, "Yo, let me get a nickel. I'll give you $5 next week," and I'd be like, "All right." And then if you didn't give me the nickel, that's my reputation right there. Because what happens is word will start getting around. Oh, I took a nickel from him and didn't give it back to him, and people will think I'm a sucker. So I would have to tell certain people, "Yo, you owe me that 5, or I would have to chase you down and threaten you. Like, yo, I'm gonna fuck you up." So anyone who's hood, who sells shit, small time, or will understand what I'm talking about. Like, back then, that's your word. You know what I mean? So you will have to get gully on somebody over $5. I'm sure 50 Cent brought it to people over very little amounts of money
Yeah,
back then.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like back then, $10 is crazy. Somebody owes you $10 and they're dodging you. That's beef.
Well, we have to remember too, the inflation now. I mean, that's a lot more money back then. That's like owing
That
you
too.
like $30 now or something like that. You know what I mean?
I mean, definitely it was. Well, remember, for $5 you could get a combination plate back then.
Right.
A combination plate is rice, chicken nuggets, a small wonton soup, and an egg roll, and a soda for five
That's
bucking bucks.
that's
So
crazy.
that's a meal right there. So you owe me $5, but here's the thing: it was mainly principle. The principle that you would try to play me when I'm very much outside every day in the street, and I'm gonna see you in person sometime, and you're telling me you should fear me, not to play me. So if you're trying to play me, you're basically saying, "Fuck that motherfucker. He's a bitch. I ain't giving him his shit back."
And like you said, it's your reputation too.
Listen. I didn't have a lot of instances where people try to play me. Just know that. But I'm saying there was the occasion where I had to bring it to people.
So in the early 90s, you and your brother, Ill Bill, was already making your way to radio stations and getting on, right?
Yeah.
How
I,
did
I
that come about?
well, the radio station, the Mecca was Stretch Armstrong and Bobito, WKCR 89.9, Columbia University. And the second one in line was DJ Riz, WBAU with Wildman Steve, which much shout out to DJ Riz and Wildman Steve. They were awesome to me. But the biggest show that had everybody was Stretch Armstrong and Bobito. And I won a demo battle contest in 1990 on Bobito on that show. And part of winning the contest was if you win, you get to come up to the station.
What did you have to
And
do to win though?
our demo would battle. We had to battle other demos.
Got you.
And
Okay.
and so I don't remember the exact details, but the demo for me and Bill called Check Out the Demo. Check Out the Demo was actually Russian samples that we sampled with break beats that we got from the projects, from people in the projects. There were a lot of Russians that just came to America that would throw their records out in the garbage. And we would dig. And actually, our first records that we dug was actually from Melodia Records, which is the biggest label in Russia at the time. And anybody who knows beats will know Melodia Records is legendary. And
Wait, so
so
you're already
basically,
producing at this time?
well, what we would do is we would go to a guy named Dr. Def. Dr. Def would have ads running on hip hop radio shows back in 90 where come to Dr. Def's studio for $50 and I'll engineer your demo for you. So we went to Dr. Def and made our first demo and paid him $50. And he actually had the Akai S950, and we would tell him the shit we want. We brought the records, we told him what to hook up, he hooked it up, and then we dropped our rhymes. We were able. He would charge $50 a demo. I don't remember. I don't know what other people went there, but I know I went to him first, me and my brother, and he put us up on the book to get, which kind of fucked our head up for the industry, made us a little too ill, made us like young Leo Cohen's, when we weren't that, because he told us to get the book, Donald Passman, Everything You Need to Know About the Music Business. And because we read that book, it made us think we fucking know things. And so we probably fucked up tons of deals that we could have had very early on, because that book would tell you, oh, da-da-da, this amount and that amount. And back then, you needed to just take deals that fucked you, because everyone got fucked. But that book probably made us turn some shit down. Like I remember one time through Black Moon, Chuck Chillout was going to maybe think about signing my brother, and we went to go meet Chuck Chillout very early on when he was the guy who would sign you at Nervous Records. Like I said, before Wu-Tang and Mobb Deep. And I remember Buckshot told Bill, I don't know if you can really trust Chuck Chillout. Be careful. He's not really, going to give you a good deal. And Chuck Chillout offered my brother, and I'm there with my brother, taking his back by being there, $20,000 to sign him. I don't remember the details of how long or whatever, but because we were reading that book, we thought we knew, oh, no, we could get a better deal than that. And we didn't do it. But if my brother would have accepted that deal with Chuck Chillout for $20,000 with Nervous Records, my brother would have been out before Wu-Tang Clan. Even before MC Serch got involved, 3 years later or whatever, we would have been out through Chuck Chillout on Nervous Records. I ended up talking to Chuck Chillout later as Necro, and he played some of my songs, with his radio station. So shout out to Chuck Chillout. But, I don't know if he'll remember that. He probably met with so many people back then.
So you guys win the demo thing. What happens after?
Bobbito's a scumbag and doesn't let us come up. He's being a dick. And every time I call up and like, can we come up now? We won the demo battle. He'd be, oh, no, we got a lot of guests this week. Call me next week. This guy's fronting. Till 2004 when Fatal, you know who Fatal is?
Fatal.
From the barbecue with Nas, Fatal is merciful.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
The Puerto Rican dude. Shout out to Fatal. Fatal brings me and my brother up. I say to Fatal, Bobbito's fronting. He goes, Bobbito ain't gonna front on me. Because Fatal, from what I understand, his lore, he had caught a body. So people, and he hung out with guys like G Rap back then and Large Pro. So Bobbito was not telling Fatal no. And Fatal was managing my brother. So I got the invite to go up with him and my brother. That's when I dropped on Bobbito, Necrophiliac, 1990 Gore. Necrophiliac, 1990 Gore. And I tore the shit the fuck down. And what's crazy is I'm rapping in a death metal voice. This is before I realized maybe I shouldn't be rapping in a death metal voice. But when I went up to Bobbito and Stretch, they're like cracking up at my lines. I'm saying mad anti-gay shit. I'm talking mad, funny, fucked up shit, and I'm rapping it in a death metal voice. My castration hand is steady, so bitch, are you ready to get your dick chopped off with a machete? And I'm rapping like, yeah, and Bobbito was losing his fucking mind. And what's crazy is Bobbito had fronted on me previously to that, and I went up there not liking Bobbito. Like, my attitude was kind of like, fuck this motherfucker. Because I knew that the only reason I was getting to go up there was because of Fatal. Bobbito didn't keep his word.
Mm-hmm.
Part of winning the demo battle contest was you get to come up as a demo winner and get an appearance on the show. So Bob was being a scumbag.
Back then, rapping on radio, like live radio, meant a lot.
That was everything. That was everything.
Yeah.
The first time Jay-Z was heard was on Bobbito and Stretch. First time Wu-Tang did the whole album over Who Got the Props beat. Before 36 Chambers dropped, they went up on Bobbito and Stretch and did a lot of the rhymes that were on the album. ODB, Method Man, all those rhymes on different songs, they rapped it over Who Got the Props, that beat. You know that beat?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Bobbito and Stretch freestyle with the whole Wu-Tang Clan up there. So first time Big L, all these guys went up to that show. So it was legendary, you know, and they were just being dicks. Bobbito wasn't really a Necro fan lyrically. He ended up letting me link with Cage because I was the only one who showed interest at a time where Cage was considered a weirdo drug addict. He was awesome at rapping, but he was very weird mentally. And Bobbito was like, I can't deal with this guy. And here's his number. So Bobbito was cool to me from a producer perspective. He always liked my beats. I just don't think Bobbito related to kind of like the early what they call horrorcore style. Even
Mm-hmm.
though I call my shit death rap, Bob probably just looked at it as like, you know, you're rapping about horror movies. I don't like it. He was just being a douchebag.
Right.
He is a douchebag. Honestly, you know, I want to give props to a Bobbito for him helping me, but he left me out of the documentary and left nonfiction out of the documentary and Cage. He basically shitted on me, Cage, and nonfiction, who were very much people that went up to Stretch and Bobbito. So he's a scumbag for that. And people have commented, like, how the fuck is Bobbito and Stretch not going to showcase Necro, nonfiction, and Cage? Like,
But how was Stretch though? Was Stretch cool?
well, Stretch is part of us not getting love, but at the time, Stretch did show me certain love. I remember going over Stretch's crib the time that I dissed Craig G. Did you know about the time I dissed Craig G?
Yeah.
So we went over Stretch's house and slept over, me and Cage, I guess, so that we could be in Manhattan and then go to the show the next day for me to do what I was going to, that rhyme that I did against Craig G. And Stretch was cool. He let me go through his, I ruined his whole record collection in his house that was alphabetically in order. Here's what happened. I said, "Yo, Stretch, yo, you got." He has a super insane collection of vinyl, all alphabetical on walls and in on shelves. And they all wanted to go to sleep, like 12 or whatever. I'm like, "Yo, Stretch, can I listen to records and tape shit that I find?" He's like, "Yeah, go ahead. Just don't put anything out of order." He wakes up 7 in the morning. I'm sitting on the floor with all his records all over, spread out, all over the place, all over the floor, everything out of alphabetical order, like hundreds of pieces of vinyl, like a little kid playing with toys. I had been up all night going through this guy's records. I found like the Streets is Watching record. Like back then, that was rare. You
Right,
know,
right.
then he had like the original record. I was like, he had a lot of ill shit. I remember, bro, it was like incredible to me that night at Stretch Armstrong's apartment, you know, and
What was his reaction?
he was a little disappointed, but Stretch is kind of cool like that. He
Uh-huh.
was like, damn, you fucked up my whole collection is out of order now. I was like, my bad, my bad. Do you want me to put it back? And he was like, don't worry about it. He's kind of an easygoing kind of guy. So, you know, but that might have been, he might have looked at me as like, yeah, no more Necro ever coming to my house again.
Gotcha.
Well, here's another thing. He let me steal records from WKCR. I'm probably the only person that ever got to steal records. So when you went into the radio station to rhyme in WKCR, you had to walk through these walls that had all kinds of vinyl, blues, Asian, just a lot of rare shit because even though they had the hip hop show from 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. on Thursdays, they had all these other radio shows, like an Asian show, had nothing to do with hip hop, a blues show. So there would be a lot of vinyl, super rare shit. And I was like, yo, now Bobbito never would have let me fucking take vinyl. So I go up to Stretch. I'm like, yo, Stretch, can I borrow some vinyl? I'll bring it back. He's like, yeah, that's cool. Just don't let Bob see. And he goes, don't, yeah, you know, and bring it back or whatever. Yo, I get Mr. Hyde. This is when like they're in the room working with other rappers, rapping on the radio. I'm outside, fucking taking thousands of vinyls, bro, in a fucking duffel bag. Yo, the bags were so heavy. Like imagine vinyl and you're trying to carry it in
That's
duffel bags because
crazy.
like it's like carrying 100 pounds. and I must have stole like 5,000 pieces of vinyl from WKCR that was not approved by Stretch. And I don't think Stretch gave a shit, to be honest with you. Like, he wouldn't have approved it, but he didn't know that I did it. You understand what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
if you stole that much, how much was really there though? You're
uh,
talking like
they pro
20,000?
yeah. Literally, to walk in to get to the part where you will go into the office, it's like a radio station. It's not just like
Wow.
some like it was like back then. It was like a real radio station in Columbia University that played all those vinyls, like and had radio shows that played all through the week. And Bobito and Stretch were allocated to 5 to 1 on
That's
Thursday
crazy.
nights, 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. So yeah, man, it was major vinyl. So bro, I stole so many Asian records. I made a lot of nonfiction classics from those records. Their biggest song from nonfiction is Black Helicopters.
Right.
That sampled from one of the records, an Asian record I stole from WKCR because Stretch let me. So shout out to Stretch for that.
So you've had an interesting take in history with the N word. You spoke about
Yeah,
back in the day, everybody said the word in New York specifically, like everybody
yeah.
of all types of culture.
Well, at first, blacks and Puerto Ricans always said it. That's like, there was never a time in my life that blacks and Puerto Ricans did not say the M word. White people, that's different. Obviously, at that time, as a little kid when I'm in the projects, nobody white was using the M word.
But like you're saying, like later on, like you saw like Indian people, like all types of people were using it.
If you were a thug, if you were in the hood and you hung out with people that, listen, in Brooklyn, you could be hood and all your boys are white kids. You could be hood and all your boys are West Indian. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing. Italian kids around the 80s in Guido, Italian neighborhoods, they didn't say the N word. They would beat up blacks that would come. Remember Howard Beach?
Right.
Okay. But if you were a white kid from the hood, you might have used it if you were gangster enough. Me and my brother used it because we you have to understand, a black kid would come up to someone like me. Let's say I'm in high school, I told you, right? What up, my N? You might have not heard what I said because what up, my N? They would say to me, what up, my N? So now, when you have 10 different kids that are black calling you the N word, it's not that you automatically take on the adoption to be like, what up, my N, to them back. It's more, you have to understand. Now NWA is using the word and they're brainwashing white kids all over the world. You're hearing it in every rap song. Every rap song is using it from a black artist. So it gets adopted as a slang, and you might use it with someone black, depending on how cool you are. It's not like you just spit it out. What up, man? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's more nuanced at that time. And of course, if you're not hood, you might have somebody black who might have been like, "What'd you say, bitch?" And that probably happened to some white people. Never happened to me. You know what I mean? I
So
never
so
had
I know
anybody. You have to understand. I went to some of the illest events back then in early '90s, where everybody in hip hop was in the event, and I would go up and rap using the M word. I mean, I'm
right.
talking about an event that would have Fatal, Kool Keith, Kool G Rap, King Son, Adolf. Everybody was there in the house. And then I get up and I'm doing my rap. And I'm clearly a white boy because my skin is white. Maybe they thought I was Puerto Rican, but whatever. I mean, the point of the matter is I was a white kid using it in front of blacks in my rhymes.
And you
Obviously,
uploaded the video of that to YouTube too.
that was one show that was put on by the people down with. So Evil D is there in the back. He was the host. 5FT from Black Moon was there. This is before Wu Tang dropped, before Mobb Deep dropped. It was '92, and we're using the M word. Listen, I even look back at it like, what the fuck was I thinking? I look back on it because I think we felt we had the right to say it because back then, if you were a black rapper and one of the good ones, everyone said the N-word. It kind of added to your authenticity. So if we didn't use the N-word, it wasn't like we were thinking, oh, we're being respectful to the black people. We're just thinking hip hop now. It's not like I go into the mirror and I look at myself and I'm white. Hip hop's in my mind. It's my life. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? I don't
It's a
look in the
lifestyle.
mirror.
It's a culture. It's almost like
Exactly.
a religion.
It's in my head now, and the people I'm around and people they're calling me N. Even people who I had beef with would still be like, "Yo, what up, N? What up, N?" It was like no, it was a normality. Probably because we were not the white kids from Mill Basin. We were the white kids in the project. So we're kind of seen like we're black already. Even though we're not, we're being, you know what it's like? We're not being accepted, but we're still being treated like we're black by blacks.
Mm.
You get it? It's like, we know you're white, but I'm still going to call you my N. So I'm a young kid, man. I'm impressionable. I want to be accepted by hip hop. So I'm doing kind of what I think is the right thing. And nobody ever had a problem with it. Only until the internet came into play and people who are black from outside of New York didn't understand how a white guy was using it. It first happened when allhiphop.com played me. They
Right,
tried to
right. And
play me.
before we get into that, though, right? Before we get into that,
Yeah.
because I do have that as a question. But
Okay.
in the past, I've seen videos of you saying the word, like when you're
Yeah.
talking about this topic. But now you're saying the N word. What made you stop saying it?
I guess I just became more mature and just realized that I felt I had a right to say it as part of my ghetto hoodness as a man. You have to understand why the white kids who say it feel they could say it because you can't make them stop saying it on some street shit. You're not going to walk up and be like, yo, you're a white bitch. You can't say it if you're a gully dude. A gully dude is going to punch you dead in your face. You can't get like that with somebody who's actually really thorough. It's only with bitches.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I'm thorough. So you know what I mean? You're not going to tell me what I can and can't say. And that's the mentality of everyone who was non-black from Brooklyn or Queens in the hood that said it. Like, yo, you ain't telling me shit, my G. Fuck out of here. Look at Nems. I'm just mentioning a random example. He's half Irish, Puerto Rican. I mean, he said it more than me. He would say it so much when I was down with him in 2007 that I would even be like, yo, bro, this is overboard. No, but he like felt he could do it because he's from the projects over there. I even was like, bro, it's too much, man. I
Well,
never
do you
told
think
him
that
that.
it's the
But
Puerto Rican side that he feels?
yeah, of course. Listen, of course. But even he realized at a certain point, and when he started getting bigger, that too many people have an issue with it. Like the issue that I told you with the all hip hop issue, which whenever you want to ask about it, I'll break it down. But I'm just mentioning him as an example because he's someone who wouldn't, he said the N word way even more than me, and just a little bit that I used it bothered some people. Like when I went to Muggs' studio in 2007 or whatever, and I said it, DJ Muggs, and I say it on the only song I ever did with Muggs with Sick Jackin'. I'm using the N word in the song. Now, nobody there said anything to me. Muggs didn't say, yo, Necro, maybe you shouldn't use the N word because I'm down with certain black people out here and they're not going to like it. He didn't say anything to me. So I'm thinking I'm just dropping some hard shit. But I ended up hearing later from a dude named Tone, who was the manager of Psycho Realm. He told me, he's like, yeah, I don't know if certain people have said, why were you letting Necro use the N word? So there's a chance Muggs, being from Cali and not from New York, white kids might not use it the same way that we do here. And if I'm correct, New York is mainly Puerto Rican, predominantly the Mexicans here are more considered dishwashers, but in Cali, the Mexicans are gangbanging fucking gangsters. You understand? So maybe the
Well, the
Mexicans,
racial tensions between blacks and Latinos in California is way different than it is in New York.
exactly. Puerto Ricans and blacks are way more down here, where Cali it might be a little more separated by neighborhoods. So
And gangs and all that.
right, but even Mexicans will tell you from Cali, yeah, we use it. We use the word, but I think it's a little more less accepted. And so if you're from New York, you understand. But if you're not from New York, you won't understand. So, you know,
Well,
I
Cypress
probably
Hill, they used it early on too, though. Cypress Hill did, right? And they got criticized
yeah.
for that.
Listen, I probably hurt my career, but listen, I can tell you shit that'll blow your fucking mind. You want to hear a story? One a random story
Yeah.
to show you how warped I was? So I get a meeting with Vibe. I don't remember how I finagled this meeting, but I get a meeting to go up to Vibe to meet with Daytwan Thomas. Do you know who Daytwan Thomas is?
No.
Daytwan Thomas first was one of the editorial guys in XXL, which I have a story about that too, actually. Should probably save it for my channel. But this is after I already first had met him at XXL, but never really kicked it with him. But I get a meeting to go up to Vibe. I don't remember through who, maybe through a publicist I had hired. I don't know, but I go up to Vibe and it's just me and Daytwan Tom. Daytwan is black, not really a thug. He's kind of more what you would call a herb. You know what I mean? Soft. And he's in the office. He's sitting over there. I'm here. I'm Necro, like younger version of Necro, and I'm using the M word. I'm not calling him the M word or anything. Just as we're talking about, he was asking me questions about Necro, about why I guess they should give me editorial on something. I'm like, yeah, I grew up in the projects. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and fucks with me. And I'm not going to say the word now, because everyone will be
Right.
in a fury. But and fucks with me, meaning people in the hood like me. I'm
Right.
saying things in that language. You know what I mean? And he didn't fucking say a word to me. Like, yo, why are you using the M word? Or I got a problem with it. Or, you're bugging. He accepted it. And I didn't overly use it, but I'm using it the way any black kid would have used it, talking about their music and the streets and how they came up. And so I probably told him I'm from the projects, da 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 da. And the words getting used here and there. And I remember leaving, and they never gave me any love. Of course, in my face, he acted cool. Shook my hand, goodbye, da da da. He wasn't really gangster enough to check me. You know what I mean? There's no way he personally would have checked me
Right.
because I would have been like, pop off then. You know what I mean? But so that was just the mentality I was on. Listen, it's not me saying that nobody could have checked me. Maybe there would have been somebody who's stronger than me and ruggeder or whatever, maybe could have checked me. And, but it never happened. It definitely didn't happen from Daytwan Thomas. So just, I want to show you how warped I was as a young buck. It didn't dawn on me. Here's what I thought. This is how fucked up things are. I thought by me keeping it real to the streets the way I am, it would be good. What is that shit? Balloons. Did you see that?
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's like your hand gestures. Kind of iPhone has some weird stuff where you do certain hand gestures that
Why does it say 99% recorded?
Because the interview is being recorded.
Right, but it says 99%.
Right, because it's being uploaded as we're talking.
Oh, okay. So sorry to interrupt, but basically, I thought I was keeping it real. If I could go back in time, I would not have used the N-word and probably found a way to relate with him instead of looking at him or just him being soft and me being hardcore. I would have found a way to bond with this guy who probably would have gave me some good press and I might have gotten a record deal from it. Because this was probably around the time before Eminem dropped, where if I would have got a Vibe feature, oh, Necro from the project, that would have been something that somebody at a record label would have saw.
Right.
But because I was being too hood in my mind, he probably definitely got turned off.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely thought in his head, who the fuck does this white kid think he is? Definitely, guaranteed. Because first of all, he never hollered back. I never got any placement in Vibe, like through that meeting. It didn't lead to anything. That was, what I would have considered a dead end. So that just shows you the mentality that I was on. I didn't understand. You have to understand, Wu-Tang's blowing up, all these thug rappers are blowing up. I'm thinking I'm keeping it real like y'all. I
Right.
can hang with all y'all motherfuckers. But the reality is, nah, you're a Jew and you're different. You're not like us.
So was it in recent years that you made the decision and realized like, hey, this is better for me to not do this anymore?
Well, I stopped using the N-word around 2012 when I did The Godfathers with G Rap. I asked G Rap, I was like, yo, G, do you mind if I use the N-word? And G Rap goes, nah, I don't care. I'm like, really? Well, why don't you have a problem? He goes, because I know where your heart is at. I know what you're about. I know you don't mean it in a bad way. I said, wow, that's hell that you said that. I said, but you know something? I'm not going to use it on this whole album because I don't want people to have an excuse to say that they don't like the album because a white boy's using the M word. So I did not use it on that album, and I don't think I've used it on any Necro albums after that.
But
So,
as far as like in videos, I've seen you say it after that though, right? So at what point
well,
did you like stop using it?
that was more like in the street type of shit. Here's the thing, the reality, everybody uses it when the camera's off. I mean, everyone who doesn't use it as a racist way uses it if you're a hip hop type, street type kid. Everyone with their boys. Here's the thing that people don't understand. When you are with comfortable people that are your boys, no matter what color, there is a good chance you're going to use it here and there. My own engineer calls me a white N, like just trying to be funny. Like, shut up, you white N. Like, it's because these are your people. You understand? If someone's your people, you're going to talk shit about it. It's called snapping on each other. People snap on each other. Now, if you don't know somebody, that's a different story where they might take offense. But I believe everybody uses it. And, like you think Nems ain't using it anymore, ever, with the people he knows, with his boys? Of
Right.
course he is. It's just we're making a decision now as older men to kind of say, maybe this just doesn't make sense anymore. Listen, you become more mature. I am more mature now. You know what I mean? A lot of things happened in my life and changed. And here's the thing, I don't feel like I want to fight people over it anymore. I would have fought before over it. I would have gotten into a fight with you
Yeah.
over you telling me that I can't say something. Not just the N word, just the fact that you're trying to sun me. The fact that you're trying to overpower me with your manhood to tell me what I can and can't do. That's a street thing. That's a hood thing. Because I had a friend that's Asian and he used to say it and he's totally hood and da da da. You could not tell him what he could say. It's about you trying to tell another man what he can and can't do. You're trying to make a bitch out of him. Now, I get it. Somebody might say, oh, but what if people were walking around saying, what up, my, would you be cool with that? Well, here's the thing. If calling somebody became the regular thing that 1,000 rappers were saying, I probably wouldn't have a problem with it. It's a problem because nobody uses it that way. It's only used as a negative, derogatory thing to Jews. The N word is used as a noun. It's a noun or something
Right.
friendly. You know what I mean? It can be used in different ways. Listen, it became a word that gets used in different contexts. So I think when certain people are like, nah, fuck that, they're not being realistic because you're denying the fact of the word. And then, and then here's another thing. if you have a problem with other races saying it, why do you say it so much? And why do you say it to other races? It's kind of stupid that you're going to own a word because the word was negative to your people. Then now you're going to say it and call other people it, but tell that other man, you can't say it. That's a form of control.
What do you think about people saying that it's your white privilege or your whiteness feeling that you have entitlement to be able to use this word? Like, how dare you tell me that I can't say it?
Here's the thing. There are some people who have white privilege. There's also some people that have black privilege. I mean, shit, Puff Daddy's sons, they don't have black privilege? What do
Wouldn't
you
you say
think?
that, or you could argue in that situation that maybe that's a more classism kind of situation
Well,
because they come
well,
from money?
well, no, I mean, it's different things. In hip hop, white people are a minority. What white privilege has Necro ever had in hip hop? If anything, I got no privilege being white or Jewish. I got nothing. I got no help. I had to build everything up myself. I was not given a damn thing. So in life, my life revolves around hip hop. So what white privilege in my life have I had when my whole life is hip hop? You can't be this good to have 500,000 people on Spotify like you if you don't do hip hop well and it's not something you dedicated your life to. You're not going to get that many listeners, especially for the type of music I make. It's not like I'm putting out commercial shit and you can say, oh, but you're commercial, so you got a bunch of idiots that love you. I have real hip hop heads that love me, people that listen to what you would consider the real shit. People that love me love Wu-Tang, love G Rap, love Premier, love Gangstar, right? I mean, it's that bracket. People that listen to Necro are not listening to G-Eazy.
Right.
People that listen to Necro are not listening to Harlow.
But I feel like people would be looking at the situation as more than just hip hop, right? They're talking about everyday your everyday usage of the word, or like,
That's the problem. They don't understand hip hop. So a lot of the people that were online, FBA, talking shit about, you're a guest and da da da, none of them are hip hop heads. Now, when I say hip hop heads, I mean involved. They're casual rap listeners. You know that they're not hip hop heads because anyone who's a hip hop head gives me that first, who's black. For instance, I once made a post online that hip hop is racist or something like that. It was not my video, but it was before I did the videos. It was like an Instagram post type of thing. And Talib Kweli commented. And the first thing he said was, first, I want to say, Necro, you're down by law. But I don't agree with what you're saying, da 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 da. But he made it clear, somebody who gets into a lot of beef with, different white people over shit, he wanted to let me know and everyone else that he's aware that I'm down by law. What I take that is, he knows I'm from the underground. He knows what I came up with. He understands what I'm about, and I'm not I'm not Tom McDonald, let's say, who
right.
he said he thought was doing the culture wrong or whatever. He knows Necro is where he's from. I come from the same place Talib came from in hip hop. So
Wait,
if you,
Talib
yeah,
said that Tom McDonald was doing the culture wrong.
well, he went on Piers Morgan and shit on Tom McDonald.
Hmm.
Yeah, everyone who watches Piers Morgan, I'm a regular Piers Morgan watcher. When Tom McDonald did the song with Ben Shapiro, Talib Kweli hated on Tom McDonald and called him a colonizer or whatever. Said something in the way of,
Along those lines.
yeah, exactly. But my point is that Talib Kweli would be considered a black backpacker, underground, real hip hop type head. Not really a mainstream guy, as he never really blew up. He might have had that one song to get
Get by.
by, but yeah, but he's not really looked at. He's more looked at for Black Star and shit like that with Raucus.
Yeah,
So
raucous.
so basically, my point is, you're not going to see Sadat X go online and diss me and Fat Joe and he ended up getting into beef with FBA over that. So my point is,
and we're gonna get into that later.
yeah, my point is nothing to take away from the concept of FBA. Foundational Black Americans. I have nothing against that concept. I think the people online that are commenting, "You're white, fuck you, you have nothing to do with this, da da da." I don't believe those are real hip hop heads that actually make beats and rhyme and were part of the New York City culture. So if you're not part of the grain, you're just not going to understand me. You're going to think that everything revolves around Eminem.
Got you.
Yeah. Which is sad because the reason that we don't get more respect is because of douchebags like MC Serch that leave us out because he's so threatened. Because as dope as Third Base was, they're only around for like 2-3 years doing anything big. And somebody like Necro, I'm big for 30 years and I produced my own shit, funded it. I rap way more iller than Serch, even though his shit was cool on Third Base. It's very outdated.
Wait. Okay, come on. You jumping ahead right now. Okay, we're gonna get into MC
I'm always
Serch.
going to jump ahead because everything. Listen, bro, because everything intertwines.
Right. No, I got you.
Listen, I'm not going to think. Oh, let me organize what I'm going to say now because you want. Listen, you can re-bring up shit if you want. You know what I mean? But I mean, I don't think you want to stop me making my point. My point is that certain people like that, they just want to take props for the little amount of time that they were influential. I helped Nas or whatever. Okay, that's great. But what is your influence to white kids? Necro influenced white kids way more than you did. White kids have been following Necro for 30 years. I've been inspiring them. And think about it. Serch probably only inspired the white kids who want to be down, that think that they're cool. I inspire white kids all over the world that get shitted on probably, that get called negative things. You see a guy like Necro and you're like, you know something? I fuck with his shit. He's keeping it real. He's not an industry clown. So, I'm different. I'm a different breed, I feel. This is why MC Serch had to bring up the fact that when he had beef with MC Serch, with MC Hammer, who'd he call?
Right. Yeah.
No, notice that. We don't get mentioned for our hip hop shit, but when he actually had beef in the street with somebody who's considered very gangsta, who held him down?
Yeah, it was Necro.
Isn't that kind of crazy that I get brought up for that, but I don't get mentioned for all my other awesomeness?
So let's go back to the founder of all hip hop, right? Chuck Creekmore. You said
Shout out to Creekmore. We spoke many times. Yeah. Shout out to him. We spoke many times.
Right. You said you guys had a situation where he did a phone interview with you, but he essentially
he didn't. He didn't. You want me to tell you the situation?
Yeah.
All right. So I had this part. I'm not sure if it's correct, but I think I had a publicist named Zenobia Simmons, a bald black lady. Shout out to Zenobia. She's pretty cool at the time when I hired her. And I think she was doing my press. I don't remember what year, and got me an all hip hop interview. I think, just to give context. Regardless of the fact, I had an interview with a black dude and a journalist. And so I get on the phone with the dude, and the first thing the dude says to me, he calls me the N-word. Yo, what up, my N? He's talking all hood, like he's from the hood, talking to me with that kind of swagger. So I'm talking back to him with the same swagger, using the M-word. Didn't use it that many times, here and there, maybe 5 times in the whole interview I might have said the M-word. And the guy, being mad cool to me, one thing I noticed, he didn't record the interview. He said, yeah, I'm going to write shit down. I thought that was a little shisty and weird, but I didn't think anything of it because I never had a bad experience. But I thought that was a little weird because if you're writing shit down, how are you going to get everything I'm saying correctly? Like, there's no way you can write that quick. And that was just fucking, could you imagine that now? If you were writing my interview down on paper, well, that's some weirdo shit. So I end up seeing the interview, had no beef with the guy. Everything was cool, like two dudes on the block talking. The interview has me using the N-word 50 times. This motherfucker inserted the N-word in like everything I said. Bruh, it was nuts. It was insane. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And it's online. I'm like, yo, bro, you're going to make me look like a fucking nut job. Yo, it was belligerently insane, bro. 50 times. So this moron who wrote the story, a stupid fucking moron, wrote the shit and somehow decided to insert the N-word after like every fucking sentence and adjective or something. So I'm flipping out now. So I call up Creekmore. I'm like, yo, bro, the fuck is this shit online now? He's like, what do you mean? Well, you know what's going on? I explained it to him. I'm like, yo, what is this bullshit? Are you fucking crazy? I say, meet up with me right now. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, yo, meet up with me right now. I want to talk with you right now in person. I was going to fuck him up. I know he's going to be pissed that I said this now and all that. And, you know, he had some issues with the way I talked about this story before. Yeah, I was going to punch him dead in his face. I was like, yo, meet up with me right now. He wouldn't meet up. He was like, no, what's the issue? What's the issue? I'm like, I tell him the issue. He's like, oh, no, I'm going to look into it. He goes, there's no way that was done like that. I was like, yo, bro, the dude didn't record the interview. He wrote everything down. He fabricated this shit to make me look bad or something. You're trying to sabotage my career by putting out a public fucking, you know, interview. You're a big website trying to make me look like I'm some racist or something. Like that shit wasn't, me and him were cool on the phone. It was all good. So he's like, all right, I'll take it down. So he ends up taking the interview down. So he took it down. Chuck.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
Yeah, he took it down. Never met him. I've never met Chuck in person. I have no beef with Chuck now. I'm not mentioning it now to try to punk him. So when he sees this, he doesn't think, you know, I'm just telling the truth. Exactly what happened. I don't lie. Because really, telling the truth is more interesting than lying. So, but yeah, I wanted to meet up with him to check him. Could you imagine how angry I was? Yeah, and I wasn't going to bring anybody either. I was like ready to come and leave the crib right there and meet him. He could have been with people. I was going to make my presence felt like, yo, you're not playing me. That's crazy. I'm not having that. But, you know.
But he's not the one that wrote the story, so it's technically not his fault.
No, technically it wasn't his fault, but he put up an interview with me looking bad, didn't check it, and his dude who he hired, or he let that guy play me. So yeah, he had to do the right thing. But you have to understand, in my mind, first of all, I'm younger.
Right.
Yeah, this is a long time ago, man. It's like 20 years ago. Got it, you know, definitely.
We're talking early internet days.
It's a long time ago, bro. I don't even remember what year, but it's a very long fucking time ago. It might have even been before 2000. Could have been 99 or something. So, first of all, I'm trying to prove myself, and you're playing me. This is like one of the times that I'm seeing people try to make a jerk out of me instead of showing me love. I'm thinking this interview's great. It's all hip hop. It's going to be a grand thing for me. Then I'm seeing that. I'm like, yo, this is going to make me look bad. Some of the comments were like, what the fuck? What's this white guy saying? I'm like, yo, these dudes are trying. I thought he was trying to sabotage me. Like that, yo, that's crazy slander. Because the way it made me look was like a wigger. I guess people are going to think I'm a wigger even using it one time. But it made me look like some fucking weird wigger. The way I was talking with dude on the phone, he called me the N name first. I thought me and him were bonding on some street shit. If he would have said something to me, like, yo, why are you using the N-word? That would have been part of the interview. I would have explained myself. He literally had no issue during the whole interview. Didn't even ask me why I used it. So That was the situation, man. It was crazy. You know what I mean? So in my mind, I wanted to meet up because there's no way you could really rectify that. You know what I mean? To me, that was drama at that point. I had to show and prove. But he took it down. Probably said, "I'm sorry. My bad." You know, I don't know if he believed me that the dude did it on purpose. He might have said, "There's no way that guy would have did it on purpose," or whatever. I was like, "Yeah, he did." I basically told him, "There's no way I did the interview the way that you put it online. I did not talk like that. You fabricated my shit." Listen, I don't think Chuck did it on purpose personally. Here's what I'm thinking. Either the writer did it to be an asshole, and he's just a scumbag motherfucker, or he's such a corny dude that he's such a whack interviewer that didn't even have the way to record, and he wrote shit down, that he's such a fucking moron that he was trying to remember the interview and was like, "Yo, that dude said the N word a lot, so I'm gonna put it in everywhere so I don't like." Yo, that would have to be like the most dumbest reason if it was done because he's a fucking schmuck. Either way, the guy is a stupid fuck, and and yeah, listen, you could see they had to take it down. There's no fucking way they would have kept that up and it wouldn't have been beef. But yeah, shout out to Chuck. I got no problem with the dude, but you got to look at it from you got to look at it. You got to look at it from my perspective, man. That's bad shit. That's sabotage. You know what I mean? Like, I can't have that. That's crazy. It's a big website. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have been cool. And it was wrong. It's false.
Right. But you guys have talked since then, and you guys have like talked multiple
I
times.
think I mentioned it one time online on Instagram, and then he caught wind of it and then said something to me. He didn't say anything like threatening or anything like that. He tried to clear up. I think it had something to do with me posting on the No Jumper interview comments. I'd mentioned it in the comments and he saw it. And we had some kind of back and forth on on No Jumper comments. That's where it went. Listen, the bottom line, dude was wrong for whatever reason. And he made it right. And I'm just telling you the truth of what happened. And that's it. And it's no deeper than what I just said. But if you have any questions about it, ask. I'm an open book, my G.
So around 94 to 97, you dealt with MC Serch. And this is when
Yeah.
you were in nonfiction for one day, basically, right?
Yeah, because basically I was in the group when it was being formulated. It wasn't like I wasn't part of the group. It became apparent, excuse me, that I will not be after the car conversation where he said he wants to make the type of music Raekwon likes, and I challenged that. Not because I didn't like Raekwon. I thought Raekwon was awesome at the time, but I felt I was in competition with Wu-Tang. Because Wu-Tang's not legendary yet. They're just popping. You know what I mean? It's just like 94. And listen, they're doing their thing. But remember, I wanted to be able to do my thing too. Like, it would have been amazing. Could you imagine if Necro had dropped around the time Wu-Tang did their run, and Necro was able to be out as a white rapper and dropping all the hardcore crazy shit that I dropped and producing albums for a bunch of people too?
Well, and it
Nothing to
was
take
also
away from
important to be original back in those days in hip hop.
it was everything.
Yeah.
And you have to understand, I kind of looked down at Serch a little because he dropped Here It Comes, and I had really liked Third Base at the time before. I liked the first album and the second album, and I never even knew why it broke up, to be honest with you. But I knew that he went solo, and it was horrendous. Have you ever heard Here It Comes?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
I mean, it wasn't as good as Third Base, but
I thought the shit was trash. You have to understand why I didn't like it. I'm rapping like much more evil. I thought it was gay, and you have to understand that a lot of the dopeness of third base definitely had to do with Pete Nice, Daddy Rich scratching, and Stimulated Dummies production. This didn't sound like Stimulated Dummies production, and he didn't have Daddy Rich or Pete Nice anymore. So now it's the guy who goes, bad guys wear black, must have been a white guy that started all that. And I already thought he was corny for that. So now it's like all corniness all by itself now. You understand? It was just like, nah.
Right.
But at the same time, as much as I thought he was corny, I liked Back to the Grill Again because of Nas. But I definitely thought Serch was corny on the track. I didn't like Red Hot Lover Tone. Like, but it was a good song. You know why? Because Nas is so pinnacle and Serch is so whack on it that to hear such whackness and then go into such greatness, it was like a setup. It was like the track is setting it up for Nas to be like the illest thing on earth,
Right.
which Nas is on that track. I'm waving automatic guns at nuns. Like, that's crazy
It's
fucking.
crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, that was Nas sounded so rugged.
Right.
It was like Rakim, like a young Rakim. You know what I mean? So, like Serch, I kind of just thought he was corny, man. Like, I didn't really like a lot of the dissing white people to look cool to black people thing. You have to understand the way that I am. I'm in the projects now, getting into beef with black kids. That I'm not really being embraced like the way Serch claims he was embraced in Redfern, and like, because you have to understand, Serch is walking around with this flat top looking like Gumby. He looks like fucking one of Kid and Play, like a wannabe Kid and Play. And he's dancing like you ever see the way he dances?
Right.
He said he got a lot of props back then. If you look at it, he looks like a fucking moron. He didn't look, who actually looked like he fit in black dancing, like he fit in with blacks? Vanilla Ice actually danced pretty fresh. If you see like the early Vanilla Ice shit,
Right.
he fucking moved pretty ill. But Serch looked like a big fat dude, awkward. He just looked corny. And so he probably got along. He got along with black people, not the way me and my brother did. We didn't take shit. I don't believe Serch really was like getting into brawls with black gangs. My projects had DCEPs. I had to fight them. You have to understand the way it was. You either fight or you get bitched out. There's no in between. There's not like an in between. You're either getting punked, which means you're gonna go home feeling like a bitch, or you're punching the person who's starting with you. You're fighting them. Like there's no other fucking way. It's one or the other. So you're gonna make a choice of who you're gonna be. And my father was rugged. So, you know what I mean? My brother was rugged. And so we became rugged. You have to understand the way it was in the projects. The DCEPs loved to fuck with me and Bill because we fought back. That's the crazy shit. When you started with a white boy in the projects that didn't fight back, it was no fun. They would just be bitches and there was nothing
So
to
they
it.
like the challenge.
Oh, they loved the fact that me and Bill would fight back because then now they could jump us. It's fun. You don't have to be that tough because there's 10 of you and each one of you gets to hit me and Bill from a different angle. You think we didn't get jumped mad times?
So
You know
you
what I'm
said
saying?
that with Serch, though, he didn't like you, right?
I don't think Serge grew up the way we did. It was different. He might have grown up in a black hood around the time of all those things, but he didn't have the same. I think Serge was probably ass kissing back when me and my brother probably would not have ass kissed. So that's, you understand? Now, the reason my brother probably was more cordial and like that is because guys like Goretex and like Bill, they wanted to be like Serch in third base, like being white kids that are accepted and all that. Me, on the other hand, I guess I looked at it a little bit different. I kind of felt like through all the drama and beef, it was like gladiator school. I was already inducted into the Warrior Hall of Fame. I don't need to bow down to you now, and I'm not gonna. Like, it's just not happening. Like, if you don't respect me for my shit and my gangster, we have problems. You know what I mean? And if it isn't just beef immediately, I'm definitely not clicking with you or fucking with you.
So did you
Where
do something to him though to like rub him the wrong way?
I told you that one of the first things I went against was I said, nah, I don't want to be like Raekwon. We should do our own thing.
No, but it had
I
to be
don't know.
something else than just
No, that
that though,
pissed him
right?
off. That pissed him off. That was like, oh, you're going against what I said? I'm Serch. Like, I'm the one who's gonna get us a deal. I know everybody. I'm the legend here. You guys are just up and comers. I'm doing you a favor.
Got you.
So
See,
yeah,
so now when you explain it like that, then I understand. Okay.
so you got to understand. My brother's probably worried I'm gonna ruin the potential connection, so I'm cut off immediately without
So
even
Bill
going to.
tells you you're kicked out the group.
Bill's like, yeah, I don't think it's gonna work out because you're not clicking with Serch. Sorry, bro. It's not even like you're kicked out of the group. It's like, yo, whatever we're doing with Serch, I don't think it's gonna work out, bro, with you.
Mm.
Then, like, part of me having pride and probably, told him, wow, that's fucked up. You're a scumbag. I don't really see. I can't remember that convo, but I remember I was not involved anymore. You know what it was probably? Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be in the group as a member, but you could do the beats though.
Right, because at
So
least you made
me,
money from doing the beats, though, right? Because you said that.
yeah, I think I kind of knew I wasn't gonna fit in because of the way that they acted, and I wasn't gonna beg because remember I already had these kind of situations dealing with Bill in the metal band where anytime I disagreed with him, it would be like, yo, you're gonna get kicked out of the band. Say one more fucking word, and you're out of the band. And I couldn't stay in the band if he told me I'm out because they're all people Bill's age and Bill's friends.
Right.
So nobody's going to side with me over Bill. That would never happen. So if Bill says I'm out, I'm out. Plus, Bill was always technically the leader of the band because he was the one always putting shit together and all that. So it was like a privilege for me to be allowed in the band. So I kind of knew the feeling already of being shitted on. So when I didn't kiss Serch's ass and then they discarded me, it was I kind of just knew what it was. But I looked at it like I'm making a lot of beats and becoming doper. Maybe I'll make some money from this. If they would have told me, "Yo, you ain't getting a dollar ever," I'd never would have gave them a beat. Probably, I probably had been hoping somehow it's going to help me. So like if they're gonna shit on me as an MC, at least I'll get my production out there because I loved production really early on as much as rhyming. You know what Serch tells me one time to show you what a dick face he is? I remember this. He goes, "Yo, man, yeah, you're gonna have to make a choice." This is after I'm probably not in the group anymore and I'm just doing beats for them. It's like, what do you mean? Yeah, you're gonna have to either be an MC or a beat maker. You can't really do both. I'm like, what? Yeah, if you're gonna focus on shit, you got to focus on one thing. And I remember thinking, this motherfucker, fuck this motherfucker, because I
Wow.
thought I was dope lyrically and I thought I was dope beat wise. And now this guy Serch is telling me I can't do both and should not try to be. So basically, telling me only do beats, please, because you're not fucking with me lyrically. And then I kept doing my thing. And then, like the time when I went up with them to Bobito in 95 and I'm rapping and they're all sweating me while I'm rapping. You can hear that freestyle. So it's like Serch shitted on me. And if it was up to him, probably would have told me not to rap as Necro anymore. But I wasn't even trying to hear what the fuck he has to say. I already thought he was whack. Like, who the fuck are you to tell me anything?
But he
But I'm
ended up stealing, right?
from non
Yeah.
from nonfiction. He got them a deal with Geffen, and obviously the advance money went to him. And he took like 30,000 and built a studio. And I don't know if the advance was 200,000 or 300, but he took the rest of the money that would have been used to make an album and market it and everything that they would advance people for. And supposedly he pissed all the money away and used a lot of it to go buy a house.
But you at least got paid for the beats, though, right? But nonfiction.
I got paid because when I was told they got the deal, and I was like, yeah, well, off what demo? Oh, off this beat, which is your beat. Got them the deal. I was like, yo, I want to get paid. Like I had to go to Serch, be like, yo, bro, you got the deal. Am I getting paid? Nah, but you're fam, though. Nah. He tried to play me like I should do it for free, like I'm fam. Try to fuck me out of giving me money. And I'm like, then I insisted. I might have even had my lawyer. I'm like, yo, bro, I have this lawyer, da da da. Like I need to be paid correctly. Like, what's up? He's like, oh yeah, I'll give you like 2 G's. Is that cool? Nah, I want 8. Yo, really? You want 8? He was pissed. I don't remember what he said.
Yeah,
He didn't like
he
the
probably
fact.
hated you even more after that.
Oh, he hated me, bro. Fucking, and I made him give me 8,000. I probably got more money from the nonfiction deal than the group nonfiction got themselves.
Wow.
Besides the studio that he built, that I ended up taking over because Goretex was living in there with
Right. We're gonna get into that too. We're gonna get into that. But you had an issue with his appearance on Drink Champs recently, right? When he brought up nonfiction,
Yeah,
and you
because
called him a thief and a culture vulture.
well, he is a culture vulture because those were white kids that you could have put on, Jewish white kids from the grain, from real PJs, who rapped really dope. We had great beats. We were on the level of RZA shit and Wu-Tang type shit, and you fucked them over? Why didn't you help nonfiction become huge? Because of what he did, he fucked it for them. And think about it. If Geffen puts out the word that Serch just fucked up this deal and he's a nonfiction, why would they ever, another label, give nonfiction 300,000 or anything to help them? He ruined it for them. They could never get a deal. Who knows the damage of what Serch did, how it fucked up my career too. I don't know the lingering effects. Because keep in mind, we're not really industry dudes. Serch is an industry dude. He goes to people's houses, has dinner. He's like a super ass kisser. He hangs out with all the really not the cool Jews, the Jews that don't like me, that probably think I'm a bad Jew. He goes to dinner with all them. Like, he's a lefty. You understand? Lefty Jews don't like right Jews. So if you're a lefty Jew, you voted for Kamala. You're against Israel. If you're a right Jew, you love Trump. You fuck with Elon Musk. You fuck with Netanyahu. I'm down with all that. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. You could suck my dick, you got a problem. I already expect that people might have issues with it. That's why I box every day. I'm prepared to punch someone dead in the grill.
But wait, when you call him a culture vulture, you're not talking about he's a culture vulture of hip hop as far as like black culture. You're talking about.
Well, he's a culture vulture in general for the way he treated hip hop.
Okay.
He robbed upcoming MCs. You might say, oh, but he did right by Nas. Isn't that more of a culture vulture? So he did right by a black artist, but fucked over upcoming white kids? Nas is from the PJs and we are. Are we less than Nas? You might say we're not as good as him, but as human beings and artists in the music, are we less than Nas? We come from the same kind of environment. So I think he just knew he could get away with it. I wasn't going to beat him up because I got paid, and Goretex is pussy. He's not beating anybody up. And Sabak is like totally peaceful guy. It only would have been Bill. And Bill's probably at the time worried that it might fuck up his career and maybe Serch could do more damage. You have to understand, back then, around that time, when Land Speed fucked me over, it wasn't the first inclination to go give these guys beatings because it's very early on in the game and I'm worried it might get worse for me after this. Because you remember back then we saw how Benzino and Almighty RSO, they got blackballed and they were keeping it real and they went up to like their record label to threaten them with guns and they got blackballed. So I'm like, if dudes with guns could get blackballed, what would happen if we give a beating to one of these people? So even though I did give beatings, it probably wasn't as aggressive as Wu-Tang were or would have been. And I kind of regret that maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. But you have to understand, being white and getting shitted on so much, I get worried that maybe I'm going to do There was times I really thought about going up with goons with guns up to XXL and fucking Source and Just bring it. Just go up with drama. Make a fucking name for myself. But then, because I'm smart, I'm 50 Cent smart. I'm like, damn, that's not a smart thing to do. You're doing other things, maybe. You understand what I'm saying? It's like I didn't want to cross the line that maybe other people did and it worked for them. Back then, you could be black and be a thug and get away with being thugged out. I felt like every time I did anything thugged out, it made people hate me even more. Like Jews in the industry that are soft fucking hate me for being rugged. Like when I beat up, punched, I don't know if you call it beat up, I punched Mighty Milo in the face, maybe twice or whatever. So basically made a bitch out of him. Dante Ross called me up complaining. How could I do that to him? I know Paul Rosenberg didn't like it. I know he was like this with Alchemist. So think about three different Jews in the business that are rocking with Mighty Milo. And then I went and got violent with him for him disrespecting me. They don't want nothing to do with me, probably. I wasn't connected with those guys enough. I'm not a Jew that they fuck with. I think a lot of those Jews, they're the types like Stretch Armstrong. They're the types that ask, for instance, why was Stretch Armstrong cool with Nori and Gaddafi calling themselves Arab Nazi? Never a problem, because those kind of Jews in the industry, they'll turn a blind eye to blacks saying crazy shit like Arab Nazi. Well, me, I didn't like it. I was just like, I don't fuck with that. Like I loved Killer Army. I loved Wu-Tang, but I didn't like when they would say anti-Semitic shit. I didn't like it. I was like, nah, that shit is fucking corny. You understand? That's why I never clicked with a guy like Remedy, because he was down with them even when they did anti-Semitic shit. To me, that was a problem. I couldn't tolerate it. I have too much pride. You understand? When your father is an IDF soldier who killed people, and your mother's a religious Jew, and you grew up in the PJs, and my uncle Howie is a Jew and was the crack dealer and weapon dealer to all the blacks in the projects. You know what I'm saying? And you come with that in kind of environment, you're proud of what you are. I'm not like some religious Jewish dude. It's my heritage, like someone who's Irish, or someone who's Italian. Someone who's Italian or Irish, you can't diss their shit. That's their family. Why would I be cool with you talking shit about my fucking family? So I'm not gonna like it. It rubs me the wrong fucking way. And I'm probably not gonna be able to build with you on a bigger level, probably, than some of these other white boys who turn a blind eye. Because I'm not going to be able to hang with you if that's how you think about me. That's if you look at all Jews of blood stock, like Farrakhan, the way he talks about Jews. If you think like that about me, that's fucked up. I'm not going to be cool with you.
So then recently, Serch was doing a live where he was selling his stuff, like his memorabilia or something like that. And
That shit's corny as hell. But yeah, go ahead. Selling your memorabilia? Come on, bro. Are you hurting that much that you're going on a live? Maybe he is broke.
I don't know, but he be on these lives for like 8 hours or 12 hours, some really long times, man. But
you know what's funny? I heard Gary V yesterday say the new thing is going to be selling your shit live, selling shopping, going live and selling shit. When I heard that, I immediately thought of Serch. I was like, wow, is that actually Gary V is saying? Is Serch actually up on some Gary V shit before all of us? Because I think that's corny as hell. But maybe I'm wrong.
right. And so then someone commented and said, is it true that you stole from nonfiction or something like that? And then he kind of like gestured his hand like he didn't want to answer that question, and he kept it
He's
moving.
never answered that. He's not going to answer that. He's never answered that. Could you imagine whatever he thinks his career is if he becomes the acknowledged person that robbed white boys and especially us? He's already fucking probably hated by after my videos by most of the underground that love Necro. They're probably all those people are like, fuck this fucking clown. You think he's going to admit it? You think he wants Nori and everybody to know that he's actually a thief?
Right.
He's not going to admit that shit. I think maybe nonfiction, if they get interviewed, will actually tell what fucking happened. I think part of the reason they don't say anything is because they have a lot of pride. And Serch might have apologized to them, and, I'm sorry for what I did. I mean, I hear you, but does sorry mean I'll never mention that you fucked up my career? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and Bill is not really that type of guy. He doesn't make videos. He's not that vocal like that. So you're just not really going to see it from them. And Sabak is still friends with Serch after Serch fucked him. Sabak is one of those guys. Like all Serch
Well,
has is
Serch is the
all
one that
Serch
brought
had.
him in, though, right?
Yeah, he brought him in. So Sabak will just take like the apology and just it's okay. See me, I'd be like, well, what are you doing for me now then? After you fucked me over, you hooking me up with a Nike deal now? Are you telling people how awesome I am now? It's like Serch says it like we're old news. Not me, but nonfiction, it's old news. Yeah, they're the Ramones now. He knows that the Nori audience ain't checking for nonfiction. So why are you mentioning them? And you're not going to tell the truth of what happened because it might generate interest.
Right.
Imagine if you actually said, yeah, I kind of fucked them over. Got to admit that. Maybe a lot of people might actually go look them up. Be like, damn, let me see these people he fucked over. But people are just thinking that they're just a group that didn't hit.
So,
Because the Nori audience is not underground. Look at the comments from people that know us. Nonfiction, Necro, Fat Theory, that's the best shit ever. These are people, legitimate people, that think we are the best shit ever. It's not like it's 3 people.
right.
You know what I'm saying? It's a whole fucking amount of people online that love our shit. So Serch don't want those people to talk about him or get any light. He wants it all to be about that little era of Def Jam that he could talk about. He's the illest white guy on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
See, me, I wouldn't mention Serch. If he didn't do what he did, I'd have no reason to talk about the guy. He did what he did, and I have a history with him. So if you're going to tell your history and you're going to get mentioned on the biggest platform, Drink Champs, then why shouldn't I tell the truth about the shit that involved me in it? So you're important enough to be platformed, but Necro's not because I don't have the connection or because Nori hates underground. I feel like, nah, we got to put the shit out there. Because you know why? Because if it's out there, people can make their decision and you decide who you want to fuck with, or you can like both of us if you want. But you should know the truth. My videos that I made, it's good for nonfiction too. What I did didn't hurt nonfiction. It brings light to a reality. It might not be good for Serch. That's why he's not going to mention it. It's good for. Here's the thing. What's bad for Serch is good for us. See how fucked
Yeah.
up that shit is? It's
Yeah. Yeah.
actually good for people to know the truth of what he did and his dealings with us, but it's bad for him.
Right.
So he's not going to do anything bad for him because he's in survival mode and he don't give a fuck about us. And I'm in survival mode just as much as you are. I mean, even though I'm way bigger than him, I want to be 100x bigger. So if me letting people know all this cool shit about Necro, wow, I didn't know that about him. Oh, wow, he knows that guy? Oh, he's been there? Shit. Okay, now I know it through Panda's shit. Now I know it through his own shit. See, this is the problem why certain people like me are not bigger. Exposure. That's all these motherfuckers have, man. I don't believe nothing they've done is better than Necro shit. I'm not even going to say, oh, Necro's better than Third Base or Joe Budden. Even though I do think I'm better than anything Serch has ever did solo-wise and better than anything Joe Budden's done solo-wise, I'm not saying that. You know why I don't say that? Because nobody gives a fuck about that. Like, people who like Necro, I'm not in competition with that kind of shit. I'm in competition with Kool G Rap. I'm in competition with Big Pun. You understand? That's the kind of caliber of shit that people compare me to. Nobody's listening to Necro and goes, oh, but I like Joe Budden better. Or Serch. People listen to Necro and they're going to mention Vinny Paz. That's the caliber of MCs. So I'm mentioning those people to make a point so you can understand certain things. They all they've had is exposure. like G-Eazy. That dude fucking sucks. Okay, do you listen to G-Eazy?
No.
Okay,
I've never heard a
well,
single song.
why is he so huge? Because Too Short co-signed him. He represents Oakland area, and he's commercial. And somebody stupid like Diplo put him on. It's not because he fucking came up in the New York underground and he's awesome and people love him. And nah, it's of course his fans are gonna be like, "Fuck Necro, what the hell is that shit?" You understand what I'm saying? It's like it's everything's marketing and how promoted you are and who's co-signing you.
Right.
You know, and especially if you have a black cosign, then all of a sudden, see, blacks, they might not fuck with you if you don't have a black cosign. I don't really have a black cosign because Kool G Rap never really co-signed me. Even though he did a whole album with me, he didn't publicly go out there and do what you kind of see Jadakiss is doing with Millie's or what maybe it
No,
seemed.
wait. No, I gotta disagree with you because he did a lot of interviews talking about the album, and he did interviews with you and everything.
No, G Rap did, but what I'm saying is G Rap did not promote the album to his social media. He did not tell his fans to go get the album. He doesn't even really do that in general, and he did not rap at any place I went up to. So it was kind of like perceived as like G Rap is chaperoning this guy, but not really doing it like a group. The only time we rapped was on Sway. And here's the thing. Credit to G Rap for doing the little bit that he did, because that's more than he's ever done. But it's not really like a cosign. Like G Rap never. We were up at Rosenberg, and Rosenberg asked him what his top 10 are, and he didn't even mention Necro, even honorable mention, but he mentioned Eminem. So
Right.
if you're co-signing me and I'm putting it out an album with you, wouldn't you say, yeah, da 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 da, honorable mention, Necro at 11 or 12? I mean, then why the fuck are you doing a full album with me if I'm not even honorable mention?
All right. Well, let me ask you this, okay? Because so are you guys
And
not?
G-Rap was very nice to me, but I'm just saying that's an example that if you were co-signing me, do you think if Jadakiss went up and was asked who are your 10 favorite, or who's your current favorite, or your favorite white boy, you think Jadakiss is going to say Eminem but then not mention Millie's? He's invested in Millie's.
I see what
The
you're saying.
problem with the problem with G Rap, and we talked about it recently, is I should have given G Rap a percentage of Necro's money. He made money off of Godfather's the album, but I never stepped to G Rap and said, "What if I give you like 10% of everything I bring in, and now you co-sign me?" I didn't think about it at the time. At the time, I was so enthralled with making a good record with G Rap and getting his approval on lyrics and beats, because I produced the whole album too, that I didn't even think of taking it further. I didn't want to be overly overbearing. So I thought I'm already doing an album with G Rap. I already bond with the guy. I'm already paying for certain things. You know, when he comes to New York, his hotel, and then we're going to Quad Studio. Like, I didn't want to then be like, hey, how about I give you a percentage of my career and then you co-sign me? Like, you know, like really, really tell people to fuck with me. You know what I mean?
You
He
would have
never
really did
really,
that?
nah, he didn't. And that's why with the Godfather's album, my fan base loved it, but it didn't really get the love from black hip hop world. His fan base was probably like, who the fuck is this white kid? G Rap didn't really make it clear to his fan base, yo, I fucks with this white kid on that level. Besides the things that you saw, that wasn't enough because
But
people
let
are,
me ask you this though. So are you guys still cool though? Or there
yeah, I
was like
mean, but
some resentment from that?
nah, no resentment because I can't resent Kool G Rap when he's my idol and he's one of my biggest influences. So, you know, I spoke with G Rap recently, you know, but he has a lot going on now. Shout out to Kool G Rap. He's doing a drink, he's doing clothing, he has like a deal with Rock Nation. But, you know, remember, this is 10 years ago that I did the album with him in 2012.
Right.
It was, I caught him at a right time. And look, and we bonded like nephew and uncle. But I'm just trying to tell you, so you can understand, Jadakiss has money and is getting money from Millie's. Millie's isn't, Jadakiss doesn't co-sign somebody for free. It's a smart business guy.
Got you.
His father owns a coffee company. He was on Drink Champs talking about how smart they are in business. So you got to bet that if Millie's is getting money, that some of it is going to Jadakiss. I didn't have a relationship with G Rap like that. My relationship was just to do the Godfather's album,
Mm-hmm.
which he got 50% of the profits from and paid a little bit up front. I gave him 5 G's up front to do the whole album, which was supposed to be an EP. But he ended up liking me so much and loving everything that I brought him, and he approved everything, that we ended up doing 18 songs approximately. And I didn't pay him an extra dime over the 5G up front. He just agreed that we would fucking split the album profit after recouping. So G-Rap was very nice to me. You have to understand, G-Rap was nicer to me than he's ever really been to anybody. He doesn't do those kind of things. But G-Rap is a different kind of businessman than, let's say, a Jadakiss is.
Right.
You understand? Jadakiss is in his own class by himself. But if I would have told G at the time, yo, G, I bring money in, I get money. What if I hit you with like a G a month for my money, 10% to 20%? Can you, because listen, he was doing the album with me, but his fan base probably was wondering, why this white kid?
Right.
You understand? He's never done a song with Eminem. Eminem's never reached out to him. He kind of told me the reason why. I'm not going to reveal it, but Eminem's never done a song with the legendary Kool G Rap. He could easily offer G Rap 5 G's, 10 G's, and get him on something. Like, you know what I'm saying? G Rap is a cool dude like that. But, so people are not used to seeing G Rap with a white guy on my level. A lot of his diehard fans that grew up with him in the 80s, I think it would have taken G-Rap to tell them, yo, you need to fuck with dude. Dude is the new shit. He's influenced by me. You understand what I'm saying? Remember, I don't have Loud and Fat Joe the way the Pun had. So Pun didn't need Kool G Rap to co-sign him when he had Loud and that. I only had G-Rap at the time. G-Rap I don't think it was in his nature to do that. He's never done it for anyone else. I would have had to give him a percentage. This only dawned on me recently when I was thinking of making videos. I was like, you know something? Because I was looking at the Jadakiss Millie situation. I said, Jadakiss is definitely getting paid off this dude. A percentage. He's getting something. Like, if that guy gets 20 G's, Jadakiss has got to be getting like 2, 3 G's from that. Just on the strength. Management deal, something. You know what I mean? So I should have given that to G-Rap at the time. And then maybe G-Rap would have did things that he didn't do at the time. You know what I mean? Because G-Rap has a lot of influence. He doesn't really use it really because he's not that kind of guy. But who would tell G-Rap no if he called them? They'd be like, oh, it's G-Rap, it's G-Rap. So listen, it was a fumble on my part, but I was juggling a lot, beat making sure G-Rap was happy. Like I made sure he was happy. What do I mean by that? By all aspects dealing with Godfathers, I would pay for. He didn't have to come out of pocket. I treated him as royalty. He can never say, oh, when I did the album with Necro, it was annoying because he's corny or whatever. You know what I mean? I gave G-Rap that legendary respect from a financial point of view in the deal, as well as artistically. And, listen, it took a lot, because I wanted the album to be incredible. You know what I mean? It meant a lot to me. And here's the great thing. My fan base love it. Any Necro fan will tell you, unless they never heard of G-Rap, oh, I just got up on him, Any Necro fan that knows G-Rap and understands, they love Godfathers. That's like a fucking hit, classic record. But you can go to a G-Rap fan, and he might not know about the Godfathers, which is sad. Which is sad. That's whack. But you know what's incredible about that, though? Something that's bizarre as hell? I noticed on the Nas Illmatic playlist, the last song on the Nas Illmatic playlist is a Godfather's track.
Right. I saw you talk about this on No Jumper.
Yeah.
Right. Somebody added it.
Right. And you can only do that if you're part of Nas's camp or part of the record label.
Mm-hmm.
Because how would you have access to Nas's Spotify?
Right.
So somebody at the time who liked what me and G were doing, it's like, yo, I want to get this more light. So I'm going to put this track on the Illmatic because then people will hear it and think it was there on purpose, which is great because that song is huge on Spotify. Like it did well. But listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. I love G Rap. G Rap did not promote Godfathers in the way that his fan base saw me as that unknown that he's taken under his wing, cosign. The way that I promoted the album, like I'm doing an album with G Rap the Legend.
Right.
So my fans love it, but his fans probably don't acknowledge it as much. But here's the cool thing. It's on his Spotify because we did an album together. So anyone who likes to deep dive into G-Rap is going to have to listen to Godfathers at some point. Maybe they'll be turned on to Necro through that. So it's like, it's in history. It's there. You know what I mean? But, that there's been people that have interviewed him and will talk about his like history and life and try to leave Godfathers out. That's that hater shit, bro. And it'll be a white interviewer too, who knows who the fuck I am. Like, so I listen. I'm always dealing with these scumbag motherfuckers in the industry that just wanna not acknowledge my shit. I'm too gangster. I don't, or you just hate what I do. It's crazy. They'll hate what I do. Oh, it's subject this and that, my subject matter. But a black rapper will do similar shit, but they'll love that black rapper. So it just shows you that content shit is a lie. And, listen, there's a lot of, it's a known thing. White people who are in the industry will self-hate on other white people. Every white person that gets a place in the industry, like a Dante Ross type of place, they always hate on other white kids. They want to be the only white guy. It's a complex that the white guys that get in, because it's rare. Because especially like not anymore maybe, but back then it was a rare thing. You know what I mean? So now you see this other white kid coming up. These white guys from the PJs, from Glenwood Projects. They're getting into beef every day. They're rapping a little hardcore. It's a little iller than even me. I might have been in the parties and all that. I might be kind of gully, but these kids seem even realer. I'm threatened by them. So I'm going to do everything in my power not to fucking blow them up. But you know who I will blow up? The softest white kid. Because these white guys in the industry, they always show love to the softest white kids. Asha Roth, Mac Miller, you know what I'm saying? It's always those fucking dudes. And who can you say that is hardcore, thug-like, white from Brooklyn that ever blew up? But you'll have every black thug from Brooklyn and Queens get a major record deal, can blow up. Jay-Z, Mobb Deep. But there's not one white kid who rapped hard, who's thugged out from the projects that ever blew up. And if you bring that up, they'll mention like LP or something like that. When we know LP don't rap thug shit at all. He's nothing like Necro. He's nothing like Ill Bill was. You know what I'm saying? So, or Beastie Boys. It's a different genre. We're the ones. If you say who's the most known white kid that raps hardcore shit from Brooklyn, New York, you're gonna say either Necro or Bill. How the fuck is it that the hardest white kids that rap hardcore from Brooklyn couldn't blow up without doing it independently, totally their own way? The whole industry. I literally believe till this day Leo Cohen doesn't even know who the fuck I am. Probably because Serch fucked that up. Because if anybody could have probably introduced me to Lear, Serch could have brought us over. Lear's house, right? He knew Lear. So, it just seems like when you're a hardcore, and here's what I noticed. You notice how I said I'm the most known hardcore white kid from Brooklyn with the biggest numbers? All the other white kids that are like Italian and rapped rugged also all got shitted on. I could do a whole list of, and I'm not gonna. You do your own research, but of white kids that might have had an Italian gangster tone type of theme, none of them were able to blow up. all got shitted on. So notice, when you're soft and white, they fuck with you and say that, oh, they make you big and commercial. But if you're rapping gangster shit, mafia type shit, Murder Incorporated shit, and you're white, they shit on you. You get deaded. And you know what the joke is? Technically, black rappers are appropriating Murder Incorporated because we get told how we're trying to be black and all that. But all the gangster shit that gets rapped, everything Nas rapped and a lot of the QB rappers and G Rap, it's all from Mafia. Who are the kings of the Mafia? Murder Incorporated. Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, Bugsy Siegel, Roth, Dutch Schultz, Rothstein, Capone. Not to take anything away from Bumpy Johnson, but Bumpy Johnson was created, the reason that he was needed in Harlem is because all of the pressure that a Jew, Dutch Schultz, was putting on Harlem. Because Dutch Schultz had the illest black guy working for him as he was running Harlem. So that birthed Bumpy Johnson to become into play. And Bumpy Johnson birthed Nicky Barnes and all the other guys that came after. So how can you shit on white kids that are Jewish, Italian, and Irish in hip hop? We always get shitted on. How the fuck could you shit on us?
Yo, Necro, I got a lot of other questions, man. Come on, man.
Yo,
come on.
Especially when we're rapping gangster shit. How could you act like we're not gangster too? When you're emulating our ancestors. That's part of what made me not agree with Serch. He was looking at it like a white herb from Redfern that has to bow down to everyone. I'm looking at it like, nah, I'm a Jewish kid from the PJs. Did you know Brownsville was Jewish before it was black? Did you know that one of them big legends from Brownsville was a Jewish boxer that the mob killed before Tyson? Tyson knows all this shit. That's why you'll never hear Tyson ever do some Kanye shit. Tyson has respect for Jews that, and obviously Customato and Italians because he knows the influence it had on him. Some people know shit and some people, they want to be ignorant. Hip hop has a lot of ignorance. And the reason that hip hop has all this ignorance is because a lot of these Jews that are left, first of all, they agree with them being shitted on. They have that puppy dog, I'm guilty mentality. And a lot of them don't even care if you insult them because they're making money with you. Now, it's not always making money off of you because these black guys are making money also. It's not like black rappers make nothing and it's all Jews. Or you wouldn't have a billionaire fucking Puffy and a billionaire Jay-Z if nobody made money. You understand what I'm saying? The point is everyone's making money together. But the Jew doesn't get insulted. You understand? That's why they signed West Side Gun, who put out all those Hitler covers. Now, I'm sure when other Jews in the industry saw that a Jew was signed, a black rapper was signed pushing Hitler in his artwork, that probably affected his career. But Rosenberg didn't give a shit, right? He gave them a fucking deal real quick. If he had pride for being Jewish, like he gave a fuck, you'd be like, I'm not signing these dudes with Hitler artwork. Right? That's kind of crazy. Like, how could you that's like me putting the KKK on my covers and saying, it's just art. I'm rocking, KKK. David Duke is on my cover and I'm putting him, and writing David Duke wears polo. Could you imagine if Necro puts out a fucking CD, David Duke wears polo? Would that just be accepted? It's cool. Everyone would be like, nah, he doesn't have nothing against black people. It's all good. Hells no. You know that shit would be looked at like, cut that dude off, cancel him. Okay? So that's the difference. Jews in the industry that are lefties, they're down with all that DEI type of, guilt and let them get shit on as long as they can make money with you. They can make money with you. They don't give a fuck if you fuck their mother. They wouldn't care if you and your crew gangbang their mother as long as they're getting money from you. You understand? But somebody like Necro, who actually is from the projects and been through the beef, I got pride for who I am. you know? And I don't click with none of those Jews, so they don't fuck with me. You know what I mean? I'm probably blacklisted in every circle. So for me to, so you have to know that for Necro to become 500,000 on Spotify, that has to just be because of the music is banging and because of my personality. Because I'm not getting anything from that side. Those people made sure I don't get nothing. That's the thing about Spotify. Spotify made things equal because, first of all, Spotify is owned by a Swedish guy. You understand? So he doesn't really give a shit about all that racial shit problem on that level. He just wants music to be streamed. And if you get streamed and people check for you, then you get to live. You understand? I'm not getting on the big playlists. Could you imagine if my catalog, I have 500 plus songs that I own. Could you imagine if my shit was getting put on catalogs like Drake? I would definitely have 20 million fucking Spotify listeners. Okay, I'm not getting that because the people that run the editorial are haters, and I've dealt with them. I'm actually the first one to talk to the people at Spotify and actually request for an underground hip hop playlist, hardcore hip hop playlist. They didn't even have it. Do you know that there's not one playlist on Spotify now called hardcore hip hop? But they'll have trap music, southern hip hop. They'll even have the shit that features Suicide Boys type of shit. They don't have a juggalo music for juggalos, you know, that feature the ICP type shit. They don't have, even I heard Tech Nine has problems getting his stuff on playlists. You would think there would be so they ended up making like this underground playlist eventually 2 years after I pitched it, and they put Eminem on it and don't put me on it. So I messaged them beefing like, yo, Eminem doesn't need your help. He already has 60 million Spotify listeners. Why would you not put Necro on the underground shit? And I got into an argument with the guy, and he kind of saw it my way, and he ended up putting me on it. But I got to be honest with you. If you look at the stats of where my monthly listeners come from, it's like 3% from the editorial from Spotify. Most of the percentage is from people just going to my page and search. Because this is why I shitted on Lord Jamar and said why he doesn't have fans. Because the way that Spotify works, notice if you go to the Beatles, there'll be 50 million people listening. Are the Beatles being promoted now? No. What happens is when somebody gets Spotify and knows that this is that app that's number one and they could listen to what they love and want, they're going to type in the name. The Beatles are loved by boomers and all these people, so 50 million people are looking up fucking the Beatles. I have 500,000 people looking Necro up. It's the only fucking reason. It's not because I'm being featured on this podcast or that podcast or anything. It has to do with the fact that I touched the hearts of people through my touring, through my music, through my ads, everything I did. So I have 500,000. Listen, there's dudes you've never heard of that have 5 million on Spotify now because they figured out a way to get an audience. You won't know who the fuck they are, neither will I. There might be some guy from Germany, but he has 5 million people listening monthly to him in Germany. So we're in a different world now. It's still gatekeeperish, but less. So because gatekeepers don't have 100% of control over Necro, I can live. But it's gonna get even more to a point where totally there will be no control over Necro. You know, with all the crypto and all that shit that's coming in, and I'm gonna be the forefront of all that. So a guy like Necro, it's like the last shall be first. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like people not knowing my story and just finally hearing it the first time through your fucking page, they're gonna be bugging out. They're gonna be, wow, I never knew this guy was from the projects, and yeah, because motherfuckers have suppressed me from being heard. The same way Cuban Link talks about being suppressed from Fat Joe. I'm suppressed by the industry, and the industry people, not only blacks who hate my guts because I'm a Jew, it's Jews in the industry that hate my guts because I'm the kind of Jew that votes for Trump. I think Trump's amazing. I love what Trump's doing. So I'm considered a scumbag by those people. And I didn't realize until this political cycle now, I always knew those people didn't like me, of all colors. Just these industry types that will suck your dick based on industry stats and shit, and not based on the fact that I have 500,000 people listening to me. I started seeing, well, they're all lefty, because I see online who they're voting for. And all these people that hated on me are all Kamala voters. And these are people that all have Trump derangement syndrome. So if you have Trump derangement syndrome and hate Necro, makes sense now, right? It all fucking makes sense now. Because I really love my side of things. It's not like just like casual. You understand? I really love what they're doing, and they really hate it. So what do you think they think of Necro with the type of music and the way I carry I'm down to punch people in the face. Listen, I'm not the toughest guy on earth. I'm just down that if you talk negative about me and I see you in person, I feel I should punch you in your face. That is like considered like Neanderthal. Like, how dare you think that? When the whole world is killing each other with violence, right? Every other country has wars going on, people destroying each other, but only in America and New York that I'm considered an outcast because I actually might want to use violence.
So around 1996, you went to Brooklyn College and majored in film. Was it around that time?
Yeah, that's when I told you my boy Rob Wiener, he paid for the classes because my father, when he saw my grades in English in college, because I didn't want to take English, not that I'm bad at English, but I wasn't paying attention, and he told me to go fuck myself. My own father, because he had paid for the first couple of classes like a G. He gave me like 2,000 or 1,200 or something. And he told me to go fuck myself.
Wow.
I was like, really? Yeah, and he drove his car away. So when I told Rob's like, I'll give you the money from, the 10 G's a week of cocaine. And he funded my film school.
Right.
So
you were one of the first rappers to shoot a movie and you sold it on VHS.
I actually had my movie 187 Reasons Why on VHS being sold through Fat Beats Distribution in every magazine European that talks about, hip hop shit, like Hip Hop Connection and all these magazines before Streets is Watching dropped.
Wow.
Not long before it, but around the time before it dropped. And I told Damon Dash that. But of course, he didn't give a fuck. But point of the matter is, I was doing moves like that,
But you really engineered like content creation because with Gory Days, right? You decided to come out with a special edition CD and DVD, and the DVD had your movies, live shows, girls, guns, skits, rappers talking about you.
Did you ever see the DVD?
I saw part of it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of people. It starts off with Wendy Day. I got her to say something nice about me. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, man, I was, the reason I dropped the Gory Day special edition is because I thought the main album, the original album, was so dope that it didn't get enough shine. And it was like, oh, I got to drop another album. And it was way before this whole internet shit where people drop shit like it doesn't even matter. So I was like, fuck. And Bob Perry from Landspeed was like, oh, you can keep it alive by dropping a special edition. So I thought that was a great idea, and that's why I did it. And I guess I was still messing with Bob Perry at the time, even though he fucked me over with any drugs, because he's a scumbag. Fuck Bob Perry. But, yeah, I remember at the time, I don't remember how I did it, because it wasn't with him. I did Gory Days with Selecta Hits and RBC. Brian Shafton. Shout out to Brian Shafton. But I remember, yeah, I might have, you know what? I used to talk with Bob Perry, like, to learn game, because around that time he was still putting shit out, you know what I mean, and doing shit. So I would like, even though he was a scumbag that fucked me over, I would still occasionally talk with him. And I remember telling him, I have this album, Gory Days. He knew about it. It's out, through Selecta Hits. And I was like asking for advice. So Bob Perry gave me the advice because he had been doing things like that. He's the guy that did the 50 Cent DVDs before 50 Cent totally blew up. He put out Guess Who's Back before 50 Cent even got his deal. Called Mega the Realness. Jedi Mind Tricks, Violent by Design, uh, Freddie Fox Industry Takedown, all came out the same time that Necro I Need Drugs came out through Bob Perry from Landspeed.
Wow.
Yeah, so very legendary underground shit. The fact that that doesn't even get talked about, like, is crazy because, you know, that was even before Baby Grand, because Baby Grand pretty much ripped off what Bob Perry was doing, because that came after. You know what I mean? So, like, even though Bob Perry's a dipshit, he still did some legendary shit by, you know, by putting out I Need Drugs and the other records I mentioned. So,
But you
but
know, you did a lot of things early on, right? Because like in 1999, around that time, you had a forum set up, right? And you really
yeah.
connected with fans like that.
Yeah, I'm one of the first dudes really to sell merch. Like, obviously, heavy metal, they've always been about merch, but hip hop people were not really selling shirts and pushing merch. I was pushing merch early when nobody in hip hop was doing it. Like,
Even
yeah, there
before
might have
Tech
been a
Nine.
shirt. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention to Tech Nine at the time to know what he was doing regarding that. But I'm sure if like Def Jam did a shirt, it might have been just been like for a tour. You know, it was never like, yeah, there were Public Enemy shirts. They were more like a band, but like a lot of other groups, it wasn't the big thing. You know what I mean? But for me, I knew from a band perspective, it was a big thing in metal. So yeah, I was doing shirts early, like definitely like 98, 99.
Wow. So to piggyback off of you talking about I Need Drugs, right? That's in 2000.
Yeah.
That's your debut album. You end up shooting the music video in a crack house with Uncle Howie,
Yep.
and he's shooting up in the video.
Yeah, that shit was wild, man. Because what happened was I make the song. So here's how I make the song. So I used to go to DJ Riz's crib, shout out DJ Riz, and borrow records just to go listen to because he had a lot. He's a DJ. And he had all the vinyl, and so I would see random shit out, you know. And he had LL Cool J, I Need Love. And I was like, let me borrow that. I just want to check it out, just you know, on some hip hop history shit, you know. So it was in my pile for a month or so. Didn't listen to it, and I put it on in the crib. I guess when I'm making beats and something, and I listened to the record, and the idea just came to me. I need drugs, and I'm gonna flip the whole way he's rapping it, like LL did on I Need Love, but I'm gonna flip it with all the knowledge I have from the drug dealing I told you I do with my boy Rob Weiner and the weed. So I had an experience plus my uncle being a crackhead. So I was able to write that whole song in one seating. I sat down, wrote all three verses back to back, listening to LL shit and copying it. And I had so much to draw from because of all my experiences I told you about earlier. So I have this song, and I know it's a sick song. I'm like, yo, this song's dope and shit. And I play it for Uncle Howie. And Howie's like, yeah, that song's cool, but you want to see some real shit? Come with me to the crack hotel. I'm gonna show you some real shit. And I'm meeting a religious Jew there now named Mordechai. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You serious? I grab my camcorder. We go to the crack hotel, which is right off Coney Island. This dude has a room booked. Mordecai meets there. I'm bugging out that a religious Jew is smoking crack. Howie's wearing his yarmulke because he was scheming on all the religious Jews on Avenue J, where he would act like he's religious so that they would give him free food and shit. Like, Howie's a scheming motherfucker, total manipulator. So even though Howie's a Jew, Howie would manipulate through sympathy and get people to give him money and shit. You know, Avenue J is an area that all religious Jews frequent, like the marketplace for Jews in Brooklyn. So I see who's there. We go in the place. This place smells like fucking shit. There's cockroaches everywhere. It's fucked up. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. So Howie's like, yo, why don't you go buy me some crack? He goes, get me some crack and I'll let you film anything you want. I was like, you're going to let me film a whole video for I Need Drugs now? He's like, yeah, if you get me some crack and heroin. So I'm like, where do we go? He's like, yeah, I'll take you to the spot. So we drove to the crack spot and I bought Uncle Howie like $60 worth of crack and heroin because I guess a mixture of because he's doing heroin in with the needle and smoking crack. So I guess I got him both from this place, and Howie was so excited. And I remember my stepbrother was there, and he thought it was fucked up that I went and bought Howie drugs. And then when I finished filming, we couldn't believe what we filmed. Like we were like, did I actually just fucking film that? And I'm going to be able to show that to the world? And
But
my
you guys were
stepbrother,
cracking up too while you were filming it, right?
yo, bro, it was the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. So check this out. So my stepbrother, Steve, who was there in the video, people will recognize him in little parts. And Mr. Hyde was the cameraman on a camcorder. Before we even had DCLRs and Canons like that, we had
Right. You had the handy cam.
handy cam. Steven says, yo, are you actually going to release that? In the car after we finished filming. I was like, yeah, why wouldn't I? He's like, yo, bro, you're going to exploit your uncle that way? I was like, yo, bro, he wanted me to do it. And I said, people got to see this. Don't you want people to see this? Like, this is some shit never seen before. So I remember going to an editor in Manhattan and editing the video. This is at a time where they had big editing machines and way before the shit they Final Cut Pro and all that. Avid. This is when Avid, the
Oh,
beginning days
wow.
of Avid, when an Avid machine was humongous. So I go to this lady who charges like 50 an hour, and we're editing, and she's like totally emotionless towards what's being seen and just editing at my whim as I tell her what I want. And so every day I'm having a new cut because we can't edit the whole video in one day. So it's like I'm doing sessions of maybe 3 hours, 4 hours. And then the lady didn't want to edit more than that. I probably would have did 12 hours, but she was like, I'm tired. My eyes are tired. So probably took like 15 sessions. So every time I come back with a videotape, maybe Mr. Hyde was driving me there, we would watch as the video was coming into fruition. Like little parts would keep getting edited. And I can say that me and Mr. Hyde never laughed this hard ever in our fucking life. You know when you laugh so hard that you think you're having a heart attack and you're on the floor and it hurts?
Right.
That kind of laughter, like, it hurts, it hurts. Every night that we watched the new rough cut of this video, it was crushing me and Mr. Hyde. And we knew we had something fucking sick. Like I knew, I was like, yo, this is gonna blow people away. And you know what's crazy? The video dropped 5 years before YouTube. This is why I don't have 100 million views on it on YouTube, because it dropped before there was a YouTube, and I was selling it through Fat Beats on PAL to Europe and VHS. Fat Beats would give me like $500 orders, like for $10 a pop, 50 at a time, every like week. So I was making a lot of money with Fat Beats off these movies, and off the movies I made, and the I Need Drugs video. And so by the time YouTube came, I didn't understand YouTube. I didn't get on YouTube till 2007. So there was a good 2 years of YouTube being out there where people were experimenting. I thought it was corny at first. I was like, what is this little tube? You know what I'm saying? It looked corny. Like you had only seen things like YouTube when they would show like horror gore videos. They would have little YouTube screens. I didn't think it was something that would get adopted like more than TV. You know
Well,
what I mean?
in the beginning, they didn't even have comments enabled, right? There was like,
I don't remember, but
yeah.
I definitely didn't give it light for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember what happened is it got uploaded, but because it was so fucked up with needle popping, every time we would get 1 million on YouTube, I guess because the person didn't upload it with age restriction, it would get taken down. So it would accumulate these views right at the beginning of YouTube and get fucking deaded. So by the time I put it up in 2007 time, it also accumulates another 1 million, gets taken down again. So I Need Drugs must have got taken down 10 times before they really, really got comfortable with the age restriction shit. So I never got the views I should have gotten off of the I Need Drugs video. But I knew it was big because everyone I spoke to, people were telling me it's being put in schools and they show it to people to get them off drugs or to sway them away from drugs. So yeah, man, the I Need Drugs video was a smash. But I eventually was able to put it on my channel, and I think it might be like 5,000, 5 million views now. But the
Mm-hmm.
shit would have been 500 million. But it had needle popping in it, you know what I mean?
Right,
And
right.
needle popping at that time was a no-no.
So in 2002 to about 2003, you had a situation with Vlad before he became the Vlad we know today, right? There
Yeah,
was a there was a
he's a piece of
situation where
shit.
you was cool with him and would talk to him from time to time, and you did
Yeah,
a
he's a piece of shit.
you,
He's a bitch and a snitch.
wait, wait,
And a
wait, wait, wait.
snitch.
Before we get into that part, okay? You did a remix to Eminem's Forgot About Dre, and it blew up on
Yeah.
MySpace, getting like 1 million plays. You sent it to Vlad, and he brushed it off. Now, did he say it rudely that it was whack, or like what upset you about that situation?
But you know the way he talks, like he thinks he's a shit with that like nonchalant, like, I'm the man. He even when he talks to legends, he talks like that. He was giving me that kind of tone back then. But remember, he wasn't Vlad to me back then on that level. And he's kind of like you said, brushing off my shit, with that Vlad kind of flavor. And I was like, I got insulted. I was like, are you serious? Like everyone loved the shit, you know? And he was like, nah, I think Eminem did it better. And you have to understand, I thought I was cool with him because he was trying to like bond with me, telling me he's Russian and Jewish, and he wants to he'll want to do some stuff with me. He kept bringing my brother up, which was annoying because you're talking to me. If you want my brother, you go reach out to my brother. You know what I mean? But I think he secretly wasn't really a Necro fan, and a lefty. He's a lefty schmuck. You can see this when he talks to Matis Yahu. He's sucking the dick of Palestinians. So, he's an example of a Jew that's a lefty. So a Jew that's a lefty will never click with Necro. Never, ever. It'll always be an ideology that doesn't agree with each other. So he was probably always on my brother's dick because nonfiction is very left. And he couldn't get in touch with him. So he was talking to me. But, he made it seem like he wanted to be cool with me. So this is when he was doing the Biggie Smalls mixtape, and I
Right,
thought
he was doing he did the Tupac mixtape, right? Rap Phenomenon.
I thought that shit was corny. I thought he was corny because I was like, you're just taking other people's shit and making a mix. I didn't think that was impressive to win an award. Like, and I can tell he had a huge ego. He thought he was the shit because of that, and I didn't really think that was impressive to me. Like, I thought my Street Villains was impressive because it was actually us rapping on it, and I destroyed Murder Your Life. So I figured this guy who does these corny mix CDs, taking other people's shit, and commercial shit by that, he wouldn't diss it. But I didn't like the way he talked. And back then, if you dissed me, I would threaten you. So, if I would have seen him, I probably would have went up to him and did what I did to Mighty Milo. But I never saw Vlad, and Vlad's a snitch, by the way. For anyone that don't know, he actually
Wait.
sued.
Before we get into that, though, what were you hoping for him to do with it, though?
Nothing, just not be a dick. I sent it to him for him to be cool. I thought we were buddies.
Got
It
you.
was
Okay.
it was at the time we were being cool. This was one of my best tracks at the time in 2003, and everyone was sucking M's dick, including him. That's another thing that made me mad. He was on M's dick big time, like bringing him up to me, talking, just totally dick sucking Eminem's peach. So I'm like, I just thought, the guy wouldn't be so cold towards something so incredible. And I took it as he was hating, like, this guy's being a bitch. So at that point, if I'm sending you one of my best things of the year and you're shitting on it, my mentality is not to ass kiss you and make. Plus, he wasn't Vlad yet, so on the level he was, he didn't have Vlad TV. It's 2003 before YouTube came about. So I'm not thinking like this guy. I need to be nice to him specifically.
Right.
I thought we were cool. You just shitted on me. I'm gonna fucking slap you when I see you, or whatever.
So
You
you
know?
threatened him. You told him that you were going to fuck him up when
Yeah,
you saw him. What did he say?
yeah. I don't remember. Either I told him that on the phone with him and hung up and didn't wait for a response
Hmm.
because I just figured I'm telling you. I definitely was on the phone with him and told him
Right.
because he told me on the phone what he felt about the song. So my response was anger and that I'm gonna fuck him up when I see him.
But he did a video animation, right, of you talking about the story in Australia where you beat up the guy and got sued.
Yeah, I don't know why he did that. That was nice of him to do, but I don't know what. Listen, he also featured my Pop Your Head Off video on his channel when I dropped it. Like, just, I had put it on my channel, but just to reach other people. Of course, every comment was, "Who's this white boy with guns?" Totally dissing me. His whole, the whole fan base of Vlad, which is probably mainly black, just totally, oh, fuck white boy with guns, da da da. But yeah, if they only knew how real we were and everybody in the video was keeping it real, but whatever. Anyway, it didn't get a good reception on Vlad's channel. But the song is amazing for anybody who wants to see it, pop your head off. But basically, Vlad is such a shit face because when I was with G Rap and went up to his show, he wasn't there. So I've never met Vlad in person. He was just on the phone at the time.
Right.
And he left my name off like a bitch.
Did he know that
He
you were
said Kool G
coming?
Rap.
Did he know that you were coming
Who
too?
knows? I'm there with G Rap talking. He's
No,
not
but
he
before then, before you guys go on
yes,
there.
he knew. Yes,
Okay.
he knew. So I don't think he would ever invite me in the same room with him because maybe he feels it's too much animosity from that. I mean, if I talk to the guy now, I would fucking tell him, I don't know, I'm not going to beat you up or anything now. Plus, he acts like he packs guns, on some safety shit. And I'm obviously not going to start with the guy. It's 20 years ago. But at the time, I was pissed and I made my threat. And I never saw him for him to do anything about it. But then other shit happened, like me getting on the show with G Rap. You can see he still holds a grudge and he's a bitch because he didn't write Kool G Rap and Necro.
Right. He mentioned
I'm
your name in
sitting
the
there.
description, I think, in the video description,
Yeah,
but not on the titles.
he left my name out the title, and if I am in the description, that was done years after. At the time, he left my name totally out like a bitch, purposely.
I think in one of the videos where you're rapping, he does include your name though, but that's like the only one.
Yeah, and I don't know where that video is. I don't even see it anymore
Mm.
on Vlad anymore. It's funny you mentioned that because I forgot that there's a video with me and Vlad where it's just me rapping and yeah, I forgot about that actually because I never see it anywhere. Maybe I have to search Necro Vlad.
Right.
Matter of fact, let me just give myself a note to do that now because I'll forget. But yeah, that's interesting. Did you see it
Yeah.
recently?
Yeah, that's how I studied for
Oh,
this.
okay. So it must be up there, but it doesn't get any views or anything. It's an obscure video, you know, from that
But you were
perspective.
saying that he's a snitch. You're talking about because of the whole Rick Ross situation?
Yeah, he snitched on Rick Ross and sued him and got paid $1 million because Rick Ross had him beat up. That's
I
a
think it
rat.
was 300,000. It wasn't 1 million. But
It's a
can you
rat. It's a
blame?
rat.
Wait. Can you hold Vlad to those standards because he's not a street guy? He's not from the street. He's a regular citizen. So is that really considered snitching then?
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, obviously he's not a street guy. He's still a rat. He's somebody who will rat on you. That's why it's good I didn't beat him up. If I beat him up, he probably would have sued me for 300,000 too. He's a bitch. I don't think that's respectable. Snitch nine. Yo, isn't that crazy? When I thought of 6ix9ine, Snitch nine came first. The first thing that popped in my head was Snitch nine. For the record, have you ever seen my Kanye diss video and 6ix9ine diss video?
No.
Oh my God, bro. Bro, that the 6ix9ine video is the reason I got into beef with Adam. There's shit you might have to re-interview me about because you're gonna have to
Right.
rewatch the 6ix9ine video I did. I decimate
You got
6ix9ine.
stories for days, so we definitely gonna have to do a part two, man. So
Well, listen, bro, the video is an animation of the beating he took in LA Fitness. He gets fucked in,
oh,
bro, he gets fucked in the ass in the video. It's brutal.
oh my god,
Yo, it's the
man.
illest shit you'll ever see. And I got into beef, you know, a Twitter fight with Adam, who's a douchebag cuck. Adam is a cuck. He lets everybody
Wait,
fuck his wife. And he tried
wait a
to,
minute, but you was on No Jumper. I thought you cooled him.
I guess I'll tell you another time so you have more content. The thing that why me and Adam got into an argument, I'll break it down. But I think you need to see the video first. You need to,
Okay.
and you need to watch my Kanye diss video. It's called Forensic Pathology. And bro, I destroy Kanye in the video. It's fucking brutal. You just have to see it, you'll understand. I bet somebody showed Damon Dash that Kanye diss I did, and it's part of the reason he didn't fuck with me. But go ahead.
One thing I want to commend you on is you've stayed true to your word about how you connect with your fans and you keep it genuine, right? You
Yeah.
understand that like direct relationships with your fan base has made it possible for you to be independent and do things your way. Like you've been on some of the biggest platforms, like we're talking with Vlad and No Jumper, but I've seen you do small platforms just talking to whoever. It's not a now that I've gotten to this level, I can no longer fuck with so and so.
I can't afford. Well, there are times if somebody's like right now, if somebody messages me and their platform is like really whack, like just like you can see they're not putting in any work, I'm not going to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you need to be showing you're doing. I gotta like something about what you're doing. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean I'm about press. Remember, I'm independent and funded all by myself, so I can't afford an ego, like that kind of, ego that some of these people have, thinking that they're bigger than, everyone or whatever. All I want is respect for my shit, then you get respect for your shit. I'm a Gemini. I treat you how you treat me. If you show me respect, I'm going to give you respect. If you disrespect me, you're going to get disrespect back.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's logical shit, right? I mean,
You
it's
treat people how they treat you. I got you.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, bottom line, that's the Necro style. I don't start with people really, you know what I mean? And maybe when I did comedy, I trolled people in the street or whatever, but I was never like, I don't think I was like some of these other guys, like, that make
Right,
people
right.
chase them. I don't make people chase me. Nobody ever wanted to chase me. So it can't be that bad, you know what I mean? But as far as like hip hop, if I talk or say something about somebody, I'm willing to fight them. We could fight head up if you got a problem. I'm not going to back down. You're not going to have a problem reaching me, and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not looking to start shit with people. I just want to tell the truth about shit. I'm going to speak my mind, because it's promotion for me. You have to understand this video here. I don't know how many of that 30,000 people know me, of your subs. That could be 30,000 brand new people that go to Spotify and hear how awesome I am. I need to do that. I don't have the fucking Def Jam money. I don't have that podcast loving hip hop money. There's a lot of money behind those motherfuckers. They get supported for certain reasons. I don't. Remember what I told you before. You've never seen hardcore white kids that are thugs ever blow up in hip hop. We don't get love. Notice if you ever see a white kid that's real, like he would not be a bitch in person, it's got to be the guys from Jersey Shore or something, not hip hop related, right? Notice like the guys from Jersey Shore are considered corny because it's Jersey Shore.
Or wait. What about like Yellow Wolf? Yellow Wolf don't come off like a bitch, right?
Okay, first of all, Yellow Wolf, if you notice, M didn't put him out till 13 years after constantly dropping black rappers and being the biggest rapper on earth, going diamond and having every award on the planet. Then it was like, okay, I can finally put a white kid on. And notice Yellow Wolf, I don't think Eminem sees him as competition for him because Yellow Wolf doesn't really rhyme the way Eminem does. It's kind of like his own style, and it's very southern, and he does his thing, but it's not competition. Where a Cage or a Necro or a nonfiction, we're from New York, and a lot of people believe that Eminem was influenced by us at the beginning. Even though he might be from Detroit, he was coming to New Eurekan Poets Cafe. He was hanging out with the Outsiders in Jersey. Um, he
Well,
was
his
just,
style is based more in the boom bap, right?
yeah, it's more boom bap, New York, LL Cool J, G Rap, Big Daddy
Hmm.
Kane. All his influences are New York rappers. So, it's not like he's going to say a Detroit rapper is his influence. He's never said that, right? So he's not going to say I'm influenced by Kid Rock, where I don't know Yellow Wolf's influence, but I'm going to assume it's going to be a mixture of, I don't know really, maybe a little 3 6 Mafia, maybe some Ghetto Boys, Scarface. It might, listen, I don't know. For all
Right.
you,
I
you
think I
know,
think he's been influenced from like everywhere, but yeah, of course, like he leads with his style, like kind of in a southern way.
I just don't think Eminem would sign someone he thinks is a threat to him. He felt that Yellow Wolf was safe enough that it's not gonna conflict with anything that he does at all. Where he would never sign a Necro. Because I don't think you might know something, but I know this, but I'll let you know what's crazy. When I dropped I Need Drugs, all the press, I got in every magazine in Europe because I had publicists and what was the guy's name? Mike Clark. Mike Clark? No, Mike, forgot his fucking name, man. Sorry, Mike. It was one of the greatest publicists I've ever had. All people said was this guy's crazier than Eminem. Every review that they would talk about Necro is if you think somebody would say shit like Necro makes Eminem look like this soft artist or somebody called me Eminem for grown-ups. Like, bro, all different types of crazy shit. So
Well, wait, but can you argue then maybe it was Interscope that kind of suppressed you, maybe because they wanted Eminem?
Interscope, I mean, who the fuck knows? It's all these people. I believe I had heard rumors that Eminem hated on anybody white that rapped crazy to get on. He would be asked. People would ask him, like the label heads, the Jimmy Iovines would. Everything gets run by Eminem because he's so big and he's considered the authority on white kids that rhyme crazy. And he would always dead everybody. He'd say, "Nah, don't sign that guy. Nah. Why do you think none of us got deals? Look at all the dope white rappers from the underground. None of us could get a major label deal after Eminem. Fucked. Eminem definitely did not help or say anything good about us. I actually know Eminem hated on me. Actually, someone told me he hated on me. So, it is what it is. Listen, um, it's a monopoly. You have to understand, Eminem had a monopoly on white hip hop. If you have a monopoly, why should you put another guy on when the whole world thinks you're the only guy? What?
Wait. So you mean to tell me that Bubba Sparks wasn't competition for him?
Hell's no. Bubba Sparks. Okay, no disrespect to Bubba Sparks. Bubba Sparks was totally different. That was Southern hip hop rapping with pig shit in a barn with a Timbaland beat. It was dope, but nothing like Eminem. Totally different from Eminem. And no disrespect to Bubba Sparks, it obviously didn't blow up. Do you think they didn't want it to? When I say didn't blow up, Eminem level.
Right.
I don't know what he did. Did he go platinum?
I don't.
Okay, so here's my
Whatever
point.
he did, it wasn't to the level of
It would,
Eminem, right? So
and it was probably the Southern Coast. He probably didn't become huge on West Coast and New York the same way Eminem blew up everywhere. So anyway, here's the thing. It's hard for me to speak on Bubba Sparks specifically besides what I know. He had the video where all the pigs are in it and with Timbaland beat, and it was original. It was almost like a white rapping Missy. But it didn't get the listen, it did Timbaland was not Dre level for boom bap. Timbaland was incredible for R&B bangers mainly. It wasn't like Dre was the illest shit for hardcore hip hop. Timbaland was not. Didn't mean that Timbaland didn't create bangers. But if I ask you, what would you say 80% of Timbaland shit is known for? You're gonna say Missy, Aaliyah, not Magoo, right?
I remember him from Magoo,
No, but I'm
but yeah,
saying,
but it's not like the illest stuff.
but when you say Dre, you're gonna say NWA, Snoop, Eminem. So I believe that Bubba Sparks had a chance. He was put on a platform, but listen, was he rapping the way Eminem was? Or the way I do, let's say, like super violent, crazy. It wasn't like that offensive, right? Bubba Sparks was not
Right.
an offensive artist. So,
Well, but also like he was always going to be compared to Eminem, right? Like as far as, and this is something that you haven't been
well,
able
why
to
did you
escape.
mention him in the first place? What does he have to do with the point I was making? Just so I can ask you, because you brought him
No,
up.
because I was joking with saying like because you were saying that what white rapper has come along really since Eminem that was really like formidable opponent or like that can match.
You'll have your Post Malones, G-Eazy's, but I don't consider those guys rapping hardcore. Nobody's a thug. Notice Jay-Z from Brooklyn's considered a thug from the projects. Mobb Deep, Queensbridge, thugs from projects. Where's the white guy who's a thug? Where's the Puerto Rican? Where's the Puerto Rican?
What about Action Bronson?
Action Bronson dropped in 2010, and he came out sounding a lot like Ghostface. That was the biggest talk about him, was he sounds like Ghostface. Then he got put on with all the food shit. It's a different kind of it's Action Bronson was not considered like a pinnacle fucked up lyricist like an Eminem. He was considered this package, right? That where a dude, he's a chef. He also he got put on, right? Rosenberg, I think, started managing him pretty early. So notice he's being managed by Eminem's manager, and he's doing well. But would you say Action Bronson ever blew up on the level of an Eminem?
No.
Okay, so you're proving your points to me. You see, these guys, first of all, they're not me, and I'm talking about me. Now, I didn't bring them up. You're bringing them up. But if you bring them up, I'm going to say, first of all, it's different. It's also 2010. Remember, Nonfiction had a Geffen deal in 95. I was dropping independent records 99, 2000. Action Bronson came out where we were already all shitted on. Then he arrived, which is why Serch is a piece of shit on the Drink Champs, because he talks about the era he was in and then how things didn't work out for Nonfiction in 95, and then shoots shoots right forward to Action Bronson in 2010, but leaves out the whole Fat Beats era where all of us. Who do you think influenced Action Bronson? I got a tweet from Action Bronson one time before he blew up, bigging up I Need Drugs. I never spoke to the dude before. So he obviously knew who I was. I did message him on Twitter at the time. I was like, yo, thank you for the retweet. Let's work. He never took me up on the offer, but point of the matter, but he did respond, thank you. My point is we were the guys that all the 2010 dudes were listening to. You understand? So that's why I'm annoyed that MC Serch has the nerve to go up there and try to document hip hop and then leaves us out after he fucked Nonfiction over. He's a scumbag motherfucker for that. That's very foul and not true. So if I don't call him out, who's gonna? Why not one of the illest white rappers ever? I think I'm one of the illest ever. Let one of the illest white rappers call Serch out. Because you know what's going to happen? My fan base is going to rock with me. And then they're going to spread it. And now anytime Serch gets brought up, guess what? Yeah, but he fucked over Nonfiction. See, now I made it where probably real hip hop heads, not like cornballs that don't know shit. If you're a real hip hop head, you now know what Serch did. And after I fucking do your show, more people are gonna know.
Right.
Yo, check
But
this out. Check this out. Let him make a fucking video then. Address it. You know why? Because if he makes a video, it's just gonna bring more people to me. Now, you want to know what the joke is? To show you how warped people are. Serch, because he knows I'm not really known in his little circle, like, that circle of old school dudes really don't acknowledge me. He's gonna think, well, why should I mention Necro? I'm just gonna be giving him life. But bro, I'm much bigger than you now. I got 500,000 monthly listeners. You got like 30,000 on Spotify. But the mentality of these dudes, they have such delusions of grandeur. They think they're so much better than us that he'll think making a video addressing what I said, he's going to be helping me. And you know something? Yeah, you're going to help me become bigger than 500,000. But he's thinking, Necro ain't shit. I'm not going to help that motherfucker that ain't shit. You understand the warpedness of it? He thinks I'm nothing to mention.
so one of the things that you seem to not be able to escape as a white rapper, right, is always
Okay.
being compared to Eminem.
Right.
You've been on record to talk about you guys had this weird interaction where you thought everything was good, but then he took the interaction the wrong way and thought you said, let us white dudes team up.
Yeah, he's corny for that. That's what the forgot the chick's name, but she was doing his publicist at the time, and I was cool with her. And she told me he talked shit about me after we met. Because here's what happened: when I met him, I brought him a beat.
Wait, you banged her?
I didn't bang her. No, I think my brother might have been talking to her. He might have been banging her. Eminem might have been banging her, and my brother might have been fucking with her at one point before. Here's what happened: the whole story. You want the whole story?
Yeah.
So Eminem goes into Fat Beats. My brother was working in Fat Beats. So he was DJing and he was playing my beats somehow. Maybe a vinyl that had a Necro beat. And he was like, yo, that beat's cool. That shit's cool. My brother says, yo, that's my brother, Necro. Do you want a beat CD? I guess he knew that would have been an opportunity for me to get this guy Eminem a beat CD. Eminem's like, yeah, tell him to come give me a beat CD at 88 Hip Hop. So I go up to 88 Hip Hop and I meet Eminem there. And this is before Eminem got a little bit, with Dr. Dre and became a little more tough. He was to me, kind of seemed a little nerdy, kind of scared to look me in my eyes. He's still kind of.
Was Slim Shady EP out yet? The EP version.
I don't know. It might have been out.
Was 97 or like around 97?
Yeah, around 97, 98, before the Dre shit was announced that he signed with Dre. Or we had just heard that there was rumors that he's going to be with Dre. So I meet up with him and I give him a beat CD that starts actually out of old beats with Black Helicopter's beat that I got from WKCR thanks to Stretch Armstrong. So I give him that, probably, 50 beats or whatever. And he actually says to me, no, first thing he says before I give him the beat CD, he's like, yo, are you still cool with Cage? And I was not cool with Cage at the time because he had beef with Cage. I was like, nah, actually, I don't fuck with that dude. He's like, oh, okay, because I'm looking for him. I'm going to bring it to him. Said something like that. I was like, whatever. You know what I mean? He didn't really look like he was going to bring it to anybody. But he didn't look hard. Pause. He looked kind of soft. So pause. Damon Dash. Damon Dash, pause. Says pause every other word out of Damon Dash's mouth is pause. Right. But anyway, basically, I reassured him I don't fuck with Cage anymore. I just did the 12-inch with him and the dude's shady. He's like, yeah, because I'm here in New York and I'm looking for him. I was like, all right, whatever, bro. So I was like, I came here to bring you a beat CD. I ain't got no beef with you. You know what I mean? I don't even fuck with them. So he's like, oh, okay. So then he suggests I do a song with him. He's like, yo, we should do a song together. Now, when Eminem tells me that he thinks me and him should do a song together, there's a bunch of things going through my head. I'm thinking, number one, does he really mean it? The reason I say does he really mean it in my mind is because I know he just got signed to Dre. So I'm thinking there's no way a guy who just got signed to Dre is going to be this cool. So I kind of thought he was kind of just saying it, like just because he maybe tells everybody that's in front of him, especially goons that come up there, you know, he's going to be on a friendly thing with all different types of people, and probably anyone from New York. So I didn't really believe that he really would have wanted to do a song with me because I didn't think that we were bonding on that level. What I should have did, I should have said, well, what's your number, bro? Can I have your number? And I'll call you. And then maybe I would have reached out to him and maybe the guy would have been my friend and maybe I could have been cool with him. So in a way, my own ego stopped me from pursuing him saying we should do a song together. Because here's what I thought. I thought because I was giving him a beat CD with my number on it, with my you know, I probably had my cell phone on it or something, that he would hear a beat and then call me. Be like, yo, I like this beat, Necro. And then I would have a chance to bomb with him again. And after
Right.
he hears my beats. I didn't think that there's a chance he's not going to use none of my beats and I might never have a chance to talk to this guy again. So, plus, I didn't want to be on his dick because Paul Rosenberg is a lawyer. He was a lawyer at the time. He was working out of the same lawyer I got in the office. They had given Paul Rosenberg an office. It was Cutler and Seidelmeyer. And Theo Seidelmeyer was my lawyer. And I was trying to shop myself to get a deal. And he kept telling me, nobody wants white boys now. And then one day I go to him for a Fat Beat single deal, because I had to go to him for the little tiny deals, because I didn't know anything about contracts at the time. It was kind of stupid that I would have to give this idiot $500 just to look at a bullshit single contract. But he kept telling me, so when I go to him for that, he's like, yo, you got to hear this new rapper named Eminem. He's going to be the poster boy for MTV. Now, yo, you got to understand, I'm boiling now. I'm like, this motherfucker is telling me nobody wants to sign white rappers. And he can't get me a deal. This is a guy who knew everybody, and he's my lawyer. And I'm paying him money. And he's shitting on me now. And I'm not being a hater when he's talking about Eminem and what's going to happen with him, but I wasn't really ecstatic about it either. You know what I mean? So basically, you know, I knew Eminem. When I met Eminem, I guess I probably resented a little bit that I knew this guy's going to blow up and we weren't gonna. You know, it was kind of fucking whack that, you know, that Paul Rose. I knew Paul Rosenberg, he would be in the office. There was times I'd be, hey, what up, Paul? Not, you know, Paul wasn't doing. I knew Paul wasn't going to do shit for me because he was M's manager. You know, it's not like Paul's going to stop managing me. I had too much pride probably to go up to Paul and be like, hey, can you manage me too? Like, nah, it was almost like I kind of felt or knew in my head, there's no way this guy's going to fuck with me.
Right,
If
right.
he just got a deal for Eminem, it's competition now. You understand? They have a monopoly. That's what I was trying to tell you before. They have a monopoly because they blew up so big and everybody looks at M as the crazy white rapper. There's no room for any other people. Same way when there's one big pun, there's no room for every other Puerto Rican that's dope. It's like, oh, we got this one Latino guy. That's enough. Which is what happened. Pun till he
Right.
passed.
And we're going to get into that. That's my next question,
Okay.
actually.
So,
Yeah.
let me finish. So I say to M when he says we should do a song together, I respond, yo, that's pretty dope. I think that's cool because white kids never really stick together. So that would be a cool thing if me and you, two white kids, actually, you know, don't hate on each other. I was bigging up that he said we should do a song together. And I guess he said, okay. He didn't go against me, I guess. I end up finding out that he tells this publicist, oh, that was whack that he said we should do a song together just because we're white. Because what does white got to have to do with it? Obviously, you know, I'm telling you, I didn't say that. I didn't say it's cool you want to do a song with me because we're white. I said it's cool that white kids actually would stick together because it wasn't a normal thing for white rappers to do shit together. You didn't see it really a lot. So he's suggesting I do a song with him. I'm like, yo, that's pretty cool.
Right.
Listen, to give him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he misunderstood me. But, well, he obviously did misunderstand me. But if he did think that, then you could imagine he's probably like, I'm not going to use this guy's beats. Because remember, he was not putting white people out. He was putting D12 out. He was putting 50 out. He was not putting other white kids out. He was not helping anybody white that rapped. And I kind of think that's because of Cage's fault. Because I spoke to Cage on the phone. I remember having the convo with him. I said, bro, don't diss Eminem, bro. I said, the guy just got signed to Dr. Dre. I said, don't play yourself, bro. He's like, nah, fuck that dude. He's biting my style. Trying to be like, I'm like, bro. It's like, how do you figure he's biting your style? Oh, because I said, on Agent Orange, he goes, I'm against the machine like Rage. And he said, Eminem said something about Rage and Machine, and he said, he says that. And I just don't give a fuck. He mentions them. I'm like, bro, I don't know. You're kind of reaching. He might be influenced by you, Cage. Don't go dissing him. He'll blow up and he could be our ally. And Cage, he's so egotistical. I mean, this dude, he had his nose up in the air, man. He thought he was like the coolest motherfucker on earth.
So he just wanted to diss him for that simple fact. That's it.
He felt that Eminem was biting his shit.
Wow.
And that he could pinpoint specific lines that Eminem had that was taken from his Agent Orange 12-inch. And I told him, bro, there's no point in dissing somebody who's going to sign with Eminem, with Dr. Dre now. Said this guy, bro, I was smart enough to know that if a white kid gets signed to Dre, he's out of here, bro. He's going to be the biggest thing on earth.
Right.
And my lawyer told me this guy's going to be the poster boy for MTV. You know how jealous I was? I was like, fuck, bro. They're not going to want to hear any other white kids.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the only true thing that Serch said. Yeah, once Eminem came in, all of us were chopped liver. It didn't matter what we've been through, how nice we are. He had the monopoly. He had the MTV, Interscope, Dre, Jimmy, Iovine monopoly. Everyone else, fuck them.
So I saw on your blog spot though, right? You responded to a fan and you said that you were never a fan of Eminem though, because you couldn't relate to him, although you respected his skill set.
Yeah, like listen, I'm inspired by Eminem with Murder Your Life because he did Forgot About Dre. I never rapped Stab in Your Face with a butcher knife that's really that kind of down south flow before. When I heard Forgot About Dre, I was like, okay. I said, yo, this is kind of crazy. I'm doing my mixed CD now. This is what we do. I was doing it around the time 50 was doing. The Future is 50, We were influenced by 50.
50 Cent is the future. Right,
Yeah,
right.
I was influenced by 50. He would rap on other songs. So we were doing our version of it. And that's why I bodied Murder Your Life. I'm not going to say it's better than Eminem, but it was awesome. Nobody can hear Murder Your Life and go, oh, bro, you didn't do justice to it, the Eminem version. Eminem's version is kind of less murderous and a little bit more comedy, kind of like, goofy.
His style.
Right.
At that time.
So the thing is, because I kind of knew Eminem was competition, I couldn't really be somebody who worships or loves an Eminem now, because not that I ever was. I was just maybe hearing his first shit like any fan hears shit, like just another guy. And it was cool. But knowing he was going to blow up, it would be like listening to a guy taunt me. I needed to have that energy that I'm the best thing in the world. You can't have that if you keep listening to Eminem. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of, just like by default, I had to tune Eminem out of my world to have the mentality that Necro's the dopest shit on the planet. And I'll be honest with you, when I dropped I Need Drugs, every press just talked about how iller I am than Eminem. So you think they liked shit like that? They weren't going to help a guy like me blow up so that I could fuck their money up. They had millions invested in Eminem. He's going to be the crazy guy, and that's it. There's only allowed to be one white guy and one Latino guy. That's why you've never seen a Latino blow up in hip hop since Pun died, and then it went back to Joe. It was Joe, Pun, and Joe. Every other Latino rapper has been super underground. Every single one.
It's interesting because you did this interview in like 2001 where you said hip hop is racist against white people, like Hollywood is racist against black people. And hip hop is the musical equivalent to Hollywood, right? It's like,
In a
so
way, it
you,
is. Listen. Black, white people, when I came into the game, are the minority. Listen, I probably did certain things to hurt myself. Number one, here's a few things I'm gonna actually shed some light now instead of just being somebody who's hip hop's racist, which it is. But I shouldn't have said the N word. Okay, I didn't know any better. You know what I'm saying? But that probably ruined a lot of people that might have helped me because my swag was so gangsta that made them be like, I can't fuck with him. Like I heard DJ Premier say, I'll smack any white kid that says, the N word in front of him. Now, I've been around Primo a couple of times. Matter of fact, I actually knocked some dude out in front of Primo in Fat Beats during a Gangstar in-store. But that's another story. We can talk about that another time. So Primo knows I'm not a bitch. But when I heard Primo say that, I kind of felt like Primo has shown me respect in production, and I've always showed Primo respect. I list Primo as one of my influences. I've always said the way Primo, like Step Into the Arena is one of my favorite albums, the way it beats and the way he did things, just awesome. So, but I always thought, there's got to be something about me that's going to make him not want to work with me because he knows I use the M word. You understand what I'm saying? So I probably could have worked with more black dudes in hip hop if I had never used the N word. So that's one thing. Another thing, I was very anti-gay at the beginning. And I ended up learning later, even Metallica got their big break with Electro Records to drop Master of Puppets with a gay A&R. Now, could you imagine if Metallica said, yo, you're a fag. I'm not going to work with, we're not going to work with you. Like, they
wait,
obviously.
but to be fair though, hip hop was very anti,
No, it was. No, it was.
and even look at Eminem, right? Look at how much stuff he said.
I get it. I get it. But see, Eminem was bulletproof when Jimmy Iovine and Dre put you out. Now it becomes controversial. Eminem got all the controversial props for my controversial shit that fired back on me. Like, for instance, when I dropped the human trafficking in 2010, I got banned from Best Buy. You think Eminem's ever going to get banned from Best Buy?
No.
Okay, so that's an example. Like, I didn't have the power. Even though I had distribution, and I had people working for me that on an independent level, it's still, they were not going to go to bat for me. Like, they just told me, oh, you're deaded from Best Buy for like a year or two, like because of da da da, because you offended people. Do you think that if that lady tried to say she's not taking Eminem records, that a Jimmy Iovine or some big powerful person wouldn't call them and say, if you don't put Eminem in the store? Kind of like the same thing that the Jewish head of CBS Records did when MTV said they wouldn't play Michael Jackson, Billie Jean. He called them up, the Jewish guy, and said, I'm going to pull the whole CBS catalog from MTV if you don't play this Billie Jean video. They didn't want to play black music, MTV, at the beginning. So it took a Jewish guy to put the CBS label. What if MTV had said, then fuck CBS Records, fuck you, pull everything? I guess this guy, he took a gamble and he made MTV fold, and Billie Jean became, I think, the first black artist on MTV was the Billie Jean Michael Jackson video. So basically, nobody was doing that for me. You think the people I deal with are going to go to bat for me on that level? But you think the people who invested millions in Eminem would let some fucking buyer at Best Buy say she ain't going to take his shit because he's crazy?
Well, okay,
She
so
would
but
probably
also
get fired.
right, but also to piggyback on what we were originally saying is that you were saying that like it's not just about black and white MCs either, because you got Latino MCs, like you got Big Pun, Fat Joe, but it's like where are the other Spanish guys, right? Like you were saying like kind of like there's like
They
only
always got shitted on.
they always make it like there's only room for one, like one white guy, one Spanish guy. But then
Well,
you
check
were
this out.
saying,
It was always about Gerardo. Before even Fat Joe, do you know who Gerardo is?
yeah.
Yeah, it was all about Gerardo. Anytime you mention Latina, you could mention the gangbanging dudes like Kid Frost, the guys that were respected in the street, and they would brush it off and just if you Latino to the average person, Gerardo meant, and it meant it was not good, not marketable, and for white people, before Eminem, even with Third Base and House of Pain out, it was still Vanilla Ice. People do what people wouldn't tell me in school. Yo, Necro, you trying to be like Third Base? Nah, they'd be like, yo, you Vanilla Ice, and I would get angry. Yo, I would get pissed. I'd be like, yo, don't call me Vanilla Ice, bro. I'll fuck you up for that. They'd be like, why? Vanilla Ice. I'd be like, nah, that dude's garbage, bro. Don't try to play me like that. I used to
But
have
you
to
were
tell
saying
people.
though, like there are a lot of black MCs that you thought sucked, like Jermaine Dupri. You
Yeah,
had some
Jermaine
black
Dupri was,
MCs
was
that
I hated Jermaine Dupri. Fucking hate. I hated Chris Cross.
you said that there were some good black MCs, but there's a lot of trash ones, and it's like, why can't you make room for rappers of other races, basically?
Oh yeah, the way it works is you can only have one really good white guy and one really good Latin guy, and it's all compared to that one Latin guy or white guy. But you can have 1,000 garbage black rappers, and it's considered the coolest thing ever in the world. But if a white guy like me who raps really good, very technical, and has really good beats, he's some crazy kill your mother shit. Fuck him. You know why? Because I'm a threat. I'm very hardcore, and black people are worried I'm going to steal it. We're not going to let him steal it because white people stole every other music. So we're not going to let this hardcore white kid get on. Then people are going to think, oh, hip hop comes from that. But you see, the reason I think that's wrong to fear that with Necro is I've always paid homage to Kool G Rap, Big Daddy Kane, Marley Marl, Premier, Rakim. I've never acted like, I'm influenced only by white people or that. I've always bigged up that. So it's wrong for you to be racist against me because you have fear that if I blow up, that it's going to steal rap. If anything, if I blew up, check this shit out. Imagine Necro blew up. I actually would have been somebody to give light to Kool G Rap. But notice when fucking Eminem blows up, he's never done one nice thing for G Rap. His whole fucking career, he's never even reached out to give G Rap a nod.
But
Think about that.
he's paid homage to a lot of black artists, though. I mean, look at his Hall of Fame speech, right? He
No,
named
but I'm but
50
I'm making
artists.
it. But I'm making an example of G Rap. I'm saying it wouldn't have. Hold on. What's up? I need you for a minute. I'm in the middle of an interview. I can't. Oh, I didn't know. I thought you were done. It's 12 midnight. Yeah, it's going long. I'll talk to you in a little bit. I guess I'll wait. All right. So you have to understand what I'm trying to say here about G Rap. I'm saying you're worried that if you prop Necro up, I'm not going to give back. You understand what I'm saying? The same way Soldier Boy doesn't give props to KRS One. He was a fuck our elders. A guy like Necro actually pays homage to where this shit came from. So it's
So you think that it should be
it's
done on a case by case basis? Then it shouldn't just be
yeah,
like a blanket, like all white people we're gonna
exactly,
gatekeep and hold
exactly,
back.
exactly what you just said. I'll tell you why case by case. So let's say Kanye. Let's say a Jew fucked him over. Why are you dissing every Jew on the planet? Let's say one Jew fucked him over in a deal. That's like me being racist against blacks because of one thing a black guy did to me. You can't.
Right.
You can't. That's stereotypes and blanketing a whole people. It's like, I'll give you an example. With the Kanye shit, he became a billionaire. So from what I understand, it's because of his deals with Jews. And supposedly, from what I get, maybe they made 50 billion. So he only made 2 billion, and he's angry that he doesn't have more. This is what I'm thinking, because he never actually told people why he's coming at Jews. Right? He never specifically said because dot 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 dot. Very vague about what he's doing. So here's my assumption that Adidas probably made 50 billion. He got his little percentage. He was probably told at the beginning the percentage he's going to get. He wasn't tricked by anybody. He agreed to it because he was so hungry, and he didn't even know it was going to become billionaire level. So now it makes 100 billion or 50 billion or whatever, and he gets his 2% of the deal. And he probably tried to tell them, "I'm Kanye, give me more money," and they're businessmen, Jewish or not, whoever the fuck they are, and they don't want to just give him more money probably. So he goes on a tirade, DEFCON on the Jewish people.
So yeah, so let's piggyback off that, right? Because you spoke on this recently that Kanye making some anti-Semitic comments is like hypocritical because it's like if Eminem were to criticize black people, then it would be a totally different situation. It wouldn't be accepted.
Well, here's the thing. Benzino did catch Eminem out there saying the N-word and dissing black in a negative way, not the N-word the way I used to say it. He actually did diss black people when he was very young and did diss black women. Benzino pulled his card on that. But then all the black friends of his said they didn't have a problem and they know Eminem's heart and all that. I guess because he changed and he helped black people and da-da-da. So they're not... All the black people that love Eminem, his friends and all that, and gave Eminem a pass that he was young and ignorant. But he did do some racist shit. So I think this is different than what I'm saying regarding a white person being racist like Kanye is. Because Eminem did that when he was an unknown little kid thinking he's going to get away with it. It's not like Eminem with 30 million followers is going on Twitter and saying F black people, I love the KKK and all that shit. That would be different. You understand what I'm saying? Eminem has never done that. I don't think there's ever been a white rapper that has 30 million followers that is that influential that went on an anti-black tirade. There are people that are racist in general, but they're usually on a smaller level. So I'm wondering, why don't you see more black people, like popular black people, calling Kanye out? Like, yo, you're crazy. I saw a couple of blacks that aren't that known say they didn't like what he was doing. But I'm wondering why the big stars are not coming forward and saying, yo, I don't like Damon Dash. Our boy, Damon Dash, Pause Master. How come he didn't make a fucking video saying, I just want to let it be known I don't support Kanye saying that anti-Semitic shit. I'm going to tell you why he didn't say it. Because Damon Dash fucking agrees with it. That's why he put out a fucking pro-Palestine rapper.
What about Pusha T stepping away from good music? He stepped down as the president of good music because he didn't agree with Kanye making those comments, right? He came out and he didn't say in a video, I don't think, but he wrote like a statement that like, you know, I love all people or something like that. And then Ty Dolla $ign recently.
That's great that he did that then. We're not discussing what Pusha T did the first time he went DEFCON on Jews, Kanye. We're talking about Kanye saying he's a Nazi, selling swastika T-shirts.
But Ty Dolla $ign just did that though. He stepped away. He stepped away from Kanye.
Hold on. Where is Obama coming out saying, I don't support what the fuck Kanye just did? Why is there no statement from Obama? Please, you answer that for me if you can. If you don't mind. Can you do that for me? Why didn't Obama say nothing? He has so much shit to say about Trump, but not a problem that Kanye called himself a Nazi. How come Puffy, Russell, Simmons didn't say anything? How come?
Well, Puffy's got his own situation right now.
Forget Puffy then. Forget Puffy.
Oh wait, no, but Puffy's actually doing a collaboration with Kanye though. They're selling a shirt together.
Can you name one powerful black celebrity that came out and said this Kanye shit is bullshit? Should not be doing it. That's powerful.
I can't recall somebody that
specifically
said Kanye, but Ty Dolla $ign did say that he loves everybody and he removed like any affiliation with Kanye though, and they've been doing albums together.
Okay, so you're talking about not even 1% of the population. So I'm going to say there's a good chance 80% of the black community might agree with Kanye. If they're not saying anything against it, maybe they agree with it. You know what I am seeing a lot of? Oh, he's crazy. Oh, we cut him off already. Da da da. Well, somebody who has 30 million followers obviously didn't get unfollowed by you. You know, he still got invited to the Grammys. He's still doing songs with
Okay, but
people.
can you really say that? I don't think that it's right to say that they agree with him, but I think that like
If
when
you
you're
don't
in the
if you
industry,
don't condemn it, then what are you doing?
I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're
If you
saying.
don't condemn it, well then what well, you know what that would be? That would be like a black guy saying Eminem just called himself KKK and you said nothing. So you're just as complicit because you didn't come out and say this is wrong. Do you think that white celebrities by the droves would not come out and say Eminem is out of line if he called himself a David Duke KKK believer and
But
a
do you
huge
think
fan
that
of
part
Nick?
of it? Do you think that part of it is like when you're so good at something that people kind of are more forgiving about, like when you act crazy?
But he hasn't been good at anything for years now. And so why is he getting the pass of being good 10 years ago?
In your opinion,
Do you
musically,
think he's been good recently?
I don't, but a lot of people do.
I think less people do because I notice a
Less
lot of the.
people do, but there's still a good amount of people that are committed to
He'll always
Kanye.
have
As
those fans, but
right,
right now it's about Kendrick and Drake. It's not about Kanye at all. Kanye is only in the conversation because he said he's a Nazi. It's not because of music. Let's be clear. It's not because of music. It's only because of dissing Jews, which makes him a fucking clown because he said on Drink Champs he's jealous of Jews, wants to be like us. He wishes he could be successful. He just basically said like 20 reasons he wants to be like the Jews. We know the guy is wrong and he's a retard. But my point that I was making is why is nobody prominent in the black world coming out against Kanye? That's just to me fucked up. Like, it would be awesome if Eddie Murphy made a video and or Kevin Hart was like, "Yo, I don't fuck with this bullshit." That would be gangster. I'd be like, "Okay, no doubt, man. I feel that because I know there'd be 1,000 white fucking people condemning an Eminem saying something like that. Everyone would come to listen. Look what they did to Elon when they thought Elon was a Nazi. Everybody on the left, the whole entire left, and the entire internet crucified Elon Musk for something that wasn't even a Nazi salute. So Kanye said he's a Nazi, and deaf ears.
I'm gonna
Yeah. So
say this.
I just made a great point because I didn't even think about it. Elon, they thought was a Nazi and did drag him through the mud. Every color came from fucking Elon. Nobody is making posts that are big, shitting on Kanye. So
I'm gonna say this though. At the end of the day, right is right, wrong is wrong, no matter what color you are. So any form of racism, I think, is absolutely wrong. It doesn't matter what color you are.
okay, but here's the reality. The reality is everybody's racist when nobody's looking. Same person who says he's not racist is calling crack white people fucking white piece of shit, cracker, all this shit. And
You say everybody? Can you really say
no, no, no,
everybody? That's
no,
a
no, no.
blanket
You
statement
can't
now.
say everybody. I'm gonna say, in my opinion, the majority of people when nobody's around. So it could be a guy that's nobody's around, and he's not going to insult a white guy or a black guy. Is going to talk different around his black friends and white friends. I'm saying that for both black and white. I'm not saying it's only black people who do it, and I'm not saying it's only white people. I'm
Well, wait, but
saying
you're kind of echoing what Cuban Link had said, right? Because in my interview with Cuban Link, he said that when people are around their own people, everybody talks about other races and they make certain comments or jokes or whatever.
Man, roll the clip.
But like I said, I heard him and Macho say stories where now is demeaning and being real racist to black people. Him and
Wait,
Macho.
wait, wait. What you mean?
The two white guys at the crew was him and Macho. And
Okay,
then you got
but
Raul.
I know,
You know what I'm
but
saying? No, like,
what
but
is
you
the
got him and
story
Macho.
though?
Macho was a fucking, you know, he hung out with the Jewish guys. So he was really demeaning when it came to black people. And Joe would join that conversation, you know.
But what is the story though? Can you share the
I'm
story?
not telling you the story. I let them tell the story.
All right, all right.
They're never going to say it. But it was real demeaning, racial shit. But
Got you.
that's within, you know what I'm saying, the camp of the Spanish guys.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I think everybody does it. Black people do it. White people do it when they're amongst their own. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I don't, you know, I don't want to even say they are, they aren't. But most, I know my beliefs. I know Punch believe. I know like Sace's belief. When we came in, it's full of clips. I know the sick ones believe. We came in as we all is together. Now, if it was a minority of them niggas being racist in the back of their mind and saying racist shit, yes, Joe and Macho of the terror squad used to say a lot of shit that was racist.
Well, that's why I think it's stupid to come at Fat Joe for saying that when he's all around certain people to be a...
Wait.
No, I'm going to tell you why he's stupid. I'm going to tell you why he's stupid, because I just said both sides do it. So the same black people that are pissed...
Wait, you're saying Cuban Link is stupid?
No, didn't. First of all, didn't say
Okay.
Cuban Link's
Okay.
name. I'm saying anybody who's coming at Joe... This is anybody now. If you want to call Cuban and Kim, Cuban wasn't the only one that came at Joe. It was 1,000 people online. It was the whole FBA. So why are you singling it out to only one person when the whole FBA came at Joe? So you're talking thousands of people. What I'm saying is, I bet you a lot of these people commenting FBA online, they talk shit about Latinos and white people when nobody's looking. So what I'm saying is, why are you putting a magnifying glass on Joe if when nobody's around, he might have said something? Let's say he did. I don't fucking know if he did. But what I'm saying is, you're all doing the same shit anyway. You don't agree? You're telling me all the FBA that wrote that Joe's racist and da-da-da, they don't fucking say things when nobody's looking?
Okay, but what about the notion, because there are people that believe this, right? That black people say that they cannot be racist because they are not in a position of power.
Okay, I always hear that a lot. If you look up the word racist, racist talks about any minority. Okay, so in hip hop, whites and Latinos are the minority. So already that's the number one debate towards that comment. If you want to talk about the whole world, fine. We're talking about the hip hop community. You never heard Necro talk about the whole world. I agree that blacks have a gripe with certain things or whatever, and certain things I don't agree with. I don't like the DEI bullshit. I don't like a lot of that shit or whatever. But in hip hop, whites and Latinos are a minority, and so you can be racist against them. And you want to know something? Semantics. You can use whatever fucking word you want to use. Use prejudice. You're not racist against whites and Latinos, then you're prejudiced against us. In the end of the day, you're shitting on us. You understand what I'm saying? Because of our color. So you want to define it a different way so that you can get away with doing it? I'm not racist. You know what I'm saying? I'm just prejudiced. Does it make a difference? Is there a difference between racist and prejudice? When basically what we're trying to say you're doing is shitting on somebody based on color. Remember, you're not shitting on this person based on skill. You're not saying that guy sucks because because he's white, he doesn't have the skill, you're not addressing the skill. You're making a decision based on this person, based on their skin color and background. Because if it's about skill, there's white rappers, Latino rappers, and black rappers that are all equal level skill. Now, I'm not going to deny that blacks are not special in their own way and incredible. You'll never hear me ever say blacks are not incredible. The problem that I have is if you say that I'm not incredible. So you're saying you're incredible, but I'm a piece of shit? You understand what I'm saying? That's the problem I got right now. My problem is not that you didn't, let's say, start it or whatever, but you're giving no credit that nobody white helped. We're just pieces of shit. We're guests. Then you can say that you're a guest in electricity. you're a guest in basketball. I mean, it's a stupid fucking argument. I personally don't like it because a lot of the jazz records that are sampled were bands that were mixed. White guys and black guys. Steve Gadd on drums. Stanley Clarke on bass. You know what I mean? Chick Corea, Latino guy on fucking keys. So it's like a lot of these records are mixed. Did you know that fucking the B-Boy anthem, Apache, which is the #1 breakbeat that Kool Herc played at the beginning parties, was created by a white guy? He's not down with hip hop? He's just some asshole who made a funky, incredible record. So then you stole it.
All right, wait. So before we go,
So you stole Mike Viner's record.
so before we go into that though, right? Let's go into the whole Fat Joe and FBA situation since you brought that up, right?
Sure.
Okay, so I didn't even know you knew who I was, but you had mentioned me and Cuban Link in your video that you made talking about Fat Joe and the FBA situation. And you were honest about how you felt, right? So before we talk about Lord Jamar aspect, you said Joe was wrong for not truly knowing what the FBA is, but his spot in hip hop history,
he didn't. I don't think he knew.
His spot in hip hop history is cemented, and he's not going to get canceled. I don't think he's going to get canceled, but this is the biggest backlash he's ever received, right? I
agree with you.
So
I agree. I listen. He made a mistake. He fucked up. Listen, I always thought, even though I knew why he's using the N-word, I did always think it was used a little loosely, because here's the thing. I get how he's using it and why, but Joe would accent the N-word in front of black people extra hard, almost to say like, yeah, you can't do shit. And here's the thing.
But he says it a lot though. Like,
no, let me finish. He would have gotten away with that energy if he didn't say FBA shit. If he would have just said ends are broke, da, it would have been forgotten about. There would have been nothing. The fact that he brought in a section of people that identify as FBA without knowing what it really was and thinking that it was just some people online, which it is just some people online, because it's not Sadat X, it's not everybody. Even Rock from said he really didn't know what it was. A lot of people that are black dudes that are legendary in hip hop didn't understand. So it's got to be something that's brand new. It's not something that's been here 20 years.
It is definitely newer, but by definition, right? It's the lineage of black people that can be traced back to slaves.
I know what
right?
it is. Yeah. Here's what I'm saying. If Fat Joe didn't make the mistake of saying what he said and just use the N-word without saying that, there'd be no issue. He gave them an excuse to attack him, because their whole thing, from what I've seen, from the people that comment about me, is a very racist thing. I don't know who these people are. I don't believe they represent, first of all, I don't think any of them represent the black people that are legends in hip hop. FBA might be what they are, but I noticed that a lot of the FBA, they'll diss Kool Herc because he's Jamaican. They'll say Grandmaster Flash is from one of the islands, so they're not FBA. So I'm actually seeing FBA comments calling them tethers. People who me and you thought were legends of hip hop. All of a sudden, it all got flipped on its back that now Kool Herc is a tether? That's new to me. Until Fat Joe said what he said, I've never heard that Kool Herc is a tether. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was almost like Fat Joe insulted a certain amount of people that are very into what they think, their way of thinking. White people have no business, very Lord Jamar-ish, and just gave them fuel. It's not going to hurt Joe's career because Busta Rhymes is not turning. What are you going to do? I understand you could be a nation of people. What are you going to do to Busta Rhymes, who has 50 hits? He has 100 hit records. You're going to stop his career? You think people are never going to book Busta because he's from an island? He's an islander?
But okay, but
You're not stopping his career. So I kind of think that anyone who's posting about that is not anybody who can actually stop his career. So anyone who could stop Joe's career or Buster's career, they have no power. No power. And if you look at most of the channels, they don't even have a lot of subs.
Okay, but
there's no guy with 100,000 subs calling Fat Joe a tether.
By definition, right? The FBA is the lineage that you come from, and Joe was speaking about a small fraction of people that belong to that group, right? That by definition. And he's thinking
he thought he was talking about a cult. He didn't understand that it means every black that comes from a lineage.
But that's what I'm saying, though. His intention
was
he didn't to talk
understand.
about.
He didn't know.
So
he didn't know
because
There's
this
no
whole thing stems from the whole 50-50 argument that hip hop was created by blacks and Latinos. He's been pushing that for so many years, right? But then FBA has come back, did the Microphone Check documentary with Tariq Nasheed and everything,
that.
right?
I saw that.
And he's been angry that people are debating against his whole message, his whole narrative, right?
That documentary is good and whack all in one. It has good elements and it has whack elements. It's not all 100% good. If you're looking to learn about hip hop, that documentary is only going to show you the black side.
Okay, but
it will not show you what the truth about Latinos in hip hop, and it will not show you the truth about white people in hip hop. So if you really want to know about hip hop, that documentary is very biased and one-sided. It's great for the black side.
So you don't think that hip hop was created by FBA?
Hip hop, I agree that hip hop was started by black people. I don't know, for me personally, don't know if somebody was an FBA or what they call a tether, which is basically just means you're from an island, because I don't know if it's been proven that Kool Herc is not. Here's the thing. If we're talking about the beginning, starting of hip hop, you're talking about Adam and Eve, like fucking in the Garden of Eden that day? So you know for a fact that hip hop spawned from an egg created by FBA? How do we know that? Or are you saying that it took a year to incubate, and then from that year, and so in that whole year, not one tether was involved and not one Latino was there? I don't think that can be proven. You can't prove that. So
what about the argument that hip hop existed prior to 1973, like all the elements? It wasn't until 1973 that it was all joined together in.
Yeah, but then you got white elements. Like we created the sampler, we created certain things, poetry, classical music is Mozart, Bach. They're not blacks. I mean, it's listen, there's no debate that black people, I would consider them, I learned hip hop from black people.
Right.
Okay, but I'm also aware that it wouldn't even get to where it is if you didn't have white investors and Puerto Rican or Latino, just all different types of people involved. But I've never been quoted as saying I don't believe FBA are the beginning of hip hop. It wasn't white dudes, but there were white people there. There are white elements. Like I said, can you say Mike Viner is not hip hop? So then is it fair to say that Kool Herc stole Apache from a white guy? So is it fair to say white people have nothing to do with the B-Boy anthem? When it was a white guy went into the studio, created something that you used for hip-hop, but you're going to give no credit to the creator of that, just because you were smart enough to play it at a party. I would say Kool Herc gets a certain respect as the architect, but you have to listen, honorable mentions. At least honorable mentions to the white people that were there.
Can you understand the level of sensitivity that comes with this topic because of how many genres
yes and
black
no.
people?
Nah, yes and no. Yes and no, because okay, can't I say that a white guy created electricity and you can't use it, you're going to try to steal electricity. We all use it. Everyone uses this invention.
But is anybody doing revisional history on who created electricity?
I don't know, but I don't see anybody not saying black people didn't create hip hop.
Well, no, they're arguing.
All I saw was that Latinos are saying they were there.
Though.
Nah, all I see is all I see is Latinos saying they were there, and a lot of people have said Latinos were there.
No, but Joe's saying that it was 50-50.
Hold on. You got to let me respond, brother, respectfully. Coke Rock said he was inspired to rap by Jose Feliciano, and people consider him the first rapper. So what the fuck does that say? You tell me. I just gave you that fact. What does that say? Do you know who Jose Feliciano is?
No.
If I'm correct, maybe I'm wrong, he was one of the last poets, okay, which people consider, some of the first rappers.
Oh, right. Yeah, I got you now. Yeah.
And I guess he was a Latino in the group. So Coke Rock is just saying he was inspired by this Latino guy. Doesn't mean Latinos invented hip-hop. But Lord Jamar's claim and Tariq's claim is that it was going on for 5 years or something without anybody Latino, and then Latinos joined in as special guests. I don't know if I believe that. And I don't know if his documentary can prove it because, he has a lot of holes in his documentary. First of all, his whole mention of white people is terrible. He should not have even mentioned white people because he tried to mention white people to shit on us. And he did it terribly. How did he do that? He said it's hip-hop's becoming whitewashed and shows a picture of young black teenagers as the representation of white rap and hip-hop. And that being hip-hop now being whitewashed and part of why he's doing the documentary to prove, that. And Hank Shockley is the one that signed them. And Hank Shockley is a black guy who was the master, producer of the Bomb Squad that did all of Public Enemy and Ice Cube and a bunch of that. So you're putting in your documentary that hip hop was getting whitewashed and not mentioning that it was a black guy that put them out, and showing the worst artist that you could show out of all the dope white rappers that represent hip hop in a good way and don't try to take shit away from anybody. Because none of the real underground white rappers ever disrespected black people. We don't even get enough fucking credit or respect to even go there. We're just trying to get our shit heard. And we always collaborate with the black legends. Shit. You think you're ever going to see Soulja Boy collaborate with the black legends? It's all the white fucking underground kids that do songs with Master Ace and KRS and Kool G Rap and Kane. And you don't see fucking Drake doing shit with them. They do the commercial garbage. Okay. Maybe Drake. I heard he did a couple of songs with people or whatever. But I'm saying the majority are not showing homage. So I didn't like that. I thought that's just disrespectful. I mean, you have key white people that were just part of hip-hop at the beginning. People like Blondie, Not saying Blondie created hip-hop, but you're acting like, no, but she wasn't there at the beginning. Like, the people like that were not involved. Just give credit where it's due.
I don't
know. I just look at it like you're trying to act like nobody white had nothing to do with it. It was all black people, and you made hip-hop this incredible thing, and then we just joined in later. Same thing for Latinos. That's the energy I'm getting.
But didn't Tariq Nasheed and Lord Jamar say that hip-hop was born out of James Brown and rapping had existed prior to even Coke Rock, though?
I don't know all about that. I mean, that isn't that subjective? Can that be proven? I mean, okay. So they'll show a clip of some guy who rapped who's black from the '60s. Does that mean that created hip-hop? From that?
I think they even got clips from the 40s or something like that.
Let's say somebody from the 40s is the first guy who rapped or danced. That means it was created with that guy breakdancing because he did it. That's the creation. You can say he's the first guy that did it. Does that mean that in 1978 there wasn't a Puerto Rican guy breaking with a black guy in the corner when nobody knew what hip-hop was? What does the foundation even mean? The first year? Before? In the womb?
So that's what I will agree with you on that. I think that there needs to be more specific, like what exactly are we talking about counts.
Why are you even trying to shit on Latinos in the first place? I never thought I would see a day where that kind of energy would come. I always thought it's just me. I mean, I always saw Latino rappers get treated like white rappers, but I never thought from the whole culture spectrum, DJing, like this narrative would come. It's a crazy fucked up narrative. It's not bringing nobody together. It's very divisive, right? Whatever the word is, it's dividing. It's not
I'm not
not
gonna lie to
helping
you. I
anybody in
am
hip
kind of
hop.
surprised that this day came too, though.
It's not helping nobody in hip hop, and I don't think this is going to somehow make things better because you got guys like Pete Nice, who's from the hip hop museum, and he can't even get the history right. He's only getting selective history right. So that just shows me that the people who are trying to get history right, they get selective history right. They're not going to get everything right. Because Pete Nice didn't know that, he didn't even mention that I helped Cage, but brings up Cage like he's the one that helped Cage. But he didn't fucking do shit for Cage. I'm the one totally that helped Cage in the beginning properly. Like he never put a Cage album out, and he just put Cage on a song. That's it. The Cage album never dropped on Pete Nice's album, on his label. So my whole point is he's part of the hip hop museum. It just shows that they pick and choose what they want to give love to. Do you
I
understand
get
what
what
I'm
you're
saying?
saying.
It's all done by humans. So how do we know who really knows what? Everyone has. Listen, I see one video with Kaz totally sticking up for Latinos, then another video where he's not. So how do we know now when a guy like Kaz is saying two different things?
Well, they're saying the same thing about Melly Mel because they're saying
Yeah, him too.
in Microphone Check, he said this is black culture. And then you saw him put out that video defending Fat Joe, and he says, no, it's Bronx culture.
That too. It's very nuanced, but I don't even like the argument to try to like shit on Latinos because you obviously didn't document shit well enough. So if you're so stupid that you didn't document shit well enough, meaning you didn't totally from day one. You understand what I'm saying? Document it like the way crypto was documented online on ledgers from the first day Bitcoin was given. But back then they didn't document it perfect. And for everybody to feel that, I don't know if I agree with 50-50. Maybe it was
But that's the
75-20. Maybe it was 80-20.
But that's the
Yeah, listen,
revisionist history, though, that people are mad that Joe is pushing, though, because they're saying that it was born out of just black culture, and Joe is changing it to say it's 50-50.
hip hop's different than merengue and James Brown funky. Hip hop included everybody, in my opinion. Hip hop was different. See, yeah, yes, a lot of the Latino crowd, people in Latino neighborhoods might have been about merengue and all those older people, and then you might have had a lot of black people older into James Brown. But the younger kids, the youth that were coming up, there was always a Latino in the group of blacks just for that. But the black Latinos were there. I agree, though, that the majority is black because you can see that. But that doesn't take away from the racism against whites and Latinos. It's two different arguments. Here's what I'm saying. There's two different arguments. I agree with some of the FBA arguments, but a lot of the FBA arguments that I see is just shitting on white people and Latinos altogether. And tethers, saying that Kool Herc is not even down. You agree with that? You actually rock with the whole Africa Bambaataa, Grandmaster Flash, and Kool Herc are tethers. So they're not part of the origination. I'm asking you, do you agree with that? It's a yes or no question.
No, I don't know.
I don't. I don't agree with that.
I don't know, man. It's a tough thing, man. It's a
Well,
really
you
hard
agree with it or
thing.
not? Listen, it's what your heart believes. If you believed it was true, you would be like, yes. I
It's
think it's bullshit.
hard.
I think that's bullshit.
It's hard because all we've been taught from very early on was like African Bambaataa, DJ Kool Herc. That's the start of hip hop. You know what I mean? Like, and in a lot of people's eyes, these guys are black. But then now there's, it's getting changed now where it's like, no, you are Caribbean. You're not.
Okay, here's my problem. FBA, when they talk about it online, I don't know who FBA is. It could be kids. I don't know. Whoever talks online, talks as if everything is stolen from black and that's it. I don't like that narrative. That seems to be the Tariq Lord Jamar narrative. Okay, here's the narrative I like. Define exactly what everybody did and give them their credit for hip hop. Hip hop is way bigger than just black people only and not giving love to all other races. Okay, that's my opinion. If you're a black FBA and you agree with them, you're going to be like, no, it's only ours. If you say that, then I can say basketball is only ours. Electricity is only ours. If you're just going to claim that it's only yours and da da da, then you can't have anything that we created, which is stupid because we're all humans. So here's what I'm saying. If you want to say blacks invented hip hop, but whites brought it to the forefront with their business, Latinos brought breaking and certain other things to the forefront. Because you have to understand, when you go back to the Crazy Legs days, 81, 83, hip hop was not mainstream. So that's still the foundation. You can't, the foundation is only 73. Nobody knew it existed. It was not called hip hop in 73, right? So you're talking about something that wasn't anything, and you're saying that you invented it all. But obviously Crazy Legs is very important in the development of hip hop becoming known because of his breaking skills and him being in movies. Okay, so
but I don't think that you can dispute contributions along the way from white people being the business, Puerto Ricans and
it is
Latinos.
disputed. It is. Nobody gives credit to that.
They're talking about the creation, the literal inception, right? So you, like you said, the
Okay, so
literal
I'm going to
inception
ask
is
you. I'm going to ask you something that I have not got an answer yet to.
right.
What about Mike Viner creating Apache? What does that mean? That Kool Herc took his creation from a white guy and used it as the B-boy anthem. What does that mean? Are
Well,
you
isn't that
saying that a black
sampling?
man can steal a white guy's record and the white guy has nothing to do with hip hop?
Well, sampling has been a part of hip hop, right? So
And
that's
the
what you.
sample was created by a white guy too. And the turntables. So what are we saying here? You're just shitting on everybody who created all these parts of hip hop because they weren't the ones that did certain things with it. I'm not saying that the first people weren't black, but you're not giving any dap to anybody else. Is my problem. Like, it's just shitting on everybody else, whoever it could be. So Sal, the Italian guy from the Fever, who's responsible for probably all the early hip hop jams that made it into a club. He doesn't. Sal had nothing to do with hip hop being what it is now. Fuck that guy because he's an Italian. Like, he's erased from hip hop. I would think, doesn't that guy, shouldn't he get respect as one of the first dudes that platformed hip hop for it to become big? Way before it became known around the world, when nobody knew shit about hip hop.
Wouldn't that be a contribution? That's not the creation, though, right? That helps springboard hip hop.
So who created the venue? So who created the venue? Who created venues? Who created? So you're saying that every concept of grabbing a microphone and getting on stage was created by blacks?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is.
I just don't understand
argument.
this stupid argument. I agree that FBA, if you're talking about foundational blacks, get a high percentage. Okay, not 100%. For it to be 100%, you would have to be there from day one. Personally, be there from day one, and nobody knows what day one is. You don't know what day. You tell me right now. I'm asking you.
I don't know because I wasn't there.
No,
so,
even if you were there, what's day one? Coco Rock can't tell you what day one is.
Right.
Nobody can tell you. How can Tariq know what day one is? All he's doing is interviewing people. The fuck does he know about day one? How does he know? Nobody knows. That's the point. You don't really know because you didn't document it. There's no documentation. It's not like Bitcoin, where you can go back to that year and look at a ledger. So it's speculative. It's up for interpretation. So I'm saying 90% blacks, both Tether and FBA, because I don't like the idea of shitting on what they call tethers, because that's crazy. Because we don't know who was Jamaican and who wasn't, and da da da. 90% that, no, 85%. 10% Latino, definitely were there. Maybe with one guy in a crew with 8 black guys, but he was there doing his thing. Less influential as blacks because most of his culture is merengue and other shit. You understand what I'm saying? But that Latin guy who was down, he was the guy who chose hip hop. That's where his heart was. You get it? So I think that's what Fat Joe wants credit for. I'm not agreeing with the 50-50 thing because that I don't have proof with. But I understand what Fat Joe means. Fat Joe is sticking up for Latinos who constantly get shitted on in hip hop because he's fully aware that most Latinos can't get signed. He's always known that. It's only been him, Pun, Gerardo. Everyone else is underground. So
See, we can go into a different conversation with that now because a lot of people say that Joe has suppressed other Latinos from being able to make it because he wants to be the main guy.
Okay, maybe so. But the point is, how does Joe have that power in the first place then? Like, why can't you do what I did then? I mean, Eminem suppressed me, but I still have 500,000 online now, and I still own all my masters, and I still have fans right now. So, do you see me crying that a certain rapper suppressed me specifically? I might tell you about Eminem or whatever, but that's not one of my key talking points. I talk about the whole hip hop being racist. Like, I think certain rappers should talk about the whole industry being racist. Now, I can't speak on what Joe personally did because I'm not in that circle. And I get you, or certain people say that Joe did certain things. But I think it's bigger than the people, than just one man fronting on people. It's the whole industry mentality that fronts on Latinos. Because if everyone else believed in Latino rappers, it wouldn't just be Joe that could fuck it up. Like Eminem ain't the only reason. He's part of the reason that a lot of white kids got shitted on. But all those other people believe it. Because think about it. You got to be a cornball if you're asking Eminem if you should sign Necro. You have no clue if I'm dope or not. So you need to go ask him. And that's what a lot of these fucking people in the labels probably did. They probably weren't sure if I was dope or not. You know, and you probably got people like that with Latino rappers. They might ask Joe or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But in the end of the day, like, listen, there's points you have that are correct and some aren't. It's debatable. But as far as what I was saying, 85% FBA and tethers, at least 10% Latino, and at least 5% were white boys that were there. Guys that wrote on the wall, all the inventors of a lot of the breaks that were used, just a lot of white people. Give at least 5. Listen, if you gave 5%, then I would know that you're not being a piece of shit. The fact that you just want to dead all white people from any of the contributions, like Rick Rubin, like anybody who's white gets no credit. Fuck that, bro. That's stupid, man. You know what I mean? I think that's fucking stupid. I'm saying, you want to claim 100% and not give any credit to anybody else. And I disagree with it.
But I think that, again, we need to go back to what is the definition of the creation, right? Because is it just like literally 1 year, or are we talking about the first 10 years, or like,
Yeah, well, that's one thing, but it also gets stupid because then somebody's gonna say, "Oh, Mike Viner is biting black artists. That's why he made such a dope track." So it's like, all right, so in the end of the day, you just want to say the black man created everything, and we're just biting everything. So we should bow down to you because we never did anything before based on skin color. See, this is why it doesn't make any sense. I'll explain to you. There's some dude who's going to post online that he's an FBA guy, right? And he's going to say, I'm a piece of shit that has no right to do hip hop. But then I'll respond back, well, where's your hip hop, motherfucker? Where's your dope page? Where's your rap on Spotify? Where's your step? Then they won't have nothing to respond back to. So this dude who just has black skin on him thinks he's more official to hip hop than I am. When I actually dug for beats and made dope beats and got respect and I put in massive work. So you're basically shitting on me just based on skin color. And so I just think it's kind of crazy because now you're saying only a certain people of a certain color totally 100% originated everything. And if you're not the color of that I am, you're a piece of shit basically and a guest and bow down. So it's
So
like
let's go.
what? So no. So listen. So what if the dude that made basketball took that fucking mentality? It would be kind of stupid, right? Wouldn't it be dumb? Like, are you serious? This kid over here, this black kid, is incredible. Nah, but he's biting our shit. So he has no business doing it. Only Larry Bird can do it. And then with electricity, you can't use electricity. You can use other things, but electricity is only for us to use. Uh, Here's what I'm saying. It's like the narrative has not only just been who created it. It's also shitting on us saying that we have no business doing it. That's the energy that I see from the comments of people that are claiming that side. So it's not really only about one thing. It's also about saying that we're not the real thing, like you're
There's
fake.
layers to it. I understand what you're
Yeah.
saying.
So what I'm saying is, like, it just, I don't know. I can't agree with it because I know where I come, my heart. You know what I mean? But I give credit to people I love. Who influence me. You know what I mean? I'm influenced by Metallica and I'm influenced by Kool G Rap. So people are gonna talk shit. Oh, here's some heavy metal shit. Nah, I am what the fuck I am. I'm a Jew from Brooklyn who grew up in the projects, who grew up on metal and hip hop. I'm influenced by Kool G Rap and Metallica. You get Necro. If you don't like fucking what it is, don't listen to it. If you're only gonna like Kendrick because he's from Compton, and that's your reason, then go fucking do it, man. It's your ears. You decide what you're gonna listen to. I'm thankful that I got 500,000 people that fuck with me. You understand? Because I was able to get those people. It was very hard to get those people. You have to convince people. Why would people take my back?
Right.
Why would I have a 500,000 people that fuck with me? Is it because somebody co-signed me? No. Is it because I had major label money? No. I'm not releasing soft, catchy shit. It is catchy, but it's not like G-Eazy commercial type shit. It's hardcore. So how do I get hardcore music with no funding behind it to be loved? Because it's got to be fucking good. So I will only believe when you talk shit about me that you're fucking fronting on me because of my skin color. There's no other
Okay,
fucking reason.
so what are you gonna say to people that are gonna say that your close proximity to black people doesn't entitle you to be able to create hip hop music?
I don't understand the question.
A lot of times people will say things like, "Oh, you grew up with black people, right? Your close proximity to growing up around black people doesn't entitle you, like doesn't give you entitlement to be able to say the N-word or to create hip hop music." And you saying that you grew up in the
That's
projects.
stupid because that's stupid. That's stupid because then you could say somebody black doesn't have a right to go to Harvard, right? Can't you say the same exact thing? This black kid can't go to Harvard because he's not white. What gives him the right to be smart? So what gives me the right to be good at hip hop? Well, I grew up in the fucking projects. I'm a product of my environment. Thank you, third base. I'm a product of my environment. So you're saying that doesn't matter? Think about how stupid you must be to say that somebody who's a product of their environment shouldn't do hip hop, right? You got to be a dumb fuck, like a hating racist fuck to say that. I can understand if you say that to somebody who's not from the grain, like, yo, that guy's fronting. But if you're from the grain, how is it my fault? You're mad that I'm influenced by shit? So you're influenced by shit too. You're gonna tell me that every black human on earth only is influenced by black things? So then where do you get Wu-Tang? Is Wu-Tang not appropriating Chinese culture? Technically? I'm asking you.
I mean, no, I totally understand what you're saying. Like, absolutely.
Why is it okay for Wu-Tang to incorporate Chinese culture, but I'm not allowed to do hip-hop? Why is it okay for Kool G Rap to do mafia, but I'm not allowed to be thugged out? So I'm cool with that. Actually, listen. You're helping me. I like
Yeah.
that. You know what I mean? Because you're another platform that people will finally get to see me. It's back to recording.
Yeah.
You're a platform that people will get to see me. That you are a successful platform. How many subscribers you got now?
Not a lot though, bro. I got like 34,000. So
It's still a lot though, because here's the thing: a channel that only has 1,000 could have a video that'll get 1 million views.
that's true.
Like YouTube doesn't strictly judge whether you're shit. Matter of fact, Gary Vee was talking about this. Your content is going to be shown not based on your follower count. It's going to be shown on the relevancy of your content.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have shit that's relevant and you're talking about Lord Jamar and FBA or Fat Joe or whatever, a lot of people are going to look at it. It's not going to matter if you have 2 million views or followers or 1,000 followers. So you having 30,000, that's actually bigger than most people.
Thanks, bro.
And you're a new channel. Me having 300,000, my shit should be even bigger because of the fact that I'm shadow banned. So YouTube are scumbags, and somebody who's been down. You have to understand, I went through a lot of shit with YouTube. There's been a lot of times I'll upload something, they'll give me a strike. I gotta wait. Like, yo, YouTube holds grudges against you. Like, for life, you're fucked. So when you see channels that are like the most flourishing, they've never had problems, probably. It's very rare. They're not uploading the kind of shit that I upload.
Well,
Like, you know how much.
also they've changed their algorithm so many different times now that it was easier back in the day, I feel like, to really gain an audience than it is now because there's so much competition too. It's become very diluted after 2020.
Remember one other thing. You know, YouTube is digital. It's a program.
Right.
And if you're Leo Cohen, he's like the head of music at YouTube. You're going to tell me that if he wanted to, he couldn't call up someone in the department, be like, yo, make Necro's fucking channel, the most viral. Take off any blocks you have on it. Because here's what they do. They stop your videos from being recommended. When your shit gets recommended to everyone else, that's when the views grow. It keeps getting recommended. So when you get shadow banned, they'll decrease your recommendations by like 90%, and nobody will see your fucking shit. So, and listen, there's all kind of settings. You know what I'm saying? So there's nobody who has my back in the industry that's going to go to the department where somebody works. Listen, if a Necro fan worked in that department and I could talk to him, he would probably fix my channel and I could have a huge podcast with 300,000 subs and have one of the greatest fucking channels. But because I'm fucked and I don't know the right person, I can put up a great video and it's just not going to do as well. It'll do okay. You understand what I'm saying?
There's
But it's
also
not.
people with power that could call up and ask people from YouTube to fuck with your shit too.
Listen, that's why I mentioned to you, I had a meeting with Damon Dash, and he was mad shady, and he was scumbag. But I had a meeting with Damon Dash, and one of the key things I talked to him about was that because he doesn't shut up talking about his whack New America. Wow, I just shitted on Damon Dash officially. Yeah, his channel's whack. New America, it sucks. And I asked him for help, with my channel, which is incredible. And he fronted. He wouldn't help me. So,
Well, what did he say?
he ignored me after the fact. I had a meeting with him, told him what I wanted. I presented, layouts of, presentations of exactly what I need. And he's aware of my level, how big my channel is, who I am. And he decided to front on me.
So
I ended up
what was
realizing.
it exactly for? It wasn't for a record deal. It was like for you to get added onto his shit, or what?
Oh, okay. First of all, I don't want a record deal from him because, first of all, his artists are trash. Just so you know, like the new Damon Dash artists are the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. You would even wonder, how do you go from Jay-Z to this garbage? But anyway, I just wanted to connect with the dude. Okay, you want to know how I connected with him?
How?
You ever heard of Manect?
Manect.
Patrick Bet David runs the app. So you're not familiar with it. Basically, through Patrick Bet David, I was able to have meetings online through his app with Damon Dash. And I pitched myself to him. And I basically said, I got everything going for myself. You basically have to do nothing. Just let me work your network. Just, you know, the network you have is Dame Dash. I want to run Necro through it so that I can open up doors for myself. I already have 500,000 on Spotify. I explained all this shit to him. And, and yet he still fronted on me. I think he fronted on me because I'm Jewish. And he hates Jews. He hates Leo Cohen. And I ended up seeing that one of his artists on his corny record label, Rock Blue Records, I think it's called, super whack. He has a dude dissing Jews, an Arab guy who put out a fucking album with Saddam Hussein as the cover. Basically, I could see this guy, Damon Dash, he supports pro-Palestinian scumbags. So look, you think someone didn't tell him? Yo, that's Necro. He put out a Kanye diss record. He's a Jew. He knew I was gangsta. He knew I was gangsta.
Isn't
Dame
his
Dash, I
baby
told Dame
mama or
Dash.
isn't his wife like she's not black though?
Okay, listen, Dame Dash is the type that even with a white wife, he'll constantly talk shit about white people trying to take the culture away, and that it's a black culture, and that how do we even dare? Dame Dash hates white people. Besides the white people he pimps, he don't like white people. If you follow, listen, I did extensive research on dude to try to link with him. I thought that I would be the white kid that he would see, yo, let's make money together. Listen, I even pimped it to him like, yo, I'm very established. I can open up a whole white audience to America New, which is his
His channel, yeah. Mhm.
yeah, his channel and app. I said, check this out. I'm so intelligent that I sent him a proposal to create a brand new channel that could go under American News so he wouldn't have to risk ruining the people that are only about black content on American New, and we'll create a content just for Necro shit that's extreme Necro type content, and we can get the white audience and we'll put it under the umbrella of American New. And he ignored me. This is after I met with him, and I had numerous convos with his assistant. Listen, that's when I ended up looking online and seeing that he had a dude put out a song called Synagogue of Satan, all this anti-Jewish Israeli shit. He supports that. Yo, and the dude has no followers on Spotify. Crap.
Wow.
Didn't prove himself, nothing. So he puts out some fucking nobody who's a racist on his label against Jews of all people. I mean, listen, you hate Liar? That's one thing, but you hate all Jews, bro? He's on Kanye shit. He's on some Kanye shit.
All right, well, I want to bring up this point, right? Because whenever you're white in hip hop, you're automatically considered a culture vulture.
Yeah, but Damon Dash is the
Right?
biggest culture vulture.
Wait, but let me finish. So I think hip hop, everyone involved gets benefit, right? They benefit from it. They're able to make a living, provide for their families. So it's not just what you take from hip hop, but it's what you give back to. And there's a lot of artists that don't give back to hip hop, no matter what color they are. So I think that there is an issue where there's this belief
Like who?
just because.
Give me an example of artists you're talking about, just so I know what you're talking about.
Okay, like you were talking about before, Soulja Boy.
Right.
Has he really given back to the culture? Has he really paid homage?
Some people will say he has. I don't think he has because his music's garbage. He doesn't show respect. But people are going to say he's young, and then that's it. Like, okay.
He's not young anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's going to...
Maybe at the beginning, but...
Listen, the point of the matter is he sucks. Okay, but,
But something that doesn't get talked about is that you can still be a culture vulture of your own culture.
Exactly. It's like calling me a white devil, but you're going to shoot a dude in the back of his head for crack money. but you're not the devil. You're not doing something evil and satanic. My point is, anybody can be evil and satanic. If you shoot people in the face, doesn't matter what color you are, you're a devil. Do you agree? You're a devil if you shoot people in the face. So yeah, I'm a white devil. Okay. I'm saying, like, anything violent, you're going to say is devilish. So you can have white devils and black devils.
Right is right and wrong is wrong no matter what color you are. That's what I really think. So
Right? Okay. So you agree with me that there's devils of all color.
right.
Okay. So you could be a culture vulture if you're Damon Dash or if you're Leo Cohen. They're both culture vultures.
Why do you think that Damon Dash is a culture vulture?
I mean, he puts out fucking trash, and he has two white artists now. He's not a why do he talks about Leo Cohen putting out black artists, but he's a culture vulture for that. This is a guy who went up on stage and would punch people in the face for LL Cool J during his shows. If you try to disrespect, he was like a road manager. Like, he goes that far back to LL Cool J. But Dame Dash is shitting on him because he does business, and he didn't like his business dealings and Jay-Z's, and all that. So that makes him a culture vulture because he's a Jew, right? Like what Kanye talks about. But he does the same shit. He does. I don't see him doing anything different than we are. They're both businessmen. I think one just fucked up their business and the other kept doing his business correctly. Notice how Nori loves Leo Cohen? Jay-Z loves him. So it's not like everybody black. Notice only the unsuccessful blacks who are having problems now got problems with Leo Cohen. But the blacks that are popping, they love Leo. Debate that.
I don't know. I don't think I can. I don't think.
Why? Because it's true?
No, I said I don't think I can debate it. Yeah, because
That's what I'm saying, because it's true.
Well, I mean, like you said, Nori loves Leo Cohen.
Exactly. So is Nori less real than Damon Dash? No. Nori made money with Leo Cohen. He's happy. Damon Dash lost money. Fucked his whole career up with Jay. Jay chose Leo. Probably thought he's going to become a billionaire fucking with a Leo. And so now people will say, oh, he turned his back on his brother and da-da-da. And it just always comes back to this bullshit and shitting on people for their color. And I don't know. I'm tired of it. Really, this is why I say what I want, because I already built Necro without the help of others, whoever others are, because I told you I'm hated by everybody on the left. So I already know that they're scumbags. They don't want to fuck with me. So I fuck with who fucks with me. You know what I mean? Whoever wants to help or hear my story, I rock with you. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of these people, they're all full of shit. I'm not, listen, I wanted to get down with Damon Dash. Even after so many people shitted on it. He was getting shitted on when I reached out to him. You know what I mean? He was not popular. I was like, yo, let me show him what I'm made of. He's never seen. I told him I'm a white kid from the projects from Brooklyn. I would think, oh shit, you would have some respect. I told him I even knew somebody he knew in boxing. So it's like I did everything possible to show myself. And then I didn't ask him for anything like give me money or anything. I said, I just want your network. Help to help me become bigger, and I'll help your shit. And then I ended up seeing he has anti-Semitic, rappers on his label. So I'm like, yo, this dude hates Leo that bad. It's like, yo, whatever, man.
All right. The next question is a little personal. So if you don't want to talk about it, it's no problem.
Yeah.
But you've had a lot of ups and downs with your brother, Ill Bill.
Yeah.
You guys had resolved things, but then recently on Facebook, you did this Q&A and said things didn't work out. And you did this video almost a year ago saying you guys think very differently and there was a lot of ego and resentment involved. So what happened?
We just don't get along. I mean, it's like...
When it comes to music or just life in general?
Here's the thing. I'm not going to make a video or diss towards Bill because of the fact that we're brothers. I'm just not going to do that like that. I'm just going to say we just think differently. It's like to the point where we can't work together. So it's like, we were gonna do Blood Brothers, and we weren't getting along, and then he decided to dead it. Like he said, maybe we shouldn't do it. So that's it. It's you can't force certain things; just they're not meant to be. It was. Listen, I did my classic shit for them. Whenever the nonfiction guys play live, they have to rap over Necro beats. Half the show is going to be Necro beats. So I did my thing. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Listen, Goretex, he could suck a dick. He's not my family. Bill, like, I am talking about it just to tell you we don't get along. To get deep into it and all that, he won't like that. You know what I mean? So I'm
Right,
not gonna
right.
do it, because then, yeah, I'll avoid the conflict with him. And respect.
But you love him. You love him. That's your brother,
Listen,
right?
I'm not going to get into it. And you asked me about asking me shit, and I told you I'll answer everything. My answer to the Bill shit is Bill will not like being spoken about. And I
Got you.
could,
Okay.
listen, I could do it and not give a shit, but I'm not gonna. That much I'm gonna respect to leave that out. That's why if I make any videos, like about certain things, Serch or whatever, I'm only talking about the facts with that, you know what I mean? But I'm not gonna make a whole video breaking down, my beef with him. I mean, fans can tell. They have brothers and siblings that don't get along, you know what I mean? And so, you know, um, some siblings just some siblings don't get along. You know what I mean? You've seen it happen. It happens, even you'll see in Wu-Tang, people have had beef. RZA got sued by certain members. You know what I mean? So, you know, um, yeah, he doesn't make videos about me, so I'm gonna respect that to not make videos about him. On that level. But what fans really want to know is, well, why? And I'm telling you why. We don't get along. You know what I mean? It's you can dig deeper into it. Well, why don't you get along? There's different ideologies. That's all. I think a certain way. He thinks a certain way, and it doesn't mesh. Listen,
I respect that
listen.
you keeping
I
it private
wanted it to
though.
mesh. I wanted to do it to mesh with all these guys that I've worked with in the past. There's the whole reason I worked with them. I didn't work it. You know what I mean? I wanted it to be like Wu-Tang. But egos came into the play, and when New York City, very strong egos, man. Motherfuckers, everyone thinks that they're the shit. I think I'm the shit. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? So if I think I'm the shit and you think you're the shit, if we don't agree on something, what happens? Clash. Can't be worked out. And there would have to be another person that would work it out. No, nobody cares to work it out. My father don't give a shit. My mother, she's not really capable. You know what I mean? It's just not in her personality. So there's nobody that would do it. Nobody that's friends with him cares if I'm friends with him. You understand how sick that is? The people that he's close with, like this, I think they're happy that I'm not down with my brother. It's a win for them. Oh yeah, fuck Necro. So it's not like there's any advocates. You know what I mean? The only person that tries to be friends with both of us and always been nice is Mr. Hyde. He's always tried to be neutral. And that's not enough. You know what I mean? So shout out to Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde is basically my brother. Because in life, I don't feel blood makes someone your brother. It's more loyalty and how you get along and help each other. And Mr. Hyde is definitely more of a brother of mine. You know what I mean? And I know he feels the same way. And I'm sure to Bill, there's people that he feels is his brother more than me. You know what I mean? So the people that will relate with that are the people who have issues with siblings. And I've spoken to tons of fans that tell me I don't get along with my brother. Fat Joe supposedly doesn't talk to one of his brothers, or didn't for like 20 years, or you know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah, but he just recently passed away.
okay, well, rest in peace. But I'm saying, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
No, I understand what you're
I
saying.
heard that RZA, there was beef with what's RZA's brother's name?
Oh man, I can't remember off the
Yeah,
top
I
of my
can't
head.
remember it, but I heard that certain people were suing him, and it's like beefs happen. It's not like I'm the only one that ever had beef with people. You know what I mean? And nonfiction obviously had issues with Serch, and and Serch with Pete Nice.
You talking about Ninth Prince?
No, no. Oh, that's his other brother. I'm talking about the brother that was on the show, the one that does business.
Mitchell?
I don't know the name, bro, but I was just making
Okay.
a point on how a lot of siblings in the game don't get along, or things happen with money and business. And it's, listen, like I was saying, you can go back to nonfiction with Serch with Pete Nice. You understand what I'm saying? It's like this
Right,
whole
right. I
link
got you.
of people. Didn't the Beastie Boys have problems at one point? I heard Russell Simmons had beef with the Beastie Boys, right? So it's like, I think conflict look at the theme of people on Earth, right? People have conflicts. So I think just people would like me and Bill to work together. So they avoid the fact that there's conflicts. But in their mind, they just want, it's kind of like with Pete Rock and CL Smooth. CL Smooth was trying to explain his beef, you know what I mean? And but it's hard to articulate, you know what I mean? Because if you're not in the circle, you can't understand what Pete Rock was
There's
going
so
through.
many layers and little nuances to everything, and I totally understand.
I
I
think
get it.
that CL Smooth was insulted, kind of, that Pete Rock was coming up in the game as the beat maker, and more people were interested in getting that Pete Rock beat. And Pete Rock was giving all these flavors to people and then getting paid very well. But then you got a guy like CL who doesn't make any beats, and he's on the side, and maybe some of the group is getting pushed to the side, because if you become a really hot producer and it's even more hot than the group at the time, then maybe Pete Rock just naturally went to that. So CL is going to have his point of view, but then maybe Pete Rock's going to tell you, what was I supposed to do? I'm talented and people loved me and I was getting offers to do their beats. So he's like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like
I got you.
everyone's got their fucking view of shit. And, you know, some people are right and some are wrong. You know what I mean? In the end of the day, I'm always going to think I'm right, right? I mean, because I'm me, you
Well,
know?
let me ask you this, right?
Listen, I wish I had a relationship with my brother like Andrew Tate has with Tristan Tate, but
Mm,
it's, we're not like that. You'll see when they're together, they like being together as homies. Like they, Andrew Tate genuinely likes Tristan Tate. He likes that his brother's there, and you can see the admiration Tristan Tate has for Andrew Tate. We don't have that dynamic between me and my brother. You understand? It's not that kind of, yeah. It's not like that. It's. I guess growing up I don't know, because the Tates grew up rough, supposedly. You know what I mean? And so they had a tough father. Some people just listen. Listen. I always was jealous of Master P getting along with his brother Silk the Shocker and C Murder. He would take them everywhere. Because I studied
right.
Master P, and he said that New Orleans was the most dangerous areas in the world, like in the United States, like Third Ward. If I'm correct, he's from Calliope. And he was like, I had to take them everywhere with me to make sure they don't get killed. And different dynamic. I didn't have that. Like there were certain times, you know what I mean? But I was jealous of the fact that Master P really had this. He wanted to genuinely be around C Murder and Silk the Shocker. You know what I mean? And I think
Mm-hmm.
that's Tristan Tate and Andrew. They like being around each other. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't really have that. Where like my big brother wanted me to be around him. It was more like he did not want me to be around him. You understand what I'm saying? So when that energy is like that, and things happen because of parents, different parents, and like every parent is different. So if you grow up with a father that's a certain way and a mother, the kids become a certain way. I always felt a father should tell his kids, you will always be friends with your brother. Like
Right.
if I had kids, I would tell them my father's not like that. I would tell my kids, you always have to have each other's back more than anybody. My father would never do it. For some reason, he doesn't have that in him. I always thought that was a scumbag thing of him, like that. He, you know. And if I'm correct, I'm pretty sure the Tate father, he did tell them, like, you know, your brother is your brother. You got to look out for your brother over everyone. So I didn't have that in my family. You know what I mean? So, but you know, like I said, I'm not going to insult my brother. You know, I'm just giving you a little insight into why
Right,
things are
right.
not working out. But yeah, you know, I'll insult a lot of other fucking people if you want.
Right. No, we don't want that either. We don't want you to insult your brother. You know, I just know the
Yeah,
fans really wanted to know what exactly happened. I saw you said on your blog spot that you don't click with a lot of people because of who you are. Like, but if people really got to know you for real, they would love you. Do you
yeah.
feel like you're often misunderstood?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if somebody only knows you from dead body disposal and who's your daddy, they're going to assume that you treat women like shit and that you dispose of bodies. That's it. And if they don't have a convo with you to talk about, you know, those songs and what you're about, and if they don't know that you know, you treat your mother like gold, you know, and they don't understand these things, they're going to assume shit. And rappers get that.
And you do treat your mother like that because remember today you told me that you went and got your mother flowers too.
Yeah, I
Just,
did.
just
Got my mother flowers on Valentine's. You know what I mean? Because got to do right by her. But yeah. I mean, listen, man. Um, if you don't meet people, this is why it's very important to meet people. I've tried to meet a lot of people, but it's hard. Sometimes the industry won't even let you. You don't get the invites. You don't. You know, it's not like so easy where you can just be where, you know, that person is. And I'm not a groupie, so I'm not going places where I'm not invited, you know, just to like groupie out, you know, 'cause to hope to meet people. Like, it's not really my style. I'd rather be home making beats, doing things that'll make people fans of Necro. You know, where other people like to be around everybody and be cool, and but their Spotify is down the fucking tubes. You know, I'd rather be incredible musically and loved for the creations than be, you know, a media darling. You know, I think I'm cool as hell. You know what I mean? But I went out of my way to make myself be a brand that's hardcore. You know, and hardcore. I was trying to tell you, man. Hardcore and white in hip hop doesn't get its respect because look at all the other white kids that rapped gangster shit. Every single one of them is not relevant now or flopped or whatever. It's only the soft white kids, you know? Like,
But what about outside of hip hop though? Do you have difficulties with like maintaining relationships and stuff because of like the way you are?
I mean, I have the same engineer, shout out Elliot Thomas, for 20 years. I must have did something right for him to still work with me after 20 years, right?
But that's hip hop
I
still. That's
still
still
got
within the thing. I'm talking about like
No, no,
because
no, no. I'm
yeah.
answering your question. I'm answering your question because my life is hip hop. You're acting as if hip hop is like some separate part. Nah, my life every day, 24/7, is hip hop. So I have the same engineer for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
If I was a piece of shit, I wouldn't have the same engineer anymore. A lot of people run through engineers. I have loyalty to my engineer because he was loyal to me.
Right.
At times when I needed him to be loyal, he was loyal, and I'm loyal to him. Mr. Hyde is my friend still. I know him 30 years now. Why is he still my boy? A lot of people don't have boys from 1997.
No,
They're
that's
not
a
still
fact.
friends with
That's a
them.
fact.
I've spoken to Mr. Hyde today through text, still, till right now. So he's still my friend. You know, I made new friends. Some friends it didn't work out anymore, and I made new ones. You know what I'm saying? I actually want to make more new friends that are billionaire types, people that do really big things. And a lot of times it's hard to meet those people because if you don't have a certain amount of money, you can't really get in the room.
Right.
You know, I've spent years being down with broke dudes. You understand? That didn't really see my vision. You know how many people I try to put down with the Necro vision? that was similar to like a Wu-Tang vision, meaning having a bunch of rappers and your crew and all that, and they didn't want to do it. Look at the trouble RZA had when you watch the TV show. Did you see how hard it was for him to put people together?
Yeah.
Like how the attitudes, the egos. So I dealt with the same shit. I honestly, props to RZA for being able to do it. I couldn't deal with it on the level that RZA was able to. RZA is probably very humble. He's able to deal with a lot of shit and tune it out. I couldn't. When people would really be like fucked up, I got turned off to dealing with them. You know what I mean? So, but I make new friends, and shout out to, my new friends. Shout out to my boy Lefty. You know what I'm saying? And, sometimes you upgrade people. You can upgrade friends to somebody better. You keep the ones that are incredible, like Mr. Hyde, and then you upgrade the new ones and get rid of the whack ones. Somebody, look at 50 Cent. He doesn't hang with Lord Banks anymore. He doesn't hang with Young Buck anymore, but he hangs tight with Yayo.
Right.
Yayo is similar to my Mr. Hyde. And notice all the new people 50 makes friends with, all these comedians he didn't know last year or 2 years ago, probably. He's making new friends. The baby or whatever his name is, he wasn't friends with the baby before. This is something in the last 2 years, 3 years. He's friends with the guy now. Even Little Meech, who he has beef with now, that's a new thing, a new friendship. So my point is, you can maintain certain people that you fuck with for life, like Elliot, my engineer, who's my friend. He's more than an engineer because he's somebody that helped me. An engineer just does a bullshit job, or does a job, goodbye. You know what I mean? If you stick with somebody that long, that means he believes in you. And, same thing for Hyde. Shout out to my boy Tone. I'm friends with Tone many years. We don't hang every day, but, shout out to Drew Wayne in Manchester. In the end of the day, I know a lot of people who have 50, 100 friends, but they're not really friends with anybody. Those people that know everybody, but nobody's really their friend?
No, man, it's about having quality over quantity.
Exactly. I think it's a double-edged sword. I would like to be more connected with more people as acquaintances. My personality is a little introverted. I'm introverted. I'm not really,
Social
outgoing.
butterfly.
Yeah, I'm not really. You know what I mean? So it's harder for me. I do better online with people, because I can just be chilling in my underwear and talk to somebody, through a computer or whatever. In person, I guess it's more PTSD from the projects. It's like I'm sizing you up if I'm going to have beef with you and if I'm going to fuck you up, and I'm going to watch what you say to me. And if I don't like what you say to me, then it could be a conflict. You know what I mean? So, but I prefer peace. You know what I mean? But you got to be prepared because a lot of people, people are maniacs. Somebody could be a nut job just because they didn't take their meds this week or something's wrong with the head. So I don't sleep on nobody, and I stay prepared. And and I'm looking to make new friends because in the end of the day, for Necro to 100x, it's not going to happen with the people that I've been with now. I'm going to take the people I'm with now with me, but I'm saying they're not specifically doing something new that's going to take Necro 100,000x. You understand? They're just part of the people that helped me get to this level.
Right.
So I gotta bring in new people. Like that's what I tried to do with Damon Dash. Like as an example, I saw the opportunity through Patrick Bet David. Do you know Patrick Bet David?
No, but we spoke about it though.
He's a famous guy. He has a podcast. He's Iranian or something or Syrian. He's cool. Anyway, point of the matter is I saw the opportunity and I took it. If I had the opportunity to connect with a lot of people, I would. I mean, listen, we've been talking too long, so we can't judge, discuss everything. But bro, you wouldn't believe how many people I've had conversations with that are legendary in hip hop, and it just didn't work out. Not because I'm a jerk, because they're weird. Maybe
right. It is a weird industry, though. It is a weird industry.
Who knows what the fuck they're going through? Listen, I've always been good intentions. My intentions have always been to try to do some good shit for the fans. I'm not like, I'm not asking anybody for money. I'm not like trying to reach out to a legend in hip hop and, oh, can I get money? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, I got a big fan base. You're a legend. Let's work together. But if somebody does not see the value in you, it's like with women. If women don't see the value in you, you get dissed. If you could show women how you're valuable, she'll be on your dick. You could be valuable in many ways, with money, with the way you look, the shit you can give her. But if you don't bring any value, you're nothing. That's how a lot of people don't think that Necro's valuable. They're stupid, actually, because I could technically be very valuable to a lot of people. You understand what I'm saying? People pick and choose things. I have a feeling a lot of people in the industry hate me because I'm a right mentality, right? Meaning not a lefty, not Democratic, not somebody that would have voted for Kamala, not somebody into DEI, not into that woke bullshit. And they don't like me. I'm considered Trump, whatever they call Trump, which is bullshit because 70% of the country voted for him. So these people are still crying about Trump when Trump got voted in, idiot. You would think you would wake up, but they're still bitching about it. But here's the sad thing is, majority of the hip hop audience is left. Because when I saw online, during the Trump was getting, potentially was going to be president, I looked at it, a lot of pages, people that I even respect. And they're just like shitting on Trump, and I'm like, how could you shit on him for Kamala? Like, it was crazy to me that people were going to vote for Kamala. Like what? Think about what a fucking joke that would be if she was president now. Who'd you vote for?
I didn't vote.
Oh, all right. Well, who would you have voted for? Be honest. I won't insult you. If you had a choice.
I don't know, because I don't really pay attention to politics like that, so I can't really say.
Oh. All right, I hear you. At least you're honest about it, whatever. So, but yeah, you know what I mean. I noticed there's a difference. It is what it is, man. If people don't agree with me on that level, then they don't like what I'm about. Probably, the lyrics are too violent. I have a daughter. You're rapping about sex, or I mean, I'm older now, so I'm not looking to punch people in the face like, let's say, when I was younger. But I'm saying the fact that you're even down to punch someone in the face, I don't want nothing to do with that,
Right.
Like, it's a different mentality. Like, if you're a thug, like, I think I would relate with, like, a 50 Cent would probably fuck with me. I don't think I'll get a chance to fuck with him, probably, because Eminem, that, like, it'll probably, but he would be somebody who would probably like me. You know what I mean? Like, that mentality. And it's listen, that's why I mentioned Dash. I don't, just so you know, for the record, the only reason I mention him is because it's good for your show and it'll be interesting. Now I'm being straight up with you.
No, I
Like,
understand.
I don't give a fuck about the dude anymore, but I mention it because it happened. Like, I'm not lying. I'm telling you the straight up truth, telling you my opinion, and it'll be good for me because, maybe he'll respond back and say something crazy about me. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? The way I look at it, everything's a win for Necro. Everything is a win for Necro because I'm so awesome that when you find out about me, you either hate me or love me. And people that hate me are the type to go and talk to people how they hate me. It's like, if you hate me, you're like, yo, that motherfucking Necro? I hate that guy. But then most likely the guy's going to go stream me just to find out, like, why does he hate this guy so much? You know what the problem is? If nobody cares about you at all.
Right.
If nobody even cares, that's a problem. But if you hate me, I'm cool with that. You understand what I'm saying? Because that means that I'm triggering something in you. I'm relevant enough, and listen, anything's good for promotion for me because I can always rebuttal. It keeps it in the story. The more my story, underground, hardcore, necro, is told, the more people will discover where I came from. And I think that needs more light.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if somebody's even talking shit. Talk all the shit you want, man. I don't give a fuck. You understand what I'm saying? Because the fans will decide who they believe in the end of the day. You know what I mean? And you don't really ever see anybody in underground hip hop really do interviews. Like, you see it occasionally, but not really. It's always these mainstream. So I like the fact that I started making videos, that it led to me doing the video with you now. That's awesome. I think, who knows, maybe from you, it's going to lead to another platform. Probably will.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to see something you post and be like, that motherfucker? All right, whatever. Like you asked me if I would debate Lord Jamar. The thing is, I don't think it would even be a good debate because what's he going to say? He won't debate me normally. It won't be a normal debate. It'll just be like with Professor Dave. Oh, fuck you. I'm not this, so it's like, it's not that I wouldn't do it, but it would be stupid, right? I would just call him a fucking dickhead like Professor Dave did. He's going to talk shit to me and then that's going to be it. It's like, what are we going to really debate in the end of the day? I don't think you can debate this properly, like the way that Lord Jamar is talking about debating hip hop with Crazy Legs and sitting down. I think actually what Crazy Legs wants to do is doper. That he wants to get in the ring and knock out Lord Jamar. I think that would send a doper message. Think about how dope that would be if Lord Jamar got knocked out by Crazy Legs in the ring. It would make people think a
I
little
would
bit about
rather
what's
see
happening.
them debate than see them fight.
Yeah, but if they debate, what's it going to be? It's going to be like with the Professor Dave debate. It's going to be, you didn't create nothing. What are they going to debate? Think about it. How are they going to debate anything? What the fuck is Lord Jamar going to bring to the table that's going to prove Latinos were not there? He wasn't even born yet, bro.
Yeah,
he wasn't there.
But these are two different arguments that we're talking about, right? As far as like how hip hop was created, and
I
then the
think it
flat
comes
Earth.
down to I think it comes down to the disrespect of Latinos, and that can be rectified. Get in the ring with Crazy Legs and win. If you win, you're going to make stronger your argument. I don't think them sitting in front of each other and one screaming, I was there, and one, you weren't. Nah, it's going to be a stupid debate. It might be funny, but do you think it's going to solve anything? Listen, maybe the fight doesn't solve anything, but that's better. I think make a better point.
You're talking about from an entertainment standpoint.
No, even from the argument point, because them arguing is not going to prove anything.
Okay, but what does them fighting prove as far as the argument?
It proves how passionate Crazy Legs is about his stance. He's willing to get in the ring with you, G. Are you willing to fight over it? You're just willing to debate with everyone sitting down and then telling him he's stupid and he doesn't know anything? That's corny. Get in the ring with him, bro.
I don't know. I'd rather see them debate.
Get in the fucking ring with him. Maybe I'm bugging. I don't know. Some people might agree or not agree. I think most Latinos are like, yeah, get in the ring. Because it's hard to debate this. It's like me and you even couldn't come to a conclusion. We don't know.
I get it.
We don't really know who was there. And one person says one thing, another says another. They don't have Bitcoin crypto proof on a ledger. So it's just hearsay, she say now. You're going to listen to Tariq, a guy who fucking said that hip hop's. Am I there?
What do you mean?
Oh, because reconnecting came on the thing here.
No, you're good.
It's good?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, there's holes in all these arguments, and in the end of the day, it's been a long time since I made a video, a month or so, and since the Fat Joe, you don't think it died out? Like, yo, you got to be a sad dude if you're still with an FBA channel talking about Fat Joe now. Don't you think that's a little weird? Like, if you're still making videos about that to show you how fucked up it is. After Kanye did what he did, after the Kendrick Lamar shit, so much shit happened, and you were still dwelling on it. That, to me, that means you really don't like Latinos. Like, you did your videos, it's over with now. Do you not agree?
I don't know, man. I don't agree with that because I feel like
So you think this debate should continue for the next year?
I think that if
the FBA Latino debate, like, I mean, come on, bro. Like, wasn't it already won by Fat Joe's side? Meaning Busta Rhymes didn't go against him, Raekwon didn't go against him. All the rap legends did not go against Joe.
But nobody really spoke on it, though.
Right. Which says a lot. When you don't speak, you say a lot. What they're basically saying is, I'm not going to go against you, FBA, because I'm black or whatever, and I'm not going against Joe. So drop it. Right?
What about Joe stepping down from BET?
Yeah, who knows?
But did he really step down, or was he forced off?
Well, that we don't know, right? I mean, we don't know. He might have stepped himself down because he's like, oh, I don't want to deal with this, man. I don't, like who knows?
But
In the end of
why didn't Joe humble himself to say, you know what, the way it came out the wrong way. I really meant this smaller.
He should have did that. He should have did that. And check this out. Why the fuck is Joe even hosting BET Awards?
But that's what a lot of people are saying.
I agree. He never should have been hosting the BET Awards. Not because Latinos are not down with it, but because it's Black Entertainment Awards, and he's clearly Latino. It's not like it's the Hip Hop Awards. But if it was the Hip Hop Awards, listen, if it was the Hip Hop Awards, then yes, a Fat Joe would make more sense. But the BET Awards, I would think makes no sense that you have a Latino host.
But he's been on record as identifying as Black.
I don't care about.
He said Latinos are Black.
I'm saying I think it didn't make sense. Hip hop, yes. Black Entertainment Awards, I expect to see like Eddie Murphy or Kevin Hart for that, not Fat Joe. Hip hop.
I would rather see a comedian do it than a rapper do it.
I don't know. Just listen. It's no disrespect to Joe. It's my opinion. I personally didn't understand why he would be the BET guy. So him stepping down, first of all, it doesn't affect his career. I don't think you understand how Spotify works, do you? He's getting paid over $100,000 a month. He's in a bracket most people aren't. The people that are posting about him, they probably don't even have $5,000 saved in the bank. This is a guy who went bankrupt. The IRS sent him to prison. He got paid. He got hot, cold, hot.
Yeah, but
Bro,
the people that he's calling,
can't touch it.
Right, I understand. You're not going to be able to cancel him. But for him to throw out broke like that, most of the people that are your supporters, that are your fans, are broke. Most of the people in the communities that you're helping
Here's another
broke.
thing. Most of his supporters are not FBA. Yo, here's the joke. Most of his supporters are not FBA.
You don't think so?
But FBA was like, Lord Jamar said, how you going to feel when we don't buy your records? Yo, it's white people buying Fat Joe. It's not black people buying Fat Joe. Black people, maybe they're buying Drake.
But wouldn't you say that it's mostly white people that are buying records in general?
No, but sorry, I'm just talking so long. My lip gets dry. My bad. But I'm just saying, you really think like a huge demographic, if you look at his numbers, and you could see a breakdown, is going to show like 50% black people buying Fat Joe? I doubt it very much. I think his numbers are, if anything, a fair mix. If I had to predict, I would say 30, 30, 30. 30 black, 30 white, and 30 Latino. If anything. Definitely, you're not canceling him if every black person stops listening to Joe. And you know why they're not going to stop listening to Joe? Because Joe is in playlists. And Joe did a lot of songs with black artists. So a black person, not FBA, is not going to get rid of the Fat Joe song that has black artists they like because Joe's on it. So he's already if Joe lost anything, maybe 5% of his black fan base. You have to understand that the way I'm talking about reality now. Joe is intertwined, okay? He made a mistake and he fucked up. He should have just said, my bad. I didn't mean that. I don't know why he didn't. He must really have a gripe against the Tariq guy. And
I think that it's because of the two people that are most affiliated with the FBA, being Tariq Nasheed and Lord Jamar, right? He feels like if he comes out and apologizes or says that he's wrong, it's almost as he's saying it to them specifically. And I think that his pride won't let him do it.
He could have did it. He could have did it like, yo, check this out. My bad to all the FBA out there that are black foundational Americans. I got love for every single one of you. Like, don't even doubt that. I just ain't really fucking with Lord Jamar and Tariq. And it was kind of, more towards them. But I definitely have no beef, and I apologize to y'all. I'm not apologizing to them, too.
When have we ever seen Joe apologize for anything besides the little...
He's humbled himself on his live.
One time, the Lil Mo situation, and Vita calling
Okay.
them dusty
Oh, okay.
bitches.
Yeah. And he didn't. And he didn't need to apologize himself for the little Mo shit because it was a battle. He didn't do nothing wrong, and he didn't have to apologize for that. In my
Nah,
opinion, why the fuck did he have to apologize for that? That was stupid.
calling
That was a
them dusty
battle.
bitches.
So what? It was a versus.
Oh man, I don't
How
know.
could? What do you mean you don't know?
No,
How
you
the fuck
wilding
can?
for that one. He calling them
Hold on
dusty
a
bitches.
second. Hold on a second. I'm wiling. It's a battle, bro. You're telling me forget about that it's Fat Joe and he's
I know,
Latino.
but
You're telling me, hold on. You're telling me in a battle, fuck the verses now. Any battle in history from back in the day to now that somebody wouldn't call the opposition dusty bitches, that's like some big fucking bro, you sounding like a lefty fucking woke fucking corny person to say that it bothers you. That's my opinion. I'm not gonna go against it. I'm not changing my mind. The fact that he had to apologize for that is some woke bullshit. Because if it's hip hop, you can say what the fuck you're gonna say. In my opinion, you can say what you're gonna say. It was a versus.
I get
Battling
that
is
it was a
battling.
versus, but
Yeah,
he
and it was tame compared to the battle rappers. So what are we trying to say? That the battle
no,
rap
but
circuit
this is
can be
not a battle
crazy?
rap though. This is just
No,
a
no, no, no. Versus is battle rap. It's a different version.
mm,
They were doing a mainstream commercial version of the same thing. Instead of having two underground battle rappers who have no hits, you're taking people that have hit records, but it's still hip hop. It's still supposed to be KRS-One against Kane. You're gonna tell me KRS-One couldn't have said, "Oh, you fuck with dusty bitches, Kane"? That would have
no.
been.
I'm not saying that he can't say that. I'm not saying that at all.
I don't agree with you on that. We're gonna have to.
All
We're
right,
gonna have to agree to disagree on
all
that one.
right, all right.
I felt honestly that Fat Joe was being pressured, like because I knew what he meant, and I didn't take. I thought that was actually cool that he would do that because it's a battle and you attack your opposition. It
But
wasn't like Fat Joe.
are they
Listen,
really his opposition though? I think that he should have just
listen.
went at Jaw specifically and said
Nah,
whatever
nah,
he
nah, nah, nah.
wanted at Jaw.
Listen. No, because he brought out Remy. He had his own female. So he's like, yo, dusty bitches. Like, it should have been funny. You listen, why couldn't they have been like, you fat motherfucker? Would you have had a problem if Ja Rule, who wouldn't do it, because he's probably pussy and scared of Joe, if he's like, you fat, huge motherfucker? You weigh 9,000 pounds. What if he
Nine
just came out
thousand
and dropped Joe? Would that have been okay? Let's keep it 1,000. If Ja Rule called Fat Joe, you fat motherfucker,
No, but see,
would Joe
but
have like snuffed him? Would Joe have
he's
snuffed him?
talking about the person that he's actually battling though, right? He's not
Okay,
there's
listen.
a sense of sensitivity when you're
This is
talking about
semantics,
a
bro.
protected woman, a woman from a protected group, right? Is there not?
This is semantics. But I don't agree with it. It's bullshit. That's it. I stand on that.
All right.
It's semantics, bro. I don't think. Yeah, he shouldn't have apologized. Okay, here's the thing. He shouldn't have apologized for that, but he should have did the FBA apology.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. All
Not
right.
because the FBA apology, he was just dissing two women. He didn't say, you black, dusty bitches. He just said,
But he was talking about black women though.
what do you mean
That's who he
talking?
was.
No, 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 no. Did he say, you black, dusty bitch?
No, no, no. He didn't say that. But the
Okay,
two
so you
people
didn't
he was
mention
talking
black.
about,
Nah, so you didn't mention black.
but the two people he's talking about happen to be black.
So what? And what if they were white?
So and then
Hold on. If they were white, would you be campaigning that he's wrong for calling two white bitches dusty bitches? I bet not.
what do you mean?
So that would have been okay.
No, that wouldn't have been okay.
If it was Mariah Carey and he called her a dusty bitch, would that have been okay?
Absolutely not.
Or is
Man,
Mariah
Mariah
even
Carey
white?
is half black, isn't she?
So if it was so if it was Taylor Swift and he was like, you dusty bitch. Listen, what would have happened if Fat Joe was called a fat fuck by one of them? Would anybody give a shit?
Hell no.
I bet everyone would have been loving it. That would have been like loving that. Okay, so it's bullshit. It's double standard bullshit.
I don't think that versus is that
It's
kind of
double standard
battle.
bullshit. Oh, it's women. It's black women. Okay. So you know, it's like, what does that got to do with this battle, man? He didn't say anything racist. Oh, but it's misogynistic. I mean, not if you're a battler. If you're on stage during a battle, you then take the battle. Then don't get into a fucking battle if you can't fight, right? I mean, don't beef. Oh, but he wasn't battling. Yes, they were part of the Ja Rule entourage during a battle. Same way, Remy Ma. Same way Remy Ma came out as part of Joe's thing. Joe had his woman. Why couldn't the woman have said something about her, you ashy need bitch, or something racist? Or
So wait. So if Ja Rule had pointed at Remy and say "you ugly bitch" during the battle,
that
it
would
would
have
have
been
been okay.
fire. That would have been fire.
No,
Yo,
come
okay,
on,
first of
man.
all,
No, no, no. Come
first of
on,
all,
man.
he would have punched Ja Rule in the face. She would have punched Ja Rule in the face. You know,
Absolutely. I definitely think that she would have.
okay,
She would have
because if you're
fired on
talking
him.
about somebody who shot somebody and did 8 years, comparing to the people Joe called,
Okay, but
okay?
but
Would
also
Joe have called? Listen, if Little Mo did 8 years for shooting somebody, you think Joe would have called her a dusty bitch?
probably not.
So it's a little level of respect. It's a street respect. Ja Rule
But
probably knew he
there was
could.
a level of sensitivity to it because Lil Mo had a drug issue in the past, so that's why people took it more serious too.
Here's my point, bro. The fucking Joe didn't have to apologize for that, but he did. So that's just a manly thing to do. Like, who cares? Say the apology. I would apologize. Listen, I apologize right now for beating up Goretex 3 times.
Come on, man.
I don't have to. I'm saying, yeah. Well, listen, I was younger. He was a bitch. And so, okay, I'm sorry for beating you up.
All right, Necro. I just want to thank you for your time, man. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
Shout out to Panda Chop. You know what I mean? Much respect for the interview. And just go to my Spotify. Type in Necro, Necro, on Spotify. And you could listen to my catalog and see what I'm about. Or you could go to Necro Video on YouTube and check out all my videos. And
He's got some fire videos too, man.
and I'm on Instagram, Necro_official_page. I had my page deaded at 100,000. So I'm very low now, like 7,500, but don't think that's a reflection of me. It's just that Instagram, under the Democrats, they were fucking everybody over. So, you know, Meta even admitted it. And so I got caught up in that, and they fucking suspended me. I don't even know what the fuck I did wrong. But anyway, you can check me out on Spotify. Facebook is I'm on Facebook under Necro Hip Hop is the name of the page. Facebook.com/Necro Hip Hop. Just look for Necro Official page. I'm the biggest page on there. You know, I'm on all social networks, but the main thing is Spotify, so you can hear the music. You know what I mean? And then check out these videos from Panda Chop. You know what I mean? Much respect. Yeah.
It's not going to be the last interview too. We definitely gotta meet up again, man, because I know you got tons of stories and a lot to say.
Well, watch those 2 videos, the Necro 6ix9ine video and the Necro Kanye video. If you can't find them,
Right.
because they're super foul. So like, I mean, they're brutal, bro. So fucking, if you have any issues, like they don't show up, let me know, and I'm gonna forward them to you. Because I'm sure you'll have a bunch of questions about both those videos.